बच्चे पढ़ रहे हैं, उनको छात्रवृत्ति वगैरह कुछ
मिलता है,
वजीफा मिलता है, बहुत कोई परेशानी घर में, कुछ भी हो तो मुझे बता। क्या करते हैं आप? मिल्लेदारी मंडी में। कहाँ? कुबेरी में मंडी है।
तो बहुत से हार्डवेयर काम करते हैं,
वो ढोने का काम करते, लाने ले जाते। मुझे बहुत दुख हुआ वो घटना देख के, मैं माफी चाहता हूँ, ये क्योंकि मेरी ड्यूटी है, मेरे लिए तो जनता ही भगवान जैसे है, गरीब भगवान जैसे है।
So, Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan inviting the victim to his residence, and as you saw in some of those images we're playing out for you on the right of your screens there, Shivraj Singh Chauhan was seen personally escorting the victim, a Dalit here, towards his residence, washing his feet, garlanding him, and then also did a Shrifal Dhan to mark respect to the victim. Remember that this particular incident caused huge outrage. While the government has acted, there are a lot of questions about what kind of political repercussions the BJP will feel in the run-up to the elections in Madhya Pradesh. How will this really resonate with Dalits and how they're treated in many parts of society? After that, and while strict action has been taken against the accused, Shivraj Singh Chauhan, the Chief Minister there, ensuring that he invited the victim home and went ahead with this, in fact, a scene where he garlanded him, put a tika for him, did a Shrifal Dhan and washed his feet as well. He even apologized. We played out that sequence for you where the Chief Minister was seen apologizing and saying that all of you, I'm here to serve you. Remember that the accused right now faces the stringent NSA and has been lodged in the Rewa Central Jail. His property has also been demolished by the Shivraj Singh Chauhan government. They know full well the political repercussions of this kind of an incident. So it's clear that they're attempting to undo some of that damage. Let's take this across to Hemendra Sharma, who's joining us live from Bhopal with more details on this very, very interesting images that are coming to the fore here, Hemendra, at a time when the opposition has been questioning if this is what the state of affairs in Madhya Pradesh is like, if this is how casteist things are and this is how Dalits are being treated. Shivraj Singh Chauhan indulging in these optics of inviting the victim to his home, washing his feet, performing a puja, performing a dhan for him.
Well, ever since this horrific incident came to light on Tuesday evening when this BJP leader was caught on camera, or that video came out where he was urinating on a man. This man had been picked up by the police from his native place, and from then on till this moment he has not met his family members. The Chief Minister of the state today met him at his place, realizing the amount of damage that this has caused to the BJP. The Chief Minister claimed that he's thinking of the people of the state all the time, but the fact remains that this is a damage control exercise. This man has not been allowed to meet his family members for the past 60 odd hours, and the family members over there yesterday, when the representative of the Bharatiya Janata Party, Kedar Shukla, of whom this accused was a representative in the area, when he went to meet the family members of the victim yesterday, they were shown, he and his supporters were shown slippers by the ladies of the house. So the BJP realizes the damage. Elections are around the corner in Madhya Pradesh. The tribal vote in Madhya Pradesh is close to 22%. 47 seats are the ones which impact directly. Tribal votes can influence 47 seats in Madhya Pradesh. And in 2013, we saw that if the majority goes to a particular party, in 2013 it went to the BJP. The BJP formed the government in the state. In 2018, the Congress took 31 of the 47 seats, tribal seats. The Congress formed the government in Madhya Pradesh. This time around, the tribal vote is very important. That's why the BJP was trying to reach out to them. And here, when this video came out where a tribal man became the victim, a BJP leader was urinating on him, the damage was obvious. So the Chief Minister trying to do damage control, and as part of that damage control, they sent the bulldozers yesterday. because in the very recent past we have seen that the bulldozers are applied only to minorities. In Jabalpur there was a man who was associated with the ruling party. He killed a girl, shot her dead, but no bulldozer went to their house. But the Congress party and other opposition leaders, they had been
Heminder,
taunting
thank you
the
very
Chief
much
Minister
for joining us with all of those details. Clearly, at this point, the controversy continuing, but the government there doing everything they can right now to set the record straight on this incident. Several parts of the country struggling right now because of the monsoon fury. Let's get you some of the images that are coming to the fore. Heavy downpour has been reported in several parts of Karnataka, leading to flash floods. Schools in several districts have been shut down, keeping in mind the alert that's been sounded by the Met Department. Remember, the Met Department has issued a yellow alert. Authorities launched a rescue operation in Karnataka's Udupi. This after heavy rainfall led to flash floods in various parts. They've advised people to stay indoors unless it's an emergency. From low-lying areas, people were rescued. Heavy rains lashed parts of Delhi NCR, including Noida and Ghaziabad. This led to waterlogging in several parts of the city. The Met Department has issued a yellow alert. A government hospital in Bihar was completely inundated, leaving patients at a risk of infection. Rainwater even entered the emergency ward of the DMCH government hospital. This is the largest hospital in North Bihar. As monsoon fury continues in the south, the rivers in Kerala are also crossing a dangerous level. These are images we're showing you from North Kerala, from Kannur. A yellow alert has been issued in the national capital region that includes Delhi as well. Heavy rain has already led to waterlogging in several parts of Delhi. Besides that, there's a red alert that's been issued for parts of Gujarat, and this alert has been issued till July 9th. Not only Gujarat, but several other states across the country are also witnessing heavy rainfall. Parts of Karnataka, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Punjab, Madhya Pradesh have all witnessed heavy rainfall. In south, rain continues to batter parts of Kerala. The Met Department has revised its prediction, issuing a red alert now for several districts of the state. The authorities have also issued a warning to those residing in low-lying areas. In Karnataka's Udupi, heavy rains led to flash flooding in several parts, after which rescue operations were also launched by authorities.
On both the sides, you can see houses waterlogged, and people using boat services to commute. Both the sides, the houses are filled with water, and people have moved out of this place to camps and nearby other locations as part of their safety. Now, what the government, this time around, the monsoon has been delayed in Kerala, and also there's been a deficit in rainfall that the state received this time around. 67% deficit in the rainfall that the state received, but since the last 2 days, the monsoon has gained strength, and a lot of heavy rainfall has lashed parts of Kerala. In fact, in the coming few days also, the state is expected to receive heavy rainfall, and the authorities and the government has said people to be cautious in the next coming few days because there could be heavy rainfall that might lead to heavy waterlogging in a lot of areas, like how you see right now here. But that is the advice given, especially to fishermen not to venture into sea, and people living closer to rivers and seas to be extra cautious. With video journalist Tinku Rajashekar, Shibimol KG for India Today from Pathanamthitta.
And in the national capital region too, there has been heavy rains that's been reported from early this morning. These are images that we're showing to you from Noida, where waterlogging has been reported in several parts. Roads have been completely inundated. Traffic snarls being reported in several parts. The Delhi police has also issued many traffic advisories right now in view of the heavy rains that have lashed parts of the city. The Met Department, remember, has issued a yellow alert for now. So a quick alert for all of our viewers from Delhi. The rains will continue for the rest of the day as well. But since early morning, there's been torrential downpour in several parts of the national capital region. This is the situation in Noida, where there has been waterlogging reported in several parts. And on the other side of a short break here on India Today, we'll get you the latest updates coming in on the Uniform Civil Code. The AIADMK has now taken a stand against its own ally, against the BJP, saying they very clearly oppose the Uniform Civil Code.
You are watching India Today.
So how does one log off? Limit yourself to one screen at a time. Spring clean your social media accounts. Use apps to bolster self-control. Don't charge your phone near your bed. Set time boundaries in usage. Use your gadgets thoughtfully. Think about whether you actually need to use your laptop or whether you need to use your phone. Is there any work really, or just using it mindlessly? Do you really need to watch TV, or you'd rather go for a walk or even take a nap, which is actually more relaxing, more refreshing?
If you ask an average person, they'll say, oh, I'm on social media for about 10-15 minutes or maybe a little bit more in there. I'm not typically there. But if they start actually analyzing their time, and there are apps and features available on these gadgets, they then come to realize that I was putting so many hours more.
Prioritizing offline relationships and getting a glimpse of what real life offers brings real joy. Try it.
Watching India Today.
Welcome back. The debate over UCC continues to flare, with different parties taking opposing stands. In the latest, BJP's ally in Tamil Nadu, AIADMK, has reiterated its opposition to the centre's move of implementing UCC. The party's chief, Edappadi Palaniswamy, recalled that it had taken a clear stand on the issue in the party's manifesto ahead of the 2019 Lok Sabha elections. The AIADMK also made it clear that UCC would adversely affect religious rights of minorities in India, and therefore they oppose it. Meanwhile, the All India Muslim Personal Law Board has strongly opposed the proposal of UCC, sending across their reply to the Law Commission. They've said they will not accept any change in their personal laws, citing that followers of Islam are bound by the injunctions as prescribed by the Islamic law, which are non-negotiable. An unofficial group of senior ministers reportedly has been formed that will deliberate upon various issues related to UCC. It will in all likelihood be chaired by Minister Kiran Rijiju. As speculation grows on whether the BJP will table the UCC bill in the upcoming monsoon session, the question that really looms is whether the Saffron Party can actually ensure more consensus over the reform, considering some of their allies too are now opposing it.
ஏற்கனவே 2019 நாடாளுமன்ற தேர்தலில் எங்களுடைய அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகத்தினுடைய தேர்தல் அறிக்கையில படிச்சு பாருங்க, அதுல தெளிவா கொடுத்திருக்கிறோம்.
हमारा पर्सनल लॉज जो हैं वो हमारी शरीयत का हिस्सा हैं, उसकी बुनियाद कुरान और हदीस है और कोई भी मुसलमान इस बात को गवारा नहीं कर सकता कि हमें अपने कुरान और हदीस पर अमल करने से रोका जाए। और आप सब जानते हैं कि ऑलरेडी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ने हर हिंदुस्तानी को रिलीजियस फ्रीडम एज अ फंडामेंटल राइट गारंटी किया है, तो वो राइट हर हिंदुस्तानी के पास बरकरार रखना चाहिए, उसको छीनने का किसी को हक़ और इख्तियार नहीं है। और हमारी शरीयत ने सबको बराबर का हक़ दिया है, मर्दों को भी और औरतों को भी। ये कहना कि औरतों को कम राइट्स दिए हैं, ये बात सही नहीं है, बल्कि औरतों को कई मामलात में मर्दों से ज़्यादा राइट्स दिए हैं।
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने सभी का आह्वान किया है और हम सब भी चाहते हैं लागू हो, और सबका साथ सबका विकास सबके विश्वास के साथ लागू हो, और इसमें कहीं कोई मानसिक रूप से अपने आप को दिक्कत में न समझे। हम सबको साथ लेकर के चलेंगे और सबके लिए समान कानून होना ही चाहिए।
1973 का ये एक्ट है, इसमें कई ऐसे प्रावधान है जो उनके पर्सनल लॉ बोर्ड से गवर्न होते हैं, लेकिन यूसीसी के दायरे में ये सब बाहर होते हैं।
कि अगर तेजी से विकास करना है तो सबको एक समान कानून के साथ लाना ही होगा।
आज के देखलाम कागजे একটা কাগজের উপরে বলছেন ইউনিফর্ম সিভিল কোড নিয়ে আর দেরি করা যায় না। এরকম মূর্খ কথা কোথা থেকে এলো? হিন্দু রাষ্ট্রের সঙ্গে এটা যোগ নিশ্চয়ই আছে, এবং কিন্তু হিন্দু রাষ্ট্র তো ভারতবর্ষের একমাত্র এগোবার উপায় নন।
Let's take this across to Pramod Madhav, who's joining us live from Chennai with more details on this. Pramod, interesting stand by the AIADMK, but not really surprising considering they've always maintained they're against UCC. It's also largely got to do with their vote bank politics, because this could affect their minority vote bank.
It absolutely is, Akshita, and this is the kind of policy that was drafted back during the Jayalalitha period itself, and she's still continuing it. And EPS, when this question was put forward, he did not give any kind of explanation about whether ADMK supports or opposes Uniform Civil Code. He simply said, you please read the 2019 election manifesto. We have clearly given our stand over there, and in that stand, like ADMK says, that they will urge the centre not to bring Uniform Civil Code as it might hurt the issues for the minorities. That's the kind of explanation that was given in the manifesto, and ADMK still want to continue with that stand, Akshita.
All right, Pramod, thanks very much for joining us with all of those details. And with that, I'm wrapping up this broadcast. Coming up on the other side, after a short break, we'll be getting you the latest coming in from Maharashtra. We're hearing that the cabinet expansion could happen this week. So what will it look like? What cabinet berths will Ajit Pawar's faction get? We'll get you those details in just a bit.
You are watching India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 36 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 24 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 22 and minimum 19 degrees. Chennai, maximum 31 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 27 and minimum 23 degrees.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today Newsmo. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
So sorry.
तो भाई और बहनों, नीतीश कुमार एंड बैंड की प्रस्तुति। आज मेरे यार की शादी है, फीचरिंग राहुल गांधी। रेडी 1 2 1 2 2 2 2 2। तुमको बागडोर थमा दी है, तुमको बागडोर थमा दी है, डोर थमा दी है, तुमने उम्मीद बढ़ा दी है, तुमको बागडोर थमा दी है, तुमको बागडोर थमा दी है। लगता है गठबंधन को एक राह दिखा दी है, तुमको बागडोर थमा दी है, तुमको बागडोर थमा दी है। वक्त की ये जरूरत, आएगा शुभ मुहूर्त, देखो सारे जमा है, ठाकरे शरद और राउत, ठाकरे शरद और राउत, खुशी से झूमे है मन, बना है ये गठबंधन, कैसे संजोग मिले हैं, सारे हम लोग मिले हैं, सारे हम लोग मिले हैं। इस गठबंधन ने मोदी सरकार हिला दी है, तुमको बागडोर थमा 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 दी है।
Co-powered by
The world comes together at Sharad University.
Watching India Today, I'm Nabila Jamal. Let me cut across to the top headlines. Maharashtra cabinet expansion likely this week. Berths likely for Sena, BJP and NCP faces. NCP's Sharad Pawar bargains hard for plump berths. Sharad Pawar reaches Delhi with Supriya Sule for executive meeting. Supriya Sule speaks exclusively with India Today, tight-lipped on NCP's leadership. AIDMK opposes Centre's Uniform Civil Code, urges the government not to implement UCC. Muslim body sends objections on UCC, says UCC violates democratic rights. Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Sharad Singh Chauhan in damage control mode over the urination episode, the horror that took place a day after bulldozers razed accused home. Chief Minister Sharad Singh Chauhan washes the victim's feet. And after Canada and US, Khalistani threat to Indian envoy in the United Kingdom. Sources say the Khalistan army getting direct threat from ISI. Trudeau fails to condemn, instead lashes out at India.
Always taken extremely seriously violence and threats of violence. We've always taken serious action against terrorism, and we always will.
All right, we have some big news coming in. UK condemns the Khalistan army attacks on the Indian mission. UK says attacks on Indian mission unacceptable. James cleverly says, and I quote, any direct attack on the Indian High Commission in London completely unacceptable. UK reacts on threats to Indian diplomats. Indian mission calls it completely unacceptable. The United Kingdom now condemns the Khalistan army attacks on the Indian mission. Let me quickly cut across to Geeta Mohan joining us on the phone line. Geeta, do tell us the United Kingdom's response to the spate of Khalistan army attacks on the Indian High Commission. In fact, we see that UK for the first has condemned this, calls it completely unacceptable.
Well, the two different reactions from two different countries. The UK has come out and very, very outrightly condemned the kind of violence that the Indian High Commission witnessed not so long ago, and also made it very clear to the Indian High Commissioner that the safety and security of the staff is very important. This, again, any country is obliged to under the Vienna Conventions, Nabila. But apart from that, Canadian reaction has been very different, where they're already saying that they do not tolerate violence. We again will have to wait and see how the UK, how Canada and how the United States of America are actually going to take action against the lumpen elements who have not just taken on the administrations of these countries, in this case we're talking about the United Kingdom, but also have taken law into their own hands. So we're still waiting for prosecution. Investigations are still underway. But a strong statement coming from James Cleverly, Foreign Secretary of the UK, equivalent to Foreign Minister, certainly is in the right direction when it comes to concerns that India has now been raising with the UK authorities. And the UK High Commissioner to India also has tweeted saying that amplifying the importance which the UK government and ministry attaches to the safety and security of friends and colleagues and their premises. And that certainly is a message that is coming across not just from the envoy sitting in New Delhi, but also from the foreign minister sitting in London.
Well, thank you very much, Geeta, for joining us on this. Of course, like Geeta said, this is a whole different reaction coming in from the United Kingdom in compared to what we hear from Canada. Now, just days after San Francisco Indian consulate that was set on fire, a new Khalistani rally now seems to be brewing in the United Kingdom. What has surfaced is a poster promoting a Khalistan Kill India rally right outside the Indian High Commission in London on July 8th. A Kill India poster in Canada. Posters put out, those cutouts there of India's High Commissioner to the UK, Vikram Doraiswamy, and Consul General of India in Birmingham, Dr. Shashank Vikram. The Khalistan Freedom Rally posters paints a target on top Indian diplomats in the United Kingdom, calling them killers of dreaded Khalistan terror backer and wanted terror accused Jatedar Harjit Singh Nijjar. Similar posters carrying photographs of the Indian diplomats in Canada, United States and Australia promoting Khalistani rallies on July 8th have been found outside Indian missions. In fact, according to the intelligence agency sources, Gurparvat Singh Pannu and other supporters of Khalistani separatists have issued open, or rather are saying openly that they are receiving help from the ISI. Meanwhile, the United States has ensured that steps shall be taken to ensure safety and security of Indian diplomats.
These are deeply regrettable events. We take very seriously the safety and security of diplomats that are living in the United States. We have been in close contact with Indian authorities, with local law enforcement. We are trying to take the necessary steps to ensure that Indian diplomatic community feels safe and secure here, and we'll continue with that work going forward.
All right, now, as much as India is really asserting pressure on Canada to really condemn these acts, the spate of attacks against India, on the contrary, Trudeau has gone on to accuse India of false remarks, asserting that Canada takes every kind of threat very seriously. Let's have a listen.
They are wrong. Canada has always taken extremely seriously violence and threats of violence. We've always taken serious action against terrorism, and we always will. We have an extremely diverse country, and freedom of expression is something that we have, but we will always make sure that we are pushing back against violence and extremism in all its...
All right, cutting across to the Mahat Dangal that's currently ensuing in Maharashtra. All eyes currently now in the national capital with a mega NCP executive meet. Pawar Senior, Sharad Pawar and Supriya Sule have reached the national capital for that meet. The meeting to be held at Sharad Pawar's residence. A day after a slew of meetings in Mumbai, the NCP executive committee meeting now to be held in Delhi. It's going to be quite a factor to decide who's really going to be the NCP, real NCP. In fact, as we see now, there's at least 32 MLAs who are siding with Ajit Pawar and barely 10 with Sharad Pawar. Clearly, Ajit Pawar at the moment has the numbers, but he's still got to pull in at least 4 more to skirt the defection law. Let me quickly cut across to Akshay Dongre, who's been following up on the arrivals coming in from Maharashtra. Akshay, we know that Sharad Pawar, his daughter Supriya Sule have arrived in the national capital. The NCP's national executive meet is going to be held. This will be almost a deciding factor to understand really who's in the Sharad camp, who's in the Ajit camp.
Well, absolutely, Nabila. In fact, we are standing right outside the residence of Mr. Sharad Pawar. Mr. Sharad Pawar, along with his daughter Supriya Sule, they have already reached. However, the other members who will be present here for the National Executive Meet of the NCP will include Yoganand Shastri, who is the General Secretary of NCP, Jitendra Awad, again General Secretary S.R. Kohli, who is the Secretary. Then there will be Vandana Chauhan, who is a member of the National Executive Committee, and the women chief of NCP, Fauzia Khan. So all of these leaders will be here. PC Chako has already come here, who is also a member of the NCP, and it's going to be a high-profile meeting as far as the major decisions of the party are concerned. There was a poster war as well, Nabila. I would like to show our viewers that as well. That started last night and in fact continued till today morning, where all the posters that had pictures of Ajit Pawar, Praful Patel, they have been brought down by the NCP workers and members, and new posters have been put up here that only have Ajit Pawar, that only have Sharad Pawar, Supriya Sule, then Mr. Jitendra Awad's picture is already also there. Other posters that are also new here at the residence of Mr. Sharad Pawar and at the NCP office are of this image from the movie Bahubali, and this poster claims that there will be action by the public. Public will judge all of those people who have betrayed the ideology of Mr. Sharad Pawar, who have betrayed the party. So clearly here, at least at the NCP headquarters in the national capital and the residence of Mr. Sharad Pawar in Delhi, the sentiment is very clear. The workers who back Mr. Sharad Pawar are calling the move by Mr. Praful Patel and Ajit Pawar a betrayal of the ideals of Sharad Pawar and of his politics. So it remains to be seen that what exactly are the decisions that will be taken, but at 4 p.m. Everything will be discussed among the leaders who will be present here at 6 Janpath, the official residence of Mr. Sharad Pawar, the leader of NCP.
All right, so Maharashtra politics clearly on the boil here, as you have Sharad Pawar, who's just decided to hold a national executive meet of the NCP in the national capital. We're seeing he and his daughter, who's just arrived into Delhi. We're going to take you through a lot more developments coming in, but cutting across to some big news. Political drama in Maharashtra now continues to unravel. NCP patriarch Sharad Pawar, as you see in those images, arrives in the national capital. He is scheduled to hold that national executive meeting at the NCP's Delhi office. Ahead of this meeting, new posters of NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar and his daughter Supriya Sule were put up right outside the party office. Old posters which had Ajit Pawar, Praful Patel along with Sharad Pawar have all been removed. Meanwhile, in a veiled attack on the rebel NCP netas, Gaddar posters have also erected outside the office. All right, at least 40 top NCP netas present in Pawar's meeting. Working committee, major stake, crucial decisions. NCP working meeting will be held at Sharad Pawar's 6 Janpath house in Delhi. The meeting will be held at about 3 p.m. 40 members will remain in that meeting. Now, who are those top 40 NCP netas who will be part of this national executive meeting is something that we've got to wait and watch. But at the moment, Sharad Pawar has called in the NCP cadre to join in for this national executive meeting. At least 40 members are likely to attend. It's going to be held at 6 Janpath in Delhi at the residence of Sharad Pawar. This is the inside scoop that we have of this national executive meet of the NCP. Akshay Dongre with more on that. Akshay, go on. Give us a sense of this meeting. What's on the agenda? What's really to be decided? As Sharad Pawar calls his party cadre, 40 members are expected to be part of it. Who are these 40 people? And what really would be the conclusion of this meeting today?
Well, Nabila, if we talk about the discussion that are to be held, then one thing is very clear, the ongoing crisis, how Ajit Pawar and Praful Patel broke away from the leadership of Mr. Sharad Pawar. They've joined the Bharatiya Janata Party. In fact, they're part of the government as well. But the action that NCP has to take, as you were all rightly mentioning, the anti-defection law, whether it applies here or not, that will be discussed. What action does Sharad Pawar has to take? How the party cadre has to be mobilized behind the leadership of Mr. Sharad Pawar, how Supriya Sule can be given more responsibilities of the party, that all will be discussed. As it is clear from the pictures and the posters, the new posters that have come up, Supriya Sule is most likely to be the deputy of Mr. Sharad Pawar as far as all the other major decisions are concerned that are to follow after this particular crisis. But if we talk about the meeting that is to start today at 3 p.m, there will be about 40 members of National Executive Council of the National Congress Party, and among these leaders will be Sharad Pawar. Of course, that was given. He will be heading the meeting. There will be Supriya Sule. There will be Jitendra Awad, who is the General Secretary, as we were talking about it. Yogan Shastri, who is also General Secretary, will be present here. The Women Chief of NCP, Fawzia Khan, will be present here. PC Chako has already arrived. So all of these leaders will be present. And besides the leaders from Maharashtra, the one thing that is very, very important here to note is the fact that about 26 NCP heads of different states, about 26 state NCP heads will be all.
You know what? Stay with us, Akshay. We have some really big news coming in, right? Even as the NCP holds this national executive meet headed by Sharad Pawar, big blow now coming to Ajit Pawar amid the Maharashtra turmoil. Maharashtra court indicts Ajit Pawar's close aide for graft. In fact, the court says Ajit's aide got sugar mill at low prices. The court says clear breach under laundering law. Corruption taint haunts Ajit Pawar even as he attempts to form this new union of a new NCP, which he says is the real NCP, since he's got the majority numbers, still 4 short. Ajit Pawar now receives the big setback as Maharashtra court indicts Ajit Pawar's aide in graft charges. Ajit's aide got sugar mill at low prices. This is what the court says. The court says a clear breach, money laundering law. In fact, corruption taint now haunting Ajit Pawar's camp, even as he takes oath as the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra and holds this massive grand meeting just yesterday in Bandra, where he had nearly 31 MLAs supporting him, about 5 MLCs who were also present at that meeting. A good show of hands for Ajit Pawar. In terms of majority, he did certainly have the numbers, but still 4 short for him to really escape the anti-defection law. While he is now trying to rope in some more support from the NCP, here's a setback that now comes right in the midst of this commotion. Maharashtra court now indicts Ajit Pawar's close aide on graft charges. Ajit's aide got sugar mill at low prices. This is what the court says. Says this is a clear breach under money laundering law. The corruption taint now hits Ajit Pawar's camp. And like I said, this comes right at a time when Ajit Pawar is desperately trying to woo some of the other Sharad Pawar netas to jump into his camp. But at this point, even as he is trying to struggle with getting support, or rather a majority number, here's the Maharashtra court that almost accuses one of his close aides, saying that he got the sugar mill at really low prices, clear violation of Money Laundering Act. Vidya joining us on the phone line for more. Vidya, go on, give us a sense on how this would really lead to a setback for Ajit Pawar at the moment.
Well, this particular charge sheet was filed by the Enforcement Directorate when Ajit Pawar was actually the leader of opposition, and he was sitting in the opposition section of the assembly. And in fact, after the filing of the charge sheet, it had been kept in the court for taking cognizance. And it so coincidentally happened that a couple of days after he took charge as the Deputy Chief Minister, that the court has actually taken cognizance of this charge sheet filed by the Enforcement Directorate, and summons have been issued to the companies, especially one of the company of which his wife was related to it. And the court has held that the entire issue revolves around how some of these sugar factories, they had actually taken loan from certain cooperative banks which they did not really they could not have taken. And after these banks, these sugar factories were declared as NP.
We seem to have issue with her connection. We're going to try and patch her. But as we see, even as Ajit Pawar really struggles to gain support, a majority number to really escape the anti-defection law, here's the Maharashtra court's accusation on his close aide of corruption. Meanwhile, the political drama in Maharashtra, as we see, continues to unravel. NCP patriarch Sharad Pawar now arrives in the national capital today. He's scheduled to hold the national executive meeting at NCP's Delhi office in Delhi. Ahead of the meeting, new posters of NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar has cropped up, and his daughter Supriya Sule, all outside the party office. The old posters, which had Ajit Pawar, Praful Patel alongside Sharad Pawar, have now all been pulled down in a veiled attack on the rebel NCP netas. Gaddar posters have also been put up right outside the office. On Wednesday, a war of words erupted between the two NCP factions. Taking a jibe at Sharad Pawar's age, Ajit Pawar attacked the party patriarch, questioning him about his retirement, asking him if 83 isn't enough for him to retire. Meanwhile, hitting back, NCP's Sharad Pawar, the patriarch itself, slammed Ajit Pawar, mocking them for still using his picture across his meetings. And this, Sharad Pawar says, that's because Ajit Pawar has absolutely no standing. Their camp cannot survive without him.
Ma'am, how crucial is this meeting going to be? Just one line if you could tell about the meeting, the agenda of the meeting. Yeah.
Good morning, all is well and all will remain well.
Ajit Pawar has claimed stake of the party yesterday in Bombay.
I have no knowledge about that.
The numbers are still with Sharad Pawar Sahab in this case?
You know, actually we are so busy doing our work, our constituency work, development work. I have really no track of all this.
What is going to happen in today's national executive, ma'am?
We'll tell you.
Any crucial decisions to take power back from what Mr. Ajit Pawar is claiming?
Patience is the greatest virtue.
Okay, ma'am.
एखादा माणूस नोकरीमध्ये लागला तर महाराष्ट्र सरकारमध्ये 58व्या वर्षी रिटायर होतो. IAS IPS असेल तर 60व्या वर्षी रिटायर होतात. राजकीय जीवनामध्ये असेल तर भाजपमध्ये 75 वर्षांनंतर रिटायर केलं जातं. अडवाणींची उदाहरण घ्या, मुरली मनोहर जोशींचं उदाहरण घ्या, कुणाचंही उदाहरण घ्या. त्याच्यानंतरच्या काळामध्ये आता नवीन पिढी पुढे येते. तुम्ही आशीर्वाद द्या ना. चुकलं तर सांगा ना, अजित तुझं हे चुकलं. आता जर वय जास्त झालं, 82 झालं, 83 झालं, तुम्ही कधी थांबणार आहात का नाही?
माझ्या वाचनात आणि ऐकण्यात आता आलं की काही लोकांचं म्हणणं आहे की काही लोकांचं वय झालंय, त्याच्यामुळे त्यांनी फक्त आशीर्वाद द्यावे. का बरं आशीर्वाद द्यावे? रतन टाटा साहेबांपेक्षा 3 वर्षांनी मोठे आहेत. आजही टाटा ग्रुप पोटतिडकीनी लढतात आणि सगळ्यात मोठा कुठला ग्रुप आहे आज देशात? टाटा ग्रुप आहे. रतन टाटांचं वय काय? 86. अरे सबसे देखो तो फारूक अब्दुल्ला साहेबांपेक्षा 3 वर्षांनी मोठे आहेत. मला विचारलं अरे क्या हो रहा है एनसीपी में? मतलब अंकल ऐसे ऐसे हो रहा है. अरे लड़ मैं तो शरद से 3 साल बड़ा हूँ. मैं लड़ रहा हूँ शरद को बोल मेरे तरह तू भी लड़ ले.
All right, even as all the action now has shifted certainly to Delhi briefly, where there's also a lot of talk and commotion happening in Mumbai. Pankaj Upadhyay joining us live at Ajit Pawar's residence right outside. Ritvik Bhalekar is also at the MET College, Mumbai, where that grand show of strength took place. Let me cut across to Pankaj first. Pankaj, you spoke to Supriya Sule a little earlier, right before she left to Delhi. She says, wait, we'll tell you what's going to transpire at the National Executive Meet. While 40 members are expected to arrive at this meeting, would you know who comprises of these 40? Are these the MLAs of the NCP of Sharad Pawar camp?
Nabila, we'll have to wait and watch, but this Pawar versus Pawar fight continues. Definitely there are going to be developments both in Delhi and Mumbai. Delhi because the all-important National Executive meeting led by Sharad Pawar is going to take place at 3 p.m. Now he's going to chalk out the further policies and the legalities of it. Now this battle has become legal as well, and Sharad Pawar is in no mood to give up. He says his is the party. They are going to retain the symbol as well, and they're going to retain whatever the party holds. And he says that the opposition, that is the Ajit faction, is still using his photograph because they realize that without his photographs they will not succeed. On the other hand, Ajit Pawar clearly realizes that the task is cut out for him. He has the support of 31 MLAs, but also knows that is not enough. He needs to garner more support, and that's the reason why yet another important meeting is going to take place in a few moments from now. Senior NCP leaders of the Ajit camp, Praful Patel is already here. Hassan Mushrif is already here. Dilip Walse Patil is already here. Another NCP leader, Umesh Patil, is also here. Other leaders like Sunil Tatkare, Chhagan Bhujbal are expected to arrive in some time. Yesterday till 1 in the night time, Ajit Pawar was having meetings with Praful Patel. He realizes that this war is not over. Now he's gone too far. He has to win this battle at any cost. Now he's a part of the government as well.
Absolutely. You know, stay with us. I'm going to quickly cut across to Ritvik as well. Ritvik, a quick word from you. Do we understand if the Ajit Pawar camp really at this point are feeling, spirited? Do they believe that they have the majority numbers and 4 to be brought into their camp is not going to be hard?
Absolutely. Just senior NCP leader Chhagan Bhujbal addressed a press conference, and all the guns are trained against NCP chief Sharad Pawar, because what he revealed was that they are going to claim the National Congress Party's national presidentship. They have already submitted a petition to Election Commission of India, and now at Devgiri, where Ajit Pawar is stationed, all the leaders are going to meet there, and they are going to consult legal experts and how to go about it. So it will be, as Pankaj is saying, the war has just begun, and it will be a long due process.
All right, Ritvik, thank you very much. It's certainly going to be a long, drawn process. But at the moment, what we see here is that Ajit Pawar has already taken oath as the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra. His 8 supporters, MLAs, have already taken oath into the cabinet of the Maharashtra government. So clearly, it is a win-win for Ajit Pawar camp at the moment. It all comes down to really deciding finally who's the real NCP. The real fight is that. I'm going to slip into a short break. Coming up on the other side, Karnataka's H.D. Kumaraswamy of the JDS alleges graft in Sidhu Sarkara. He accuses a massive scam in the energy department, says he has proof and will soon reveal it. Stay with us.
I was just having a conversation with a very old-timer fund manager, mutual fund manager, and he said that the macro story for India is great. but valuations are still not compelling and not challenging and quite challenging. Would you agree with that, or would you say that it's a good entry point for India now?
Yeah, thank you, Dan. Thanks for having me here. Yeah, you actually are absolutely right. I would kind of echo the sentiments. I do believe that the macro story is looking very compelling for sure. Quite confident about 15% plus earnings growth, which is like one of the highest that we've seen, that we will be seeing in any of the major markets globally. So yeah, all that is looking quite well. But yeah, but valuations is definitely sticking out. When the markets corrected earlier in February or so, when the Nifty was at around 17,000, it was looking pretty interesting, but the markets have moved up pretty quickly, up about 10% or so from there. And yes, many stocks and sectors are looking expensive at this point in time. Yeah.
There is a fear in certain quarters in the market that during the course of this year, we'll get another spike in volatility, and you may even get the market back to the kind of levels which you found interesting. Do you expect something like that? I know it cannot be predicted, events cannot be predicted, but is it a likelihood in your eyes?
I think the event that will probably create volatility in the Indian markets will probably have to be a global event or an international event. I do not foresee too many negative or let's say big negative events for the Indian markets, which will be domestically caused. My sense is that you will probably see, or you could probably see some volatility created by either some unexpected change, say in the Fed policy, or some other kind of dislocation that might happen in the capital markets globally or something like that. But as far as the developments domestically go, to me it looks unlikely.
All right, cutting across to some big news as BJP fires fresh salvo at the Congress. The BJP shadow Chief Minister attack on Chief Minister Siddaramaia's son Yatindra. The BJP says commission master in the shadow of the Chief Minister. BJP now releases an image of Chief Minister's son Yatindra, and in a way to mock the Chief Minister, shows Yatindra glorified in that poster, a much larger picture of Yatindra with a much smaller one of the Chief Minister himself. This is a way the BJP has used their method to mock the Siddaramaiah Sarkar. As we see, they are accusing Chief Minister Siddaramaiah of promoting his son, attacking Yatindra, saying that he is the commission master now, and he really is ruling the roost, running the show, while Chief Minister Siddaramaiah himself is just a shadow CM. Listen in.
Congress, overall Congress is a corrupt. They are into corruption, transfers against payment. Do you think that is service against payment? I don't make this individual. Many shadows are there. Each person is having a shadow. Each minister is having a shadow, except one or two few people, one or two exception. Majority as a Congress party is a corrupt party.
Sir, a KSRTC MP. What you can do is you just go without the camera and the mic, you go near the CM's house. There are few touts or brokers or whatever they are. They'll get your work done in the CM's office and they'll tell you the price also. That is what what they have told as YST, Yatindra, and instead of GST is YST, Yatindra Siddaramaiah tax. That's what they are telling. It is, everybody knows it. And personally, I don't have any proof regarding that, but everyone is talking about it. Everyone is talking about it. You want any job done in the CM's office, that's the way.
All right, let me quickly cut across to Sagai Raj joining us live for more. Sagai, a quick word. BJP now using this opportunity to fire at the Siddaramaiah Sarkar, accusing them of having shadow chiefs, or rather shadow chief minister itself. Siddaramaiah, they're calling a shadow chief minister, saying that Yatindra, his son, is really calling the shots, taking commission, accusing them of corruption right at the start of their tenure. Tell us a little more on what basis has the BJP accused the Congress of corruption?
Days after Kumaraswamy made the allegations of biased, where he has termed that Yatindra Siddaramaiah tax, where people are talking about the collection mafia which is happening in the state of Karnataka, where in the name of YST there is money which has been collected, and he has given a new term to that. And following that, today the BJP has tweeted saying that there is a shadow chief minister in the state of Karnataka where he handles all kind of corruption and all kind of collections which has been done. As per Bharat Shetty, the MLA of BJP, who also claims that there are brokers near Chief Minister's residence who also collect money and get your work done. And remember, Nabila, this is not something new for the state of Karnataka. We have seen in the past when B.S. Yediyurappa was the Chief Minister, where they had called his son Vijendra as a shadow Chief Minister, and this particular issue was raised inside the Vidhan Soudha session as well. At that point of time, Ramlink Reddy countered BJP, saying that when Yediyurappa was the Chief Minister, you had BST, that is Vijendra's tax system in the state of Karnataka. So the parties are targeting their children, and they call them that they are the shadow CM. We have seen in B.S. Yediyurappa time as well as now in Siddaramaiah time, where the BJP has tweeted that Yatindra Siddaramaiah is a shadow Chief Minister who deals with all kind of transfers and all kind of collections, allegations made by BJP as well as SD Kumaraswamy.
All right, thank you very much, Sagai. Stay with us. Kumaraswamy, exactly what allegations did the former Chief Minister Kumaraswamy make on the Congress? This is what led to the BJP reacting. In fact, now we see that Kumaraswamy and the Congress have gotten into a war of words, with Kumaraswamy accusing the Siddaramaiah Sarkar, saying that he has enough and more evidence in a pen drive that he has with him right now, that which he will reveal very soon, that has all the proof for cash for transfer scam against the ruling Congress government in Karnataka. He claims that there's enough and more money taken as commission for transfers, and he has proof of that, audio proof of that, in that pen drive, and threatened he would release it very soon at an appropriate time. Kumaraswamy has claimed at least 10 crores is being charged for each of those transfers in the state's energy department, and that one of the officers earns at least 50 lakhs per day just in the name of transfers. This comes just a day after Congress attacked Kumaraswamy for retaining a luxury suite at the super expensive Taj West End Hotel in Bengaluru. Says that Kumaraswamy lives in Taj West End. That's his home, quite literally. The grand old party hit back at Kumaraswamy, saying that he was the one imposed KST, basically Kumaraswamy service tax, during his tenure. So he really has no moral standing to speak.
I am actually carrying in my packet only.
Show it, sir.
I am carrying in my packet only.
Sir, this pen drive has some evidence.
I can release any time. Why do you worry? Without any proper information, I will not release anything.
Sir, this is against the government.
Sitting a minister on this, responsible minister.
Corruption charges.
How he has collected money for posting of the officers. Everything is here. ನಾನೇ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ರಾಜಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ ಬರೋದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆ ರೌಡಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಬಾಟ್ಲು ತಂದು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾನಲ್ಲ ನಾನು. ಕಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಟು ಜೀವನ ಮಾಡಿ ಬಂದಿರೋರು ನಾವು. ಅದು ಬ್ಲೂ ಫಿಲಮ್ನಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಹಳ್ಳಿಲಿ ಟೆಂಟಲ್ಲಿ ತೋರಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಾರಲ್ಲ ನಾವು. ಮಾತಾಡೋಕೆ ಒಂದು ಹಿತಿಮಿತಿ ಇರಲಿ ನನ್ನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ.
All right. Meanwhile, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister's dictator rule attack on the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He says BJP only wants revenge politics. MK Stalin, the chief minister, says the centre is taking revenge on the opposition, religion being used for dictators' rule. This is MK Stalin in a talk where he makes this comment, saying that religion is being used to target the people of India. In fact, this is the BJP's way to divide and rule. This is precisely the word of Chief Minister MK Stalin of Tamil Nadu. He says that the BJP is using religion only to target India and to carry out their dictatorship. MK Stalin, the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, speaks at an event, says the BJP only wants revenge politics.
அந்த பிஜேபி ஆட்சி பொறுப்பேற்ற காலத்திலிருந்து இன்று வரையில மதத்தை, சனாதனத்தை இன்றைக்கு மக்களிடத்திலே திணித்து ஒரு சர்வாதிகார ஆட்சியை இன்றைக்கு அவர்கள் நடத்தி கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். அந்த பொது சிவில் சட்டம் என்பது நாட்டிலே ஏற்கனவே சிவில் சட்டம், கிரிமினல் சட்டம் என்ற சட்டங்கள் இருக்கிறது. பாரதிய ஜனதா கட்சியுடைய கொள்கைகளை அந்த ஆட்சியை எதிர்க்கக்கூடியவர்களெல்லாம் பழிவாங்க வேண்டும் என்கிற நோக்கத்திலே.
Let me quickly cut across to Pramod Madhav joining us live for more. Pramod, tell us more to why MK Stalin made that comment accusing Prime Minister Modi of being a dictator, saying that he's using religion as ammunition to divide the country and carry out his dictatorship.
Certainly, Nabila, it has become a trend where on one side, if the governor is using a meeting with students or IAS aspirants to bring out his criticism or information, the chief minister is using wedding events to do so. And this is second such wedding that occurred today where the chief minister utilized the moment to speak about UCC, to speak about the governor and Prime Minister Modi. The chief minister, just like you mentioned, claims that the Uniform Civil Code, the specific need for it to bring by BJP is to only take revenge on those opposing them, and the chief minister claims that UCC will only cause more suffering to the people. He then went ahead and said that the prime minister, even when he went to Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, he was only thinking about DMK, and he said that the prime minister is talking about dynasty politics and family politics, and the chief minister claimed that yes, the DMK is a family politics and the entire state of Tamil Nadu is a family for DMK. In such manner, he has replied to the criticism by the prime minister and on UCC, Nabila.
At this point, Pramod, MK Stalin has been making some comments even in the recent past about the BJP, the centre, and when it comes to UCC particularly, would you be able to tell us what's been Tamil Nadu's stance, Chief Minister Stalin?
Like for now, Tamil Nadu stands the two major parties, be it AIDMK or DMK, they have made it very clear that they are not in favour of UCC. Yesterday, Edappadi K. Palaniswamy, while speaking on the matter, he said that as per the 2019 election manifesto, their stand continues, which is that they would urge the centre not to bring UCC. However, DMK was much more direct against claiming that they are opposing UCC. MK Stalin, the chief minister, says that in a way, using religion and Sanatana, BJP is trying to bring in a dictator rule, and this is another form of UCC to only bring in to take revenge on the opposition of the BJP in any form, and this is how DMK
Do
has...
stay with us, Pramod. In fact, I'm going to cut you short. I'm cutting across to news coming in from Maharashtra. Let's quickly cut across to some big news. Coming from Maharashtra, the NCP will have a meeting today to discuss the issue of portfolio allocation. The NCP now, Ajit Pawar of the NCP will have a meeting today to discuss the issue of portfolio allocation. The NCP leaders now gathering for that meeting at Devgiri. This is the big information that we get as we see a lot of hectic parlays happening within the Ajit Pawar and the Sharad Pawar camp. More importantly, even after Ajit Pawar has taken oath and his ministers have taken oath into the cabinet of Maharashtra government, there is a lot of talk about who gets what portfolio. Finance portfolio, Ajit Pawar has been pushing for, but Eknath Shinde's camp not very happy with it. Let me cut across to Pankaj Upadhyay. Pankaj, tell us more on this meeting that's likely to be held by the Ajit Pawar camp of the NCP. They'll hold that meeting today to discuss cabinet portfolios. The allocation, which is now the most contentious affair here. It's going to be important to really see if the Eknath Shinde camp will give up on some plum portfolios to the newly inducted NCP camp.
That's right. the Ajit Pawar camp has called for an important meeting to discuss the cabinet portfolio issue. Now, senior NCP leaders have started arriving. Praful Patel is here. Dilip Walse Patil is here. Hassan Mushrif is here. Dhananjay Munde was here for a few moments. He's returned, and he says he's going to return in some time. So other senior leaders like Umesh Patil are also inside. And the issue, the biggest issue, the burning issue with the NCP of portfolio allocation is going to be discussed here. Remember, just 3 days back, after the meeting here at this very bungalow, Ajit Pawar along with Chhagan Bhujbal, Sunil Tatkare and Praful Patel had marched to Devendra Fadnavis's bungalow to talk about the various portfolios that NCP is expecting. But the fact remains, after yesterday's all critical developments at Chief Minister's bungalow, wherein the Shinde camp ministers and other leaders had gathered, and there was heated argument, and they were of the view that the finance portfolio just cannot be given to the NCP. Now, this remains a bone of contention. NCP is demanding finance portfolio at all costs, saying that now they are a part of the government, they are part of the alliance, and they will be supporting the Bharatiya Janata Party, not just in the state elections, but at the national level as well. They will be a part of the alliance. They need to be given this finance portfolio. Now, this has become a very critical issue. Last evening at the Varsha bungalow, there were heated arguments amongst the Shinde faction. They said that it was because of the NCP that they had walked out of the MVA alliance. And now, if NCP is given the all-important finance portfolio, then this was going to be a grave injustice. But at the same breath, most of the leaders of the BJP, the Shinde faction and the NCP faction clearly maintain that some sort of compromise will have to be made by all the parties. But what will that compromise be? Will NCP settle for anything less than the finance portfolio? Other than the finance, they are also eyeing the energy, power, water resources, social justice, and most of these ministries are with the Bharatiya Janata Party. So will Bharatiya Janata Party, being the single largest party, having more than 100 MLAs, agree to give up the finance portfolio? Will Devendra Fadnavis agree to give up the finance portfolio? That really remains to be seen. For now, all important critical meeting are expected to start in some time. Senior NCP leaders of the Ajit faction have already started gathering. So while we thought the focus will remain in Delhi for the all-important national executive meeting that has been conducted by Sharad Pawar, in Mumbai too, there's bound to be action because Ajit Pawar has now called in for an important meeting to discuss the portfolio allocation. Nabil.
All right, you know, we do know very clearly that right from the start there's been a slight, a resistance from the Eknath Shinde camp itself, not to give plump portfolios to Ajit Pawar in camp, particularly the finance ministry. We know that they've been hesitant, they've got reservations against it because they allege that Ajit Pawar, when he was the finance minister with the Mahavikas Aghadi, did grave injustice to the Eknath Shinde camp. They were not given funds. There was a lot of issues that they faced with Ajit Pawar as a finance minister in the MVA government. So based on that, they claim that this should not be awarded to him. But what happens if Eknath Shinde refuses to give finance to Ajit Pawar? Is he still okay to take any other portfolio, or is this going to be a real hard bargain?
I think it all boils down as to what sort of a compromise, is kind of reached by all these alliance partners. This is going to be a very, very sticky wicket for all the three alliance partners. Because as I said, the party insiders in NCP say that now that they have joined the alliance, they are part of the government, they are not here for a barter system. But they say that since they have senior leaders like Dilip Walse Patil, Chhagan Bhujbal, who are not now a part of the alliance and have enough experience under their belt, they would want to be duly compensated so that they can contribute to the growth and development of the state, and they can also help this alliance when the Lok Sabha polls are coming in, clearly indicating that they have certain portfolios in mind and they want due compensation. But it is not going to be easy considering the fact, the aggressive stance now that the Shinde faction has taken. Now the last cabinet expansion took place way back in August 2022, and most of the Shinde faction leaders maintain that they have been waiting since then. Right now, the equation of the cabinet is like 9 plus 9 plus 9, 9 of the BJP, 9 of the Shinde faction and 9 of the Ajit Pawar camp. 43 is the maximum number of the cabinet berths that can be there. And additionally, today, Ramdas Athavale has said that he's been promised long back by Devendra Fadnavis that he'll be given a single berth as well. So he's also jumped in this entire competition. So it really remains to be seen what
who
sort
would have
of
thought
compromise
at
is
least
reached.
Eknath Shinde wouldn't have even imagined that there would be a third player in the mix. He joined hands with the BJP just barely a year ago, was given the Chief Minister's chair, and now in less than a year, and a year ahead of 2024, you have a third player, and quite a prominent one, in the form of Ajit Pawar in camp, the NCP joining ranks with the BJP and the Eknath Shinde camp. It's of course going to be a lot of confusion on cabinet distribution and portfolio. Maharashtra's cabinet expansion, though, is likely to happen this week. A year after its formation, the Eknath Shinde Devendra Fadnavis government is expected to go in for the second round of cabinet expansion. As per sources, NCP leader and newly appointed Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Ajit Pawar, is now eyeing a plum berth for himself as well as his supporters, 8 of them who've taken oath. He wants finance and planning portfolios. Meanwhile, Shinde Sena will be, of course, eyeing maximum representation on their end. Remember, there are 43 total cabinet seats in Maharashtra Assembly, out of which at least 13 are vacant now. There are reports of equal seat share as well within all 3 parties. But as much as we know, the BJP, of course, is likely to take the lion's share. All right, slipping into a short break. On the other side, no end to violence in West Bengal. A lot more on that from that state, volatile state, right after a short break.
This woman from Kazakhstan has made it her life's mission to help underprivileged children. Anna started an NGO during COVID-19 to educate children in Jaipur who can't afford going to school. Anna's NGO, called Indian Women Impact, has been at it for 3 years now, changing the lives of so many children for the better. Acting as a bridge for children from less privileged families, she offers quality coaching alongside her team of committed teachers.
The children, those who live in Basti, they go to a government school and they come here for study. To get extra knowledge, my parents live in a Basti and they cannot afford expensive course and school for me and my brother and sister. So sir, we come here and study all of those subjects.
Recently, some of the NGO students from disadvantaged backgrounds also performed a French play at the famed National School of Drama in Delhi. Anna and her husband, who is a doctor, use all of their earnings to try to maintain the NGO.
It's been 3 years as we have been running this NGO, Indian Women Impact, and the entire concept is to provide the quality, world-class education to the children from underprivileged backgrounds. And the dream we have is to create the school that can accommodate 5,000 students from such backgrounds, where we can compete with a world-class education. That's the dream.
At this Jaipur-based NGO, students from different backgrounds come together to get an opportunity to achieve all these dreams.
At the NGO, Anna and her group of dedicated teachers try to provide wings to dreams of underprivileged students who earlier had little or no avenues to fulfill their aspirations. Once they come over here, they leave their less than perfect backgrounds behind to get submerged into a world of creativity, of learning, and of dreaming big. With camera person Manish Sisodia in Jaipur for India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 36 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 24 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 22 and minimum 19 degrees. Chennai, maximum 31 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 27 and minimum 23 degrees.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo.
All right, now with barely 2 days to go for Bengal panchayat polls, there's no end to violence in the state. Amid the tense law and order situation in the state, another BJP worker has been reported killed. The BJP worker was found dead at a remote village of Birbhum district. The deceased, identified as Dilip Mahara, he was the vice president of booth number 224 of Hinglo Gram Panchayat. Local BJP leaders claim that TMC is behind this murder. Mamta's party denies it, of course. His murder came just a day after TMC supporters one of the supporter was killed in a bomb attack in Bengal's Deganga. He was a minor, reportedly attended the TMC rally on Tuesday, and he was killed in that bomb attack. The BJP now, taking a swipe at the TMC over this incident, says wherever there is a bomb and a murder case, you will find TMC.
আমি সঙ্গে সঙ্গে খবর পেয়ে এখানে ছুটে আসি দেখি যে আমাদের দিলীপ মাহারা মারা গিয়েছে আমি এখানকার ফ্যামিলি বা এখানকার গ্রামবাসীর সঙ্গে জিজ্ঞাসা করে জানতে পারি যে এখানকার টিএমসি এখানে কালী ব্যানার্জির মদতে এই খুনটা হয়েছে
Let me cut across to Indrajit Kundu joining us live. Indrajit, give us more on this BJP neta or a booth level officer who's been killed in West Bengal and what's been the TMC's reaction. It's just unfortunate that we're looking at a series of reports coming in on deaths, murders, bomb attacks, guns and ammunition used, all for panchayat elections, which is barely in a few days' time.
Well, a day after tomorrow, the panchayat elections will be taking place on Saturday. And, today the campaigning comes to an end. And it's been a high-pitched, high-voltage campaign by all political parties. But what, of course, is unfortunate is that ever since the, date for panchayat election was announced here in West Bengal, the death toll has continued to mount. And as per our calculation, more than a dozen, almost 16 people have lost lives due to various political clashes across districts in the state. And that brings to question the law and order situation in the state. Shortly from now, West Bengal Governor will be addressing a press conference in which once again he's going to highlight the law and order situation. You would also recall that the Calcutta High Court in its order had clearly stated that central forces will have to be deployed across all districts. But despite the central force already coming to West Bengal and the deployment slowly taking place across districts, there seems to be no end to violent incidents that are taking place in various districts. And in the run-up to the election date, because we barely have less than 48 hours left before people go out to cast their vote, there are questions being raised on the safety and security of the voters per se, because if this is the kind of incident that we continuously report on, we're getting reports of a death in Birbhum district, as we just said.
Absolutely.
Where a BJP
we're really
worker
hoping
has
that the
died.
TMC really, at this point, manages to contain this kind of violence. Of course, central forces have also been deployed, thankfully, in just a day's time, barely 2 days' time. Saturday is when the panchayat elections would take place. We're going to continue tracking those developments. Slipping into a short break on the other side, Sharad Pawar reaches Delhi with his daughter Supriya Sule for this massive symbolic executive meet, the national executive meet of the NCP right after the split. A lot more on the other side. Stay with us.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 36 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 24 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 22 and minimum 19 degrees. Chennai, maximum 31 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 27 and minimum 23 degrees.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo.
Kerala's public health, all political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo.
Co-powered by The World Comes Together at Sharda University.
A very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. All that action happening in Maharashtra. We're going to take you through that. The headlines first. Maharashtra cabinet expansion is likely to take place this week. Berths likely for Sena, BJP and NCP faces. Of course, NCP's Sharad Pawar really bargaining hard for some important plum portfolios. Sharad Pawar reaches Delhi with Supriya Sule for the executive meeting. Supriya Sule speaks exclusively with India today, but tight-lipped on the NCP leadership and what's going to transpire at the National Executive Meet.
Decisions to take power back from what Mr. Ajit Pawar is claiming?
Patience is the greatest virtue.
AIDMK opposes the centre's uniform civil code, urges the government not to implement UCC. The Muslim body sends objections on UCC, says UCC violates democratic rights. Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan in damage control mode over urination horror. Just a day after bulldozers razed the accused home, Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan washes the victim's feet. After Canada and the United States, Khalistani threat now to Indian envoy in United Kingdom. Sources say that the K Army is getting direct help from ISI. Trudeau fails to condemn this, instead lashes out at India.
Has always taken extremely seriously violence and threats of violence. We've always taken serious action against terrorism, and we always will.
All right, some big news here. Mega Mughal purge in Delhi. Aurangzeb Lane has now been renamed as Abdul Kalam Lane. The new APJ signboard emerges in Delhi. Those are images. New Delhi's Aurangzeb Lane now being renamed as Dr. Abdul Kalam Lane, APJ Lane. The NDMC changes the name on the signboard. This is a revamp given by the NDMC, the civic body of New Delhi. In fact, this was on the cards, was much awaited, and right at this moment we see the new board, that signage itself that comes up, pulling out the name of Aurangzeb. This lane, Aurangzeb Lane, now is going to be called APJ Lane, Abdul Kalam Lane. I'm going to cut across to our reporter on ground, bringing us this detailed report.
And there have been demand to rename or the change name of Aurangzeb Road. And here this morning what you see, that finally the road, which was earlier known as Aurangzeb Road, finally all these signboards' name have been changed in the name of former President Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, the iconic scientist of this nation. So all these stretches which is connecting this Lutyens, this part of Lutyens, which is a VVIP area, there you see almost all the signboards. Earlier the proposal was put in the NDMC council meeting. After the approval, finally the procedure was done, and there you see since this morning the Aurangzeb Road has finally become Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Road. In Delhi, this is Ashutosh Mishra for India Today.
All right, Ashutosh there on the ground bringing us the first images of this Aurangzeb Lane poster, that signage itself that has been now pulled out, and the NDMC has introduced a new signboard that says Dr. Abdul Kalam Lane. In fact, this is the first of the Mughal purge that we see on the streets of Delhi. Aurangzeb Lane, one of the high-profile areas right in the heart of the national capital, Delhi. That signage now has been taken off. It will now be known as Abdul Kalam Lane, APJ Lane. That's the mega Mughal purge that we see in Delhi. The Delhi road now renamed to Abdul Kalam Lane from Aurangzeb Lane. All right, I'm cutting across to some big news coming in. Karnataka Assembly Speaker and the Congress MLA UT Khadar's suggestion of making special lanes for MLAs at toll plazas reeks of elitism and displays the Congress's VIP culture mindset, is what the opposition says. While the Prime Minister Modi, through rules and personal action, is trying to put, as we see, the Congress now trying to perpetuate VIP culture, it appears, in the opportunity that they get here. The images here, as we know that the Congress has come to power in Karnataka, and from what we know is that UT Khadar, one of their MLAs and the Speaker of the Karnataka Assembly, has suggested that there should be a toll plaza, a separate lane along the toll plaza while MLAs or senior leaders have to pass. They've got to be allowed to move freely. A separate lane along the toll plaza, which usually is occupied with long serpentine queues that wait to pass tolls across Karnataka. Let me cut across to Nagarjun Dwarkar. Nagarjun, give us a sense of what exactly UT Khadar has said. He wants a VIP lane, is it, along the toll plaza?
Well, what exactly happened yesterday in the House was, while the Speaker was on the chair, the MLAs raised issue on difficulties going to the toll as well. Then the Speaker observed that, yes, he's also found it difficult while the MLAs are going for some work. They also have to stand in the queue. So why don't we have a separate lane for MLAs is what the idea that was suggested by the Speaker. But the government has not made it executed yet. As of now, there's no government order. This was the observation given by the chair, the Speaker chair, while discussion had come up in the question hour yesterday and the BJP was protesting. Further than that, now what has happened is Tejasvi Surya, Bangalore South MP, has tweeted saying that this is complete elitism, or what the Speaker has said, while the Prime Minister is saying that let's all become close to people as much as the proximity between the people and leadership.
Stay with us, Nagarjun. I'm going to quickly cut across to S. Prakash joining us on the phone line. Mr. Prakash, give us more on this very request put out by UT Khadar, the Speaker of the Karnataka Assembly, asking for a VIP lane along toll plazas.
No, there is no need for any VIP lane for the MLAs or even as advocated, even ex-MLAs be given free passage in the toll. This VIP culture must go. Everybody uses road and everybody is paying tax. Why special treatment is needed for the elected representatives who does not even belong to those constituencies? This system should not be implemented. I am sure the government won't yield on the observation of the Speaker.
What's the current situation when it comes to toll plazas? We see usually serpentine queues, Mr. Prakash. So it's a busy, while the MLA claims that all the leaders are quite busy and it's a hectic schedule for them, do you believe that a VIP lane would make it more effective and efficient for these leaders to get to where they want to so that they can work for the betterment of Karnataka? Is that really the vision here, or is it just a VIP culture that they want to perpetuate?
No, first of all, there is a separate lane for ambulances and other emergency vehicles in all the toll plazas. Most of the MLAs, they use that lane. A separate lane is not required. Needlessly, he has said it, and I don't give much credence to his statement anymore.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. Let me cut across to BC Nagesh, again, the BJP Neta joining us on the phone line. Mr. Nagesh, here is UT Khadar asking for a separate VIP lane along toll plazas. What's your view on that?
Yeah, it is an unfortunate thing when the Prime Minister is thinking that political workers should come to the field to do seva for the nation. Khadar wants a special status for the MLAs.
What do you think, sir?
It's really unfortunate. When we should think that they are, they have come to this field to work for the people. So we ourselves should not feel that they are greater than the common man. And Modi is trying to advise the politicians and people with the power to work with the common man. Khadar wants a special status for the MLA.
UT Khadar says that there's a lot of work they need to really pass through quickly. So this is for the betterment of the people if the netas get to their workplace in time.
Anyhow, the minister has been accommodated now itself. So I think it is not necessary for such things. And now itself the politicians, where the common man feels other things about a politician. And again, the common man will have a distance from the politician.
All right. Well, we see UT Khadar now, in fact, the Congress is just about coming to power in Karnataka, and already we're seeing this level of high-handedness, isn't it? All right, we've lost his connection there. B.C. Nagesh, former Education Minister of Karnataka, leader of the BJP, claiming that this is the true nature of the Congress party. We see this VIP mindset that's now being perpetuated by one of the Congress netas. The speaker himself, UT Khadar, claims that he wants a separate lane along the toll plazas. Nagarjun Dwarkana joining us for more on that. Nagarjun, where has UT Khadar said this? Has he really asked for an official? Has he proposed this officially?
Well, there's no proposal from the government. This was an observation during the question hour yesterday. While the speaker was addressing the House, he spoke about how there should have been a VVIP lane for the MLAs as well. Right now, what there is an ambulance lane and VIP. There's no dedicated MLA toll lane. Most of the times, the officials there pass through also, IAS, IPS also pass through, the bureaucrats pass through the VIP lane, which is also dedicated for the ambulance. What the speaker was observing is that there should have been a VIP lane for the MLAs as well, is what the observation made. The government has not responded to it, neither has the Transport Department or the Revenue Department or the CM himself has not responded, neither has he ordered the officials to make it on paper, on record. It was an observation, but the government is saying that we have not moved an inch towards the decision, while if at all it comes to the discussion in the later days, then we'll take a call. But this was the speaker who had made the observation. We have no say, is what the government is saying.
All right. So, well, we see that Tejasvi Surya, the BJP MP, has now tweeted on the same. And that's precisely what I read out for you a little earlier. Karnataka Assembly Speaker, Congress MLA UT Khadar's suggestion of making special lanes for MLAs at toll plazas reeks of elitism and displays the Congress's VIP cultural mindset. These are words of Tejasvi Surya, the BJP MP. He says that while Prime Minister Modi, through rules and personal actions, trying to put an end to his colonial era culture, Congress tries to perpetuate VIP culture in every opportunity that they get. This is Tejasvi Surya putting out a Twitter complaint accusing the Congress of high-handedness. In fact, Nagarjun, give us more on the Karnataka Congress and the accusation of corruption that's coming in on large levels from the JDS as well as the BJP, saying that their real true VIP culture has now come to fore. They're taking money for transfers. They're at a drop of a hat asking for commission cuts. Is that right? How is the Congress really receiving that? What's been their response?
It was former Chief Minister Kumaraswamy who made this allegation. He had come, in fact, with a pen drive to the media saying, I have the evidence in this pen drive, anytime that I would release it. He said that officials were told to pay money for transfer and it has happened. He pinpointed specifically, talking about the energy department or the power department, that two transfer happened worth crores of rupees, and he has information about it. While we questioned the power minister, Mr. KJ George, on record, he said, let him give evidences, then I'll take action. No one has touched a single penny for any transfers in this government. The chief minister also reacted saying, this is an habitual offender, Mr. Kumaraswamy, keep taking such pot shots at the government. Evidence should be produced. It is just 45 days to 50 days since the government came into power, and such allegations of severity should be not taken seriously. He is an habitual offender. Hit and run cases, hit and run statements is what Kumaraswamy is known for, is what the chief minister and the government have come on record and spoken about it. But all eyes on the pen drive that Kumaraswamy had showed, that when would the evidence be put out in the public forum?
All right. What we see here is that the Congress party at this point has enough and more to handle with their 5 guarantees, at least 3 of them. They've delivered 2 of them, still pending. They're already receiving much attack on that. And now here comes yet another a proposal that UT Khadar wants to make, asking for a VIP lane along the toll plazas. But tell us, what's the toll plaza culture otherwise, Nagarjun? We know that there are serpentine queues and lines right along the... All right, stay with us. We're going to cut across to Malvika Avinash joining us on the phone line. Malvika, your take on UT Khadar saying that he wants a VIP lane along toll plazas to get to work faster.
Nabila, this is the exact kind of sense of entitlement that the Congress bore, which led them to nearly a state of existential crisis across the country since 2014. The people of Karnataka have been kind enough to bring them back to power, and look at the sense of entitlement coming all over again. We have a prime minister who did away with the red lights on all the cars and made sure that those who govern us are more service-minded than they have been in the past. And look at this sense of entitlement. I am appalled, to say the least. Has he even seen the roads of Bengaluru? Is he even aware of the kind of infrastructure crisis that Bengaluru suffers from, that he makes a demand like this? I am appalled, to say the least.
Right. Ms. Malvika, do stay with us. I'm going to quickly cut across to Congress's Shankar Guha as well, joining us on the phone line. Mr. Guha, give us more on the Congress's demand, asking for a VIP lane. You've barely come into power. You want a quick access along the toll areas when all the common men have to wait in queue very patiently. UT Khader says MLAs should get a fast-track lane.
See, there is already an existing fast-track lane. It is just that recently there have been many incidents of harassment by these toll manning people. Keeping that in mind, he has said that MLAs need to be pushed forward, and there is already an existing VIP lane. Let us be clear about that. It is not a new creation. These needs to be handled properly, is what he is saying. There is no need to play politics over this. There is an existing lane across India. Just like that, just like the rest of the country, even in Bangalore and Karnataka, there is a VIP lane. There is a special lane where all the dignitaries and important people pass through. They need to be handled and manned properly. That is all. There's no point in doing politics over.
Why not? Of course, politics on this subject will arise. It's without a doubt that when you're asking for a VIP lane, there will be a lot of talk. And what kind of harassment are you talking about? Harassment to a common man or harassment to a neta?
To everyone. Common men are harassed, netas are harassed.
So then give a fast track lane to a common man also. Widen the toll area.
Absolutely.
Have multiple lanes for...
See, let me tell you. No, please hear me out. Recently, there were two very bad incidents. One involving an MLA and one a common man. Both of them were there on social media for everybody to see. Keeping that in mind, he has probably said this. Well, I haven't read through exactly. I have the thing right in front of me. He has not. We are not asking to create a separate line. There is already a separate line. There is a VIP line. This is not our creation for today. We are not asking him for a new creation. It is there already.
So you're saying that not just MLAs, even common men will also be allowed to take the fast-track lane?
Yes. If there is a need for an ambulance to go, they should pass through that. There is no second doubt.
So ambulance, along with ambulance, Congress netas should be allowed to?
Madam, see, let me make it clear to you. There is a VIP lane already. We have not created it. I have not created it. Neither has UT Khader asked for a separate creation. It is already there.
In fact, UT Khader is speaking to the media. Let me cut across. Mr. Guha, thank you very much.
ಅವರನ್ನು ಕರೆಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಒಂದು ಲೈನ್ VIP ಲೈನ್ ಅವರ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಮಾಜಿ ಶಾಸಕ ಕೂಡ ಸೇರ್ಪಡೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ತಮ್ಮ ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಸೊ ಅದು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಸಭೆ ಮಾಡಿ. ಡಾಕ್ಟ್ರೆ ಅವರನ್ನು ಕರೆಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಒಂದು ಲೈನ್ VIP ಲೈನ್ ಅವರ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಮಾಜಿ ಶಾಸಕ ಕೂಡ ಸೇರ್ಪಡೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ತಮ್ಮ ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಸೊ ಅದು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಸಭೆ ಮಾಡಿ.
Assumes that chair has spoken asking for a VIP lane. That's UT Khader says, call all the MLAs, have a proper discussion around it and have a VIP lane for netas. He says all MLAs should be allowed to take the VIP lane for faster commute. This is UT Khader who speaks in the assembly, right on that chair of the speaker, as he now suggests for MLAs to have a VIP lane right at the toll plaza. This is UT Khadar's statement as he makes that right in the assembly as the session now begins. Assembly session is underway in Karnataka. While that a discussion was on, UT Khadar interrupts and suggests that we should get all the MLAs together and have them and discuss whether they should have a separate VIP lane for the MLAs, for the netas to pass through. Nagarjun joining us for more. Nagarjun, tell us on what context was this statement made? We hear the BJP, of course, condemning this, saying, booing UT Khadar while he makes that statement. What prompted UT Khadar to speak on those lines? What was the discussion prior to that?
Well, this was during the question hour about roads and tolls that was discussed, and the speaker then observed that not just MLAs, there should be a separate lane, not just for VIPs but MLAs also, and this has to be included with ex-MLAs is what the observation of the speaker had made. But there was a lot of commotion in the House because the BJP yesterday was protesting in the well of the House. So if you hear the audio of the video of the speaker himself, most of the audio is also as a glitch because of the opposition protest. But what we could pick from his statement, I'm quoting verbatim, is that ex-MLAs and MLAs need a dedicated lane is what he's heard saying. The 21-second clip that we just played, we are trying to get exact verbatim and a better audio clip also. But this was during the question hour that a separate lane must be needed for MLAs and ex-MLAs because they have to reach their locations that they're going on time because they'll be on emergency work. For example, today there's heavy rainfall in Udupi and Dakshin Kannada, and he was quoting maybe in that pretext that people have to reach on or to the destination on a much faster route, and hence a dedicated lane would help is what the Khadar, Mr. Speaker, had said. But the government, as of now, when we spoke to them, they're saying that we have no such plans yet. The officials also are saying we have not got any instructions. Thus, what we are waiting right now is the Chief Minister, if he makes anything official, we'll have to wait and watch. But in the last 24 hours, after the observation from the Speaker, the government has not acted on it yet.
All right, Nagarjun, thank you very much for joining us on that. Of course, it was a statement that UT Khadar made while he was on that chair in the assembly while the session was on. Will this really turn into a formal proposal? Remains to be seen. Thank you very much, Nagarjun, for joining us. I'm going to slip into a short break. On the other side, the AIADMK of Tamil Nadu opposes the centre's uniform civil code, urges the government not to implement UCC. Meanwhile, you also have the Muslim body who sends out objections to UCC, says UCC violates democratic rights. We're going to give you a comprehensive report on that on the other side. Do stay with us.
This, ladies and gentlemen, is a dystopic reality, and it is by any yardstick a growing epidemic. We are all hooked. Admit it, deny it, and this means serious trouble. We are slaves to our gadgets. The addiction has not even spared the young ones.
During this pandemic, there was a shift in the routine life of everyone, and even for my child, when the online classes started, in this 2 years, the first year he was fine. But as and when the screen time got increased, so he started shifting the screens during the classes to see some gaming videos during the classes. I could see that like his craving for that, like asking for mobile, it became more. He used to become arrogant, sometimes aggressive, and later it started being physical. Maybe like screaming, it may be screaming or hitting the walls. Something like that, behavioral changes.
Is this how people around you behave all the time? Their heads down into their phones, the relationship with the gadget not broken even during meal times. Well, does this happen to you often? Lost in the real world, only present in the virtual? Are you one of those people who can't do without your phones? You have a relationship only with your gadgets and your screens and not with your friends and family members? Therapy and de-addiction to recover from technology addiction is fast catching up in India, given the situation we found ourselves in. But what exactly is addiction to gadgets?
A lot of this watching screen all the single time is just illuminating our brains quite a lot. You've seen a Christmas tree all lit up? Our brain has a lot of these neuropaths. So every time you see a stimulus, some neuropath gets lit up. And when we are watching screens, it's so stimulating. These games, these video games, these vlogs and these reels that are going on for every 1 minute, something keeps getting stimulated for you all. So a lot of neuropaths are getting lit. So if you see a brain scan of a child, it looks like a Christmas tree all lit up. So it becomes very difficult for someone with such an excited brain to cool themselves down, to calm themselves down. So yes, this is an epidemic.
How do you see Arvind compared to some of your peers like a Raymond or an Aditya Birla Fashion? I mean, you're not doing exactly the same thing, but your models are not dissimilar. How do you see the advantages and disadvantages relative to some of your large peers?
Then, I mean, all these companies you've talked about are great companies with unique strengths. I think as Kumar Birla is trying to make it into a very large kind of play. He's acquired so many brands. He's exactly gone the other way. We have curtailed our portfolio. He's extended his portfolio. He has signed up so many iconic designers from India. He's signed up with international brands. He's got a retail format. So he's really expanding the kind of portfolio. So he's playing a very different kind of game. As far as Raymond is concerned, I think the occasion wear and the ceremonial space, I think they are almost like a monopoly, like they are the Xerox of the ceremonial space. And the ceremonial space is doing pretty well in India. I think people do spend for marriages and occasions. So they are in a sweet spot. I mean, again, Raymond has a whole portfolio very similar to ours. Like we have separated all these businesses, but they have an identical portfolio sitting within Raymond. So they have an engineering firm, we have an engineering firm. They have a real estate firm, we have a real estate firm. They have a brands portfolio, we have a brands portfolio. They are into from fiber to garment and servicing customers. So we also are in that. But they have a much larger B2C presence, and we are more a B2B company, with, of course, Arvind being the third most recognized brand after Raymond's and Sierra in the B2C space. So we are opening the Arvind shops, and we are selling fabrics and RMG under the brand Arvind. So that is also growing pretty fast. Our B2C business is almost 1,000 crores now.
Right now, days after San Francisco Indian consulate was set on fire, a new Khalistani rally has now erupted, or rather formulated, in United Kingdom. We see that posters have cropped up across parts of the United Kingdom, almost promoting an idea to kill India. This was a rally that was carried out outside the Indian High Commission in London. In fact, posters put out pictures of India's High Commissioner to the UK, Vikram Doraiswamy, and Consul General of India in Birmingham, Dr. Shashank Vikram. Similar posters targeted Indian diplomats were seen also in Canada, United States and Australia outside the Indian missions. Despite an effort there put on the government of Canada to really speak up against these Khalistani elements, it appears that Justin Trudeau, the President himself, the Prime Minister, has failed to take action against Khalistanis. On the contrary, he's in fact gone on to accuse India of false remarks, asserted that Canada takes every kind of threat very seriously. According to intelligence agencies' sources, Gurparvat Singh Pannu and other K groups are openly getting help. They're receiving help from the ISI. This is what they claim. Meanwhile, the United States has now ensured that steps will be taken to ensure safety and security of the Indian diplomats.
They are wrong. Canada has always taken extremely seriously violence and threats of violence. We've always taken serious action against terrorism, and we always will. We have an extremely diverse country, and freedom of expression is something that we have, but we will always make sure that we are pushing back against violence and extremism in all its forms.
These are deeply regrettable events. We take very seriously the safety and security of diplomats that are living in the United States. We have been in close contact with Indian authorities, with local law enforcement. We are trying to take the necessary steps to ensure that Indian diplomatic community feels safe and secure here, and we'll continue with that work going forward.
All right, let me quickly cut across to Gaurav Sawant, who's been tracking those developments, joining us live right from the newsroom. Gaurav, give us more on Justin Trudeau claiming that India's belief that Canada is really giving room to Khalistani elements, those designated terrorists, he says is absolute false information. What else can possibly explain this growing popularity of the Khalistani groups and the kind of space they're receiving in Canada?
So the situation is very alarming, and not just in Canada, but you spoke of the attack on the Indian consulate in San Francisco in the United States of America, and this wasn't the first attack. There have been multiple attacks in the United States where the US State Department has assured India that the strongest possible action would be taken against the perpetrators. Whether it's only lip service or action will be taken remains to be seen. But let me come to Canada in just a moment. Look, there was a tableau that actually showed assassination of then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, and that was extremely worrying. A tableau that depicted, one, the assassination of Indira Gandhi, two, the Khalistani elements, they're hailing those terrorists as heroes. So that's a cause for concern. Three, there's a target that's being painted on top Indian diplomats in the United States, in Canada, in the United Kingdom and in Australia by these Khalistani elements. Now, when Justin Trudeau talks about freedom of expression, terrorism, arson, violence, vandalism, threat, none of this is freedom of expression. And this is where there are analysts in Canada say that Justin Trudeau is actually a prisoner of vote banks. And this is something that External Affairs Minister has also commented on. Dr. Jaishankar said nothing else explains Canada's actions except vote bank politics. Now, Justin Trudeau is dependent on the New Democratic Party of Jagmeet Singh, former Defence Minister of Canada, who's seen as an open Khalistan supporter, Nabila.
You know, it's highly unfortunate that, and tell us more about this rally, Kill India rally that they plan to carry out in the United Kingdom. How have they possibly got permission? These posters that they've put out across, is there really no threat or really no police there trying to reprimand such elements? It's shocking.
I need audio.
All right, we're going to try and patch Gaurav Sawant's audio connection there. But from what we know right now, Justin Trudeau has said that it's false. India claims that Canada is giving space to such extremists and that they're not looking very closely into these kind of attacks. He says Canada is very much looking closely into such terror threats and attacks, and they are acting on it as well. That's what he claims. But yet we see the Khalistani army there really gaining steam, and how in Canada. In fact, in the latest, what we hear in the United Kingdom, there's posters that surfaced promoting a Kill India rally right outside the Indian High Commission in London on July 8th. Gaurav Sawant back with us. Gaurav, a little more on this Kill India rally that they've planned outside the Indian High Commission on the 8th of July in London. Tell us a little more on that. How have they been given permission? Is there anything that we know, any information that we have?
So this again is a cause for grave concern, but just a short while back, the British Foreign Secretary James Cleverly issued a statement on social media platform Twitter to say that he's assured India's High Commissioner to UK, Vikram Doraiswamy, that the Indian High Commission would be protected and all efforts would be made to ensure that they are not targeted. You know, this comes at a time when the Indian High Commission has repeatedly been targeted in the United Kingdom. So much so that one point of time there was not only violence and vandalism, but the Indian flag, an attempt was made to desecrate the Indian flag by these Khalistan, pro-Khalistan elements. Now, England is suffering a radical Islamist terror. England understands how bad this is, and yet in the name of freedom of expression, they're unable or unwilling to take action. Again, this could be seen as vote bank politics. Australia, on the other hand, has assured India that the strongest possible action would be taken, where Hindu temples have repeatedly been desecrated by the pro-Khalistan elements. But you know, there is a systematic campaign, whether it's in Canada or in the United States or in parts of Europe, including in England and in Australia, where these Khalistani elements, since they are there in numbers, they become vote bank, and that is where they carry out these activities. And one thing is very clear: one man's terrorist cannot be another man's freedom fighter. Britain has suffered, other countries have suffered, but yet Justin Trudeau in Canada, for example, tried to palm this off as freedom of expression, and extremism must be countered in all its forms. Now, there is a history to this. Justin Trudeau's father, when he was the Prime Minister of Canada in 1982, even then, Indira Gandhi, late Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, had raised the issue of Khalistani elements with him, and yet no action was taken. So there is a history of Canada being soft on these Khalistani elements, which the External Affairs Minister tried to explain as vote bank politics.
Gaurav, thank you very much for joining us on that. Clearly, vote bank politics, as Canada, we've seen so long giving room for Khalistani extremists and lots of attacks against India, deliberate attempts to defame India and attack Indian missions. Now, as India raises this issue with countries, Justin Trudeau reacts saying that India is wrong to say that Canada is endorsing this, that they are cracking down on them, but really no signs of it. In fact, we're moving on now to the UCC debate. The debate over Uniform Civil Code continues to flare, with different parties taking opposition and opposing stance on it. In the latest, BJP's ally in Tamil Nadu, the AIADMK, has reiterated its opposition to the centre's move to implement UCC. The party's chief, E. Palaniswamy, has recalled that it had taken clear stance on the issue in the party's manifesto ahead of 2019 Lok Sabha elections. The AIADMK also made it quite clear that UCC would adversely affect religious rights of minorities in India. Meanwhile, the All India Muslim Personal Law Board has strongly opposed this proposal of UCC, saying that they will not allow the change in personal laws, citing that followers of Islam are bound by the injunctions as prescribed by the Islamic law, and that constitution gives them the rights to follow it. As per sources, an unofficial group of senior ministers, meanwhile, has been formed to deliberate upon the various issues related to UCC by the centre. This group will most likely be chaired by Kiran Rijiju. Now, meanwhile, we hear the Nobel laureate Amartya Sen has said that the concept of Uniform Civil Code, though not a new one, is a difficult issue. The economists also highlighted that UCC surely has a link with advancing idea of Hindu Rashtra. As speculation grows on whether the BJP will table the UCC bill in the upcoming monsoon session, now the question is, can the Saffron Party really ensure more consensus before they implement this reform?
அந்த பிஜேபி ஆட்சி பொறுப்பேற்ற காலத்திலிருந்து இன்று வரையில மதத்தை, சனாதனத்தை, இன்றைக்கு மக்களிடத்திலே திணித்து ஒரு சர்வாதிகார ஆட்சியை இன்றைக்கு அவர்கள் நடத்தி கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். அந்த பொது சிவில் சட்டம் என்பது நாட்டிலே ஏற்கனவே சிவில் சட்டம், கிரிமினல் சட்டம் என்ற சட்டங்கள் இருக்கிறது. பாரதிய ஜனதா கட்சியுடைய கொள்கைகளை அந்த ஆட்சியை எதிர்க்கக்கூடியவர்களெல்லாம் பழிவாங்க வேண்டும் என்கிற நோக்கத்தில்
ஏற்கனவே 2019 நாடாளுமன்ற தேர்தலில் எங்களுடைய அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகத்தினுடைய தேர்தல் அறிக்கையில் படிச்சு பாருங்க, அதில் தெளிவாக கொடுத்துருக்குறோம்.
हमारा पर्सनल लॉज जो हैं वो हमारी शरीयत का हिस्सा हैं, उसकी बुनियाद कुरान और हदीस है और कोई भी मुसलमान इस बात को गवारा नहीं कर सकता कि हमें अपने कुरान और हदीस पर अमल करने से रोका जाए. और आप सब जानते हैं कि ऑलरेडी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ने हर हिंदुस्तानी को रिलीजियस फ्रीडम एज अ फंडामेंटल राइट गारंटी किया है, तो वो राइट हर हिंदुस्तानी के पास बरकरार रखना चाहिए. उसको छीनने का किसी को हक और इख्तियार नहीं है और हमारी शरीयत ने सबको बराबर का हक दिया है, मर्दों को भी और औरतों को भी. ये कहना कि औरतों को कम राइट्स दिए हैं, ये बात सही नहीं है, बल्कि औरतों को कई मामलात में मर्दों से ज़्यादा राइट्स दिए हैं.
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने सभी का आह्वान किया है और हम सब भी चाहते हैं लागू हो और सबका साथ सबका विकास सबके विश्वास के साथ लागू हो और इसमें कहीं कोई मानसिक रूप से अपने आप को दिक्कत में न समझे. हम सबको साथ लेकर के चलेंगे और सबके लिए समान कानून होना ही चाहिए.
1973 का ये एक्ट है, इसमें कई ऐसे प्रावधान है जो उनके पर्सनल लॉ बोर्ड से गवर्न होते हैं, लेकिन यूसीसी के दायरे में ये सब बाहर होते हैं
कि अगर तेजी से विकास करना है तो सबको एक समान कानून के साथ लाना ही होगा.
आज के देखलाम कागजे একটা কাগজের উপরে বলছেন ইউনিফর্ম সিভিল কোড নিয়ে আর দেরি করা যায় না. এরকম মূর্খ কথা কোথা থেকে এলো? হিন্দু রাষ্ট্রের সঙ্গে এটা যোগ নিশ্চয়ই আছে এবং কিন্তু হিন্দু রাষ্ট্র তো ভারতবর্ষের একমাত্র এগোবার উপায় নন.
All right, let me cut across to Milind Sharma joining us live for more on that. Milind, give us more on a group of ministers we believe who are going to be coming together to really look at deliberations on the Uniform Civil Code, even as the law panel is now roping in consultations or trying to get opinions from stakeholders here. There are going to be a group of ministers observing this and that will be chaired by Kiran Rijiju. What's going to be the minister's role here?
Right. Well, Nabila, deliberations from this special group of ministers has already begun. In fact, we know that ministers such as Smriti Irani, Arjun Rang Meghwal, who's the law minister, are also part of this deliberation with Kiran Rijiju also. And a special focus is being put on the tribal groups from the northeast as well. And because the issue of the Uniform Civil Code as being processed by the opposition parties is where they are saying will impact the tribal groups of women as well as Muslim groups of women. A lot of focus is being given on the northeastern tribes. We know that there are a lot of tribal population that resides in the northeastern Seven Sister states, and which is why Kiran Rijiju is also looking into this particular matter. And as we speak, deliberations just not on this but also on the different drafts that have been submitted to the Law Commission have also begun, with the All India Muslim Personal Law Board having submitted a separate draft to the Law Commission saying that the entire pretext or the premise of the Uniform Civil Code is that it is very vague, and it is a vague sense of equality that is being projected at the moment through the UCC. They also say that in their draft that the tribal groups of women and Muslim groups of women who also were challenged on their right to wear hijab and other such controversial issues, Nabila, have also been put forward in this particular draft, and they say that Sharia law gives them the equality that is prescribed as per the Islamic laws, and that the fact that the UCC if doesn't include the Sharia law will not be admissible or admitted for the Muslims in large acceptance. And if we talk about the tribal groups, yes, the kind of articles that safeguard the tribal groups, for instance Article 371G, which is a special provision article for Mizo tribes in the Mizoram area, where the tribal rights, the cultures and the laws and regulations of the Mizo people are safeguarded is not the same throughout constitution. And these are the kind of challenges that are being deliberated upon now. On the other hand, we've already had a DOPT meeting. Yeah.
We'll see how far this goes. In terms of deliberations, it's just about begun. In a year's time is the Lok Sabha elections, and we see there's fast track, there's momentum really towards implementing the Uniform Civil Code. How far will the government be successful in doing so? We're going to observe. Thank you very much, Milan, for joining us on that. I'm going to cut across to some big breaking news coming in from West Bengal. Now, Bengal Governor Bose versus Mamta war escalates. A war of words now with Bengal Governor quoting Tagore's poem to hit out at Mamta Banerjee. The governor says, Tagore said, mind without fear, head must be held high. But in Bengal, mind is full of fear and head hangs in shame. Bengal governor tears into Mamta Banerjee over West Bengal violence that currently has escalated just days ahead of the panchayat elections in the state. Barely 2 days for panchayat polls on Saturday that it's going to be held amid all that violence. In fact, even in the last 24 hours, we hear that a BJP worker was killed. He was found dead after attacks and counter-attacks. Days before that, a TMC worker was found dead. This kind of violence, a spate of attacks and deaths, more importantly, have come to light just weeks ahead of the panchayat elections. Now, barely 2 days to go, and we see the war of words between the governor and Mamta Banerjee, the chief minister, intensify.
I was delighted that I came to the land where the mind is without fear and the head is held high. I am disillusioned after visiting these scenes of violence that there the mind is full of fear and the head is held low. I saw Gurudev's land transformed, nay, defaced and defiled by political warlords. Nay, no warlord, don't get short, fighting against the windmill. But they are playing with fire. They are playing with blood.
All right, let me cut across to Suryagni joining us live, our correspondent from West Bengal. Suryagni, give us more on the governor, Bengal governor, really firing salvos at Mamta Banerjee, saying Bengal is full of fear. The mind is full of fear in Bengal and the head hangs in shame. Almost the contrary to the Tagore poem.
And Nabila, what we need to understand over here is that, the attack is way more on the state election commissioner rather than West Bengal Chief Minister Mamta Banerjee. What the governor, he stated was that he toured around the length and breadth of the state, be it North Bengal, be it Bangor, from where we reported heavily, which saw a lot of violence during nomination, Canning and all these places. And he met, kin of the victims of all families, of all political groups and everything. And what he is stating is that that the state election commissioner could have, if he wished to, if he desired to, he could have handled this nomination phase and the pre-poll panchayats in a way that violence did not take place. However, he has failed to do so, and categorically, he had mentioned that the governor has mentioned that the state election commissioner has failed to do his duties, and he still has some time. That sometime basically he's hinting at the day of the polling and the day of the results. So it is on the State Election Commission and the State Election Commissioner to make sure that the polling and post-poll is completely non-violent and it happens in a smooth way. So this is what the governor said just a while back. Nabila.
All right. Thank you very much, Suryagni, for joining us on that. As we see that there's immense violence that's been reported from West Bengal, 2 days itself in the last few weeks ahead of panchayat elections. There's been a number of reported deaths. In fact, in the right 2 days now to go for the panchayat elections, and in the latest has come to light a BJP worker who was killed. This tense law and order situation that's unfolding in West Bengal has certainly triggered massive political blame game as well. What we know of the BJP worker is that he was found dead in a remote village of Birbhum district. The deceased was identified as Dilip Mahara. He was the vice president of booth number 224 of Hinglo Gram Panchayat. Local BJP leaders claim the TMC, the TMC is behind this murder. Mamata Banerjee, of course, denying this. His murder just comes a day after TMC supporters. One of the supporters was killed in a bomb attack in Bengal's Deganga. He was a minor, reportedly attended a TMC rally on Tuesday. And not just that, 4 CPM members also now reportedly attacked, including one panchayat candidate, have been grievously injured in Murshidabad when attackers came charging at them. CPM alleges, again, this attack too has been carried out by the TMC workers.
আমি সঙ্গে সঙ্গে খবর পেয়ে এখানে ছুটে আসি, দেখি যে হ্যাঁ আমাদের দিলীপ মাহারা মারা গিয়েছে। আমি এখানকার ফ্যামিলি বা এখানকার গ্রামবাসীর সঙ্গে জিজ্ঞাসা করে জানতে পারি যে এখানকার টিএমসি এখানে কালী ব্যানার্জির মদতে এই খুনটা হয়েছে।
ঘাড়ে মেরেছে, ঘাড়ে কোপ মেরেছে, এমনি বলতে থাকে দেখা দেখে ভাবলো এখানে কোপ মেরেছে ঘাড়ে, এখানে আর আমার পিসি মশাইকে আর পিসি ছেলেকে ওরা কাজেম, হাবিবুল্লাহ আর সুখচাঁদ, লালচাঁদ, দুখু, সেলিম আর সেলিমের ছেলে সুরাট আর সম্রাট, এরা 7 জন মিলে বেদম ঘোষা দিয়ে খালি এগুলো পেতারি কুপিয়েছে, এগুলো মাথায় এগুলো খুলি বার করে দিয়ে এগুলো কুপিয়ে দিয়েছে।
All right, now slipping into a short break. Coming up next, Sharad Pawar reaches Delhi with Supriya Sule for the National Executive Meeting of the NCP. Supriya Sule speaks exclusively to India today, but tight-lipped on the NCP's leadership and what's going to happen at this National Executive Meet. More on that on the other side. Stay with us.
So how does one log off? Limit yourself to one screen at a time. Spring clean your social media accounts. Use apps to bolster self-control. Don't charge your phone near your bed. Set time boundaries in usage. Use your gadgets thoughtfully. Think about whether you actually need to use your laptop or whether you need to use your phone. Is there any work really, or just using it mindlessly? Do you really need to watch TV, or you'd rather go for a walk or even take a nap, which is actually more relaxing, more refreshing?
If you ask an average person, they'll say, oh, I'm on social media for about 10-15 minutes or maybe a little bit more in there. I'm not typically there. But if they start actually analyzing their time, and there are apps and features available on these gadgets, they then come to realize that I was putting so many hours more.
Prioritizing offline relationships and getting a glimpse of what real life offers brings real joy. Try it.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 36 and minimum 26 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 24 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 25 and minimum 19 degrees. Chennai, maximum 31 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 27 and minimum 23 degrees.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 36 and minimum 26 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 24 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 25 and minimum 19 degrees. Chennai, maximum 31 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 27 and minimum 23 degrees.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today Newsmo. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Co-powered by The World Comes Together at Sharad University.
Good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. The headlines first. Outrage after Karnataka Speaker UT Khadar demands VVIP lanes for lawmakers in Karnataka. BJP hits out, calls this Congress's elitist culture. Maharashtra cabinet expansion likely this week. Berths likely for Sena, BJP and the NCP faces. But NCP's Sharad Pawar really bargaining hard for some plum berths. Sharad Pawar reaches Delhi with Supriya Sule for the executive meeting. Supriya Sule speaks exclusively to India Today, but remains tight-lipped on the NCP leadership and what's going to happen at the executive meet.
Decisions to take power back from what Mr. Ajit Pawar is claiming.
Patience is the greatest virtue.
AIDMK opposes the centre's Uniform Civil Code, urges the government not to implement UCC. Muslim body sends objections on UCC, says UCC violates democratic rights. And MP Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan currently in damage control mode over urination horror. Just days after a bulldozer was raised, the bulldozers in fact brought down the accused house. Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan seen washing the feet of the victim. After Canada and US, Khalistani threat now to Indian envoy in the United Kingdom. Sources say that the K Army is now getting indirect help from ISI. Justin Trudeau fails to condemn this, instead lashes out at India.
Canada has always taken extremely seriously violence and threats of violence. We've always taken serious action against terrorism, and we always will.
Some big news here coming in on the NCP's ally. Congress now in Maharashtra slamming Sharad Pawar, says that Ajit Pawar was sidelined to push forward Supriya Sule. Prithviraj says the family dispute is now affecting politics. Prithviraj goes on to say that bitterness is now setting in for years in the NCP, and this finally was a fallout with Sharad Pawar ignoring Ajit Pawar and pushing his daughter Supriya Sule. That's led to this divide. Let's have a listen.
इतने साल से जो कड़वाहट चल रही थी, अब हो सकता है कि पवार साहब के दल के संचालन में कुछ गलतियां हों। शायद उन्होंने अपनी बेटी को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए इन लोगों को थोड़ा सा दूर कर दिया था, तो वो उनकी अंदरूनी बातें में और पर्टिकुलरली फैमिली डिस्प्यूट में तो जाना बिल्कुल सही नहीं रहेगा। लेकिन ये फैमिली डिस्प्यूट भी होने के बावजूद भी एक राज्य की राजनीति पे इस पर असर पड़ता है, तो इसलिए मैंने कल कहा था कि ये स्प्लिट रियल है।
All right, we have Saurabh Bhaktania joining us live for more on that. Saurabh, what an embarrassment. Now you have the Congress, the ally of the NCP in Maharashtra, who's raised this issue, which what everyone knows. Sharad Pawar pushing his daughter to become the working president while he stepped aside, ignoring the ambitions of Ajit Pawar, has led to this divide. This is exactly what the Congress points out.
So, well, this is a big statement which has been made by the Congress party top leader, clearly saying that somewhere down the line there was a lot of bitterness between Ajit Pawar and Sharad Pawar. You know, he has also went on to say that there is no conspiracy behind this. You know, there are a lot of people and a lot of politicians from the state of Maharashtra are saying also that too by Raj Thackeray and some other leaders that this is all plot which has been made by Sharad Pawar himself. He is all involved in this conspiracy, and this is all the drama which has been done by Sharad Pawar and Ajit Pawar. But putting stop to all this thing, it has been clearly said. Sir, okay. So the core committee meeting is right now, Nabila, going on, Congress's core committee, and that was Ashok Chauhan. The meeting is just over, and we'll get a reaction from them as well, because this is a big allegation, big statement which has been made by the Congress party top leaders, saying that this was a lot of thing which was going on in the NCP party, and it was Sharad Pawar who was actually putting forth his daughter first, and therefore somewhere down the line Ajit Pawar was being neglected. He felt that he's been neglected. He was not given equal weightage, and that is what Ajit Pawar in his yesterday speech also said, that I was made the scapegoat. He clearly said that there were several incidents where I was I was neglected, I was not given proper opportunity, and therefore this thing has happened, and for several years I have been ignored. Now look at the visuals right now, Nabila, that the Congress's core committee meeting is now over. Here's Prithviraj Chauhan, who is present over here, and the meeting is over because the Congress core committee meeting was very important today.
Try and have a word with him. Saurabh. In the meanwhile, I'm going to cut across to this big news as we hear Maharashtra rivals now are all set to come face to face tomorrow. The Maharashtra Speaker calls for a meeting on the monsoon session. Invites gone both to Ajit and Sharad Pawar camps. No invite to Udhav Sena for the assembly meet. A stormy assembly session is expected with Ajit Pawar and Sharad Pawar's camp members coming face to face tomorrow. This is an assembly, a monsoon session of the assembly that's been where invites have gone on to both Sharad Pawar and Ajit Pawar camps of the NCP. The Maharashtra Speaker calling a meet and extending that invite to both camps, Ajit Pawar and Sharad Pawar camp. Of course, Ajit Pawar's netas, as they are now part of the government, will surely have to be present. We do know that even the opposition will have to be present. But no invite gone to Uddhav Sena for that assembly meeting is what we hear. If Saurabh Aktania is with us, Saurabh, tell us more. All right, Ritvik is going to join us in just a moment on this story. But for now, we hear this is going to be quite a face-off tomorrow in the assembly monsoon session, Maharashtra, with the Maharashtra Speaker now extending the invite for the session to both Ajit Pawar and Sharad Pawar camps. The Maharashtra Speaker calling on the monsoon session meet and invites gone to Ajit Pawar as well as Sharad Pawar's camp members, but no invite to Uddhav Sena for this assembly meeting. It's going to be a stormy assembly meet that will likely see for the first time a face-off between Ajit Pawar and Sharad Pawar and their camp members. In fact, it is the Speaker now who's going to be certainly in the spotlight, as Rahul Narvekar, the Speaker, already has a pending responsibility to decide on the disqualification petitions given by Uddhav Thackeray's Sena against some of the Eknath Shinde camp MLAs. It's been a year now, that conclusion hasn't come in yet, and now he has yet another task at hand. Sharad Pawar also filing a petition asking for disqualification of 9 of his MLAs, including Ajit Pawar. And while this entire fallout plays out in Maharashtra, you see for the first time the Maharashtra Assembly Speaker Rahul Narvekar inviting both Ajit Pawar and Sharad Pawar camps for a detailed monsoon assembly meet. And that's for the first time that they will be facing off since this split that happened early this week. It's, of course, going to be very interesting to see how many camp members would come on behalf of Ajit and how many on behalf of Sharad. Let me cut across to Ritvik Balekar. Ritvik, give us more on this monsoon assembly session meet. What is this meet all about? Is it an assembly session itself? And we believe invites gone to both camps. What exactly does the Speaker here want to establish?
So, Nabila, now the real war begins, I must say, because Assembly Speaker has convened a meeting regarding the working schedule of Assembly session, which is scheduled on 17th of July. Till now, Jayant Patil was the leader of the House, but as the petition has been filed by Ajit Pawar camp in Election Commission of India, saying that Ajit Pawar will be the leader of the House. Ajit Pawar is also invited as the Deputy CM and not, I must tell you, the leader of opposition, which he was until now. And also Jayant Patil will be attending this meeting. Chhagan Bhujbal, who is the senior leader of NCP, is also been invited. However, no representative of Uddhav faction has been invited in this meeting. So, for the first time after the political upheaval in the state, leader of oppositions of all the parties will be attending this meet, and there will be face-to-face first time meeting between the ruling party's representative and the opposition party's representative. Nabila.
All right, thank you very much for joining us on that, Ritvik. Of course, it's going to be quite a showdown tomorrow. It will be very interesting to see how many members turn up on either side. Ajit Pawar and Sharad Pawar, both their camp members have been extended invites by the Speaker, Rahul Narvekar, to attend the monsoon assembly meet. We're going to see what kind of statement both these netas would make. Cutting across now to story from Karnataka, as we see the Speaker of Karnataka Assembly, UT Khadar, now stirs a controversy. He asks for a VIP lane along toll plazas. And this he said while there was a debate in the assembly itself. This comes after the Malavalli Congress MLA, PM Narendra Swamy, while in that assembly session, narrated his experience of standing in the toll plaza and being harassed by the toll plaza officials. And that's when the Congress MLA said that, in fact, the speaker himself said that he too has faced harassment and that the toll plaza officials there are quite like gundas. They try to scrutinize people there to such an extent that even lawmakers are not spared. They act like police investigators. Now, responding to this, UT Khadar has urged Narendra Swamy, the Congress MLA, to submit a breach of privilege motion and urge the NHAI for a separate VIP lane along toll plazas. He's added that NHAI policy does not cover ex-MLAs and now suggested that even ex-MLAs should be covered under this, a new formulation of this law. Calling this Congress as elitist, calling the move itself as elitist. The BJP now slamming the Grand Old Party and the Karnataka Assembly Speaker. The Saffron clan has said that the party perpetuates VIP culture in every opportunity that they find.
ಅವರನ್ನು ಕರೆಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಒಂದು ಲೈನ್ VIP ಲೈನ್ ಅವರ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಮಾಜಿ ಶಾಸಕರು ಕೂಡ ಸೇರ್ಪಡೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ತಮ್ಮ ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಚರ್ಚೆ
It is an unfortunate thing when the Prime Minister is thinking that political workers should come to the field to do seva for the nation. Khadar wants a special status for the MLAs. It's really unfortunate. When we should think that they are they have come to this field to work for the people. So we ourselves should not feel that they are greater than the common man. And Modi is trying to advise the politicians and people with the power to work with the common man. Khadar wants a special status for the MLA.
No, there is no need for any VIP lane for the MLAs or even as advocated, even ex-MLAs be given free passage in the toll. This VIP culture must go. Everybody uses road and everybody is paying tax. Why special treatment is needed for the elected representatives who does not even belong to those constituencies? This system should not be implemented. I am sure the government won't yield on the observation of the speaker. There is a separate lane for ambulances and other emergency vehicles in all the toll plazas. Most of the MLAs, they use that lane. A separate lane is not required. Needlessly, I said it.
All right, let me cut across to Anaga Keshav joining us live for more on that. Anaga, give us more on the deference with which UT Khadar spoke in the assembly, asking for a separate lane, a VIP lane along toll plazas in Karnataka.
You know, Nabila, it started when yesterday Narendra Swamy raised this issue. He was narrating an incident that he went through. He was saying that while he was crossing a toll plaza, he was heckled with by the NHA officials. He even called the NHA officials as gundas, saying that he was disrespected. That was not the way, an elected representative, an MLA had to be treated. And the way in which he was, and the way in which he was treated by the officials was very disrespectful in nature. And that is why Narendra Swamy placed, on the assembly, he placed a request to the speaker that something has to be done about this. And today, this morning, UT Khadar again raised this issue, saying that a separate lane must be there for for all the VIPs, including MLAs, MPs, and ministers. And even we do have a separate lane for VIPs, in fact. And now there is still confusion as to whether a separate lane would be will be built or or the same lane will be used with scanners. There's still a lot of confusion to which we need more clarity. But right now, the BJP has completely gone bonkers against the speaker, and even calling the speaker as as the one belonging to Congress party, saying that he is being partisan in his judgments, saying that this culture of building a separate lane for MLAs and ministers just completely reeks of VVIP culture. When a common man has to stand in a big queue to cross the toll plaza, why have a free pass for VIPs? Isn't this elitism? Is how the BJP is now rebutting.
All right, Anagha, thank you very much for joining us. Meanwhile, a lot of talk about corruption against the Congress in Karnataka. The JDS, a former alliance partner of the Congress, now comes out to make this explosive charge on the Siddaramaiah Sarkar. While making these sensational claims, he's also brandished a pen drive in the Vidhan Sabha premises, saying that he has a pen drive that is full of proof in a cash for transfer scam that he accuses Congress of pulling off in Karnataka. He's threatened that he would release those details very soon and at an appropriate time. In fact, Kumaraswamy claims that at least 10 crores is being charged for almost every transfer within the state's energy department, and that one of the officers earns at least 50 lakhs per day. He's not going to name any one of them as yet. He says when the right time comes, I'm going to reveal those details. This comes just a day after the Congress attacked Kumaraswamy, on the other hand, for retaining a luxury suite at the uber-expensive Taj West End Hotel in Bengaluru. In fact, the Congress, while hitting out at Kumaraswamy, says it was Kumaraswamy indeed who started this service tax, Kumaraswamy service tax, KST as they called it mockingly, on the people of Karnataka during his tenure to take in money for his luxury.
I am actually carrying in my pocket only.
Show it, sir.
I am carrying in my pocket only.
Sir, this pen drive has some evidence.
I can release any time. Why do you worry? Without any proper information, I will not release anything.
Sir, this is against the government.
Sitting a minister on this responsible minister.
Corruption charges.
How he has collected money for posting of the officers. Everything is here. ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲೋ ರಾಜಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ ಬರೋದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆ ರೌಡಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಬಾಟ್ಲು ತಂದು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾನಲ್ಲ ನಾನು. ಕಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಟು ಜೀವನ ಮಾಡಿ ಬಂದಿರೋರು ನಾವು. ಅದು ಬ್ಲೂ ಫಿಲಮ್ನಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಹಳ್ಳಿಲಿ ಟೆಂಟಲ್ಲಿ ತೋರಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಾರಲ್ಲ ನಾವು. ಮಾತಾಡೋಕೆ ಒಂದು ಹಿತಿಮಿತಿ ಇರಲಿ ನನ್ನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ.
To Mr. Kumaraswamy, who himself has run the government with our support, and today very openly Mr. Yediyurappa yesterday said that they are going to work with JDS hand in hand. That means BJP and JDS are one. So will they talk something good about us? We are just a small baby, not even 40 days. Our government has come. The transfer process is not yet over. It is still under process. And Mr. Kumaraswamy is jumping the gun.
All right, coming up next, heavy downpour that continues across the country. Delhi, Karnataka, we're seeing heavy rainfall. In fact, an alert has been issued, a yellow alert in the national capital. Detailed report on the other side. Stay with us.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Right now, heavy downpours continue across the country. A yellow alert has been issued for Delhi's NCR region. Heavy rain led to waterlogging in several parts of the national capital. Rainfall is expected to continue over the weekend, according to the IMD. Several other states across the country are also witnessing heavy rainfall. Parts of Karnataka, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Punjab, Madhya Pradesh has also witnessed heavy rainfall. In the south, rainfall continues to batter Kerala. The IMD has also revised its prediction, issuing a red alert for several districts of the state. The authorities have also issued a warning to those residing near low-lying areas. In Karnataka's Udupi, heavy rainfall has led to flash flooding in several parts, after which rescue operations was also launched by authorities there. Cutting across to Shibi Mole from Kerala, Ambalapura, joining us live. Shibi, give us more. We see rainfall in Karnataka, Kerala. One can't forget the floods and rains that lashed the state just a few years ago. Do we see any signs of that? We hear rainfall is quite heavy this time as well.
Nabila, right now the situation, of course, the rain has been little low since today morning, but in the last few days the monsoon was gaining a lot of strength and was raining heavily in many parts of the state. Today the red alert has been withdrawn, and right now the state authorities, the government is saying that we are not going into a flood-like situation like 2018 or 2019, because in the next few days there will be, the rainfall will be low, the rainfall will weaken is what the rains will weaken is what the IMD has predicted. But right now, many places, especially in central Kerala, are experiencing waterlogging, and you can see here we are in Ambalapura. This is a very important road that connects between Ambalapura and Alapura and Pathanamthitta, and the entire road is filled with water. The houses on both the sides are also filled with water. People, the commuters, are actually finding it very difficult to move from one location to another. A lot of cars here has been damaged, trying to cross through this road, and the people also finding it very difficult to move because of the water logging. This is the water that's overflowing from the Pamba river nearby, but that is the situation here. The rain has subsided a little bit since morning, but the water logging continues in a lot of areas. The red alert has been withdrawn in many districts. It's the yellow and the orange alert that's been issued for now, but the government saying that people needs to be careful, especially people living in the close to water bodies like river, lakes and seas should be very careful, and fishermen have been asked not to venture into sea at least for the next few days, because the government and the IMD is right now accessing the rain situation. Like I said, the rainfall has become slightly less, but the water logging continues. Nabila.
Yeah, can we get reactions from the people around there? Shibi, is there a way that you can catch a word from them? We know that they're really struggling to walk through the waist-deep waters. All right, no worries. If it's a task, I mean, of course, your safety is more important. But you're saying that red alert has been withdrawn? All right, that's the bike they're trying to maneuver. You just see the intensity of the rains just through this one image. You see, Shibi, can you hear me? those are the visuals that we're getting from Kerala, as Shibi Mole is right in Ambalappura, where we're seeing waters there stagnated with heavy rainfall. A red alert has just been withdrawn, we hear, but situation is still dire. Shibi herself trying to maneuver those waters that have flooded across residential areas. That entire town now water stagnated. Shibi, if you can hear me, go on. Tell us more on the red alert being withdrawn. We hear schools and colleges have been given an off as well.
Yes, the red alert from the latest update, IMD has withdrawn the red alert that was issued yesterday to Idukki and Kannur district. Right now, around 5 districts, especially in northern Kerala, are on orange alert, and in central Kerala, Pathanamthitta is on orange alert, except for Thiruvananthapuram and Kollam in the southern part. All the other districts are on yellow alert. The schools and all the education institutions in around 11 districts have been given an off for today. It's been a lot of the education institutions, especially in Alappuzha, Ernakulam, have been given off since the last few days. The monsoon was delayed actually this time around. It was supposed to reach Kerala, hit Kerala by June 4, but it got delayed, and it was only in this particular week that the monsoon started gaining strength. In fact, there was a deficit in rainfall also in June, in the month of June. Around 67% deficit rainfall was what the state experienced in the month of June, and right now, and there was concerns regarding the rain also, because if Kerala did not receive the rainfall that actually receives, it would have went to a very struggling situation. But the water logging is the problem that many places in Kerala, especially central Kerala, Alappuzha, Kottayam, Pathanamthitta, these are all very close to the water bodies, and it's very easy that the houses also gets flooded if it keeps continuing, if it rains continuously for a while. And in the last 2-3 days since Monday, many parts in the state have been continuously receiving heavy rainfall. In northern Kerala, especially Kannur, has been suffering from heavy rainfall. Kannur, since there's been a lot of buildings that has broken, damaged in Kannur district. Here you can see the houses here fully waterlogged. It's almost reached the first floor. It's entered inside the house in the first floor level. And people here, when we spoke to them, when we reached here, they're all shifted to the first floor of the house because
these are really compelling visuals to show the kind of the intense rains that has lashed many parts of India. That was Shibi Mole joining us from Kerala. As we see, schools and colleges have been given leave. There's red alert that was sounded, which has now been withdrawn, thankfully. But national capital yellow alert still remains. So monsoons really clearly coming in time, and heavy rains reported across India. I'm going to cut to a short break on this note. You could log on to indiatoday.in. You could also download our app for a lot more on that. But stay with us as we come on the other side with our entertainment special in the club, Dipali Patel.
I was just having a conversation with a very old-timer fund manager, mutual fund manager, and he said that the macro story for India is great, but valuations are still not compelling and not challenging, and quite challenging. Would you agree with that, or would you say that it's a good entry point for India now?
Yeah, thank you, Dan. Thanks for having me here. Yeah, you actually are absolutely right. I would kind of echo the sentiments. I do believe that the macro story is looking very compelling for sure. Quite confident about 15% plus earnings growth, which is like one of the highest that we've seen, that we will be seeing in any of the major markets globally. So yeah, all that is looking quite well. But yeah, but valuations is definitely sticking out. When the markets corrected earlier in February or so, when the Nifty was at around 17,000, it was looking pretty interesting, but the markets have moved up pretty quickly, up about 10% or so from there. And yes, many stocks and sectors are looking expensive at this point in time. Yeah.
There is a fear in certain quarters in the market that during the course of this year, we'll get another spike in volatility, and you may even get the market back to the kind of levels which you found interesting. Do you expect something like that? I know it cannot be predicted, events cannot be predicted, but is it a likelihood in your eyes?
I think the event that will probably create volatility in the Indian markets will probably have to be a global event or an international event. I do not foresee too many negative or let's say big negative events for the Indian markets, which will be domestically caused. My sense is that you will probably see, or you could probably see some volatility created by either some unexpected change, say in the Fed policy, or some other kind of dislocation that might happen in the capital markets globally, or something like that. But as far as the developments domestically go, to me it looks unlikely.
Rebel star Prabhas looks like is going to be back with a bang. Hello and welcome to our special broadcast. I'm Dipali Patel, and why I'm saying this all is because he woke us all up early with a super teaser of his next film, Salar. It gives us KGF feels, and there just could be a possible crossover too between him and Yash. Thanks to filmmaker Prashant Neel, who has collaborated with Prabhas for the very first time.
Simple English. No confusion.
The wait is finally over. The most violent man is here. The rebel star has landed to take revenge.
Because in that park...
That's right, Prabhas brings yet another intriguing gangster drama, and from what one can tell from this teaser of Salar is he's dangerous, an enemy one wouldn't wish to have.
Because in that park... there is a...
Interestingly, ever since the makers dropped this teaser in the early hours of July 6th, fans got way too excited. So much so that Salar teaser is trending on the internet.
Lion, cheetah, tiger, elephant.
Prabhas took to social media to share this action-packed first-look video. Directed by KGF fame Prashant Neel, the hopes are already high and fans are quick to connect the dots. And if they are not wrong, one can surely expect a crossover between the worlds of Salar and KGF. Well, who wouldn't want to just watch Prabhas and Yash sharing a frame? Now, if you jog your memory, KGF, which started as a two-part franchise, got renewed for a third installment after the overwhelming response received for KGF Chapter 2.
There will be no more tolerance.
Prashant Neel surely left fans asking for more, and now as he takes on the charge as a director for Salar, which also is a film saga, the stakes are high. Also because Prabhas' last theatrical releases have tanked at the ticket counters. But with this new, slick actioner, Prabhas could revive his good old blockbuster days.
Simple English. No confusion.
Apart from the rebel star, the film also stars Prithviraj Sukumar, Shruti Hassan and Tinu Anand in key roles.
Because in that park, there is a... Because in that park, there is a...
So lock the dates as Salar Part 1 Ceasefire is all set to roll out in theatres on September 28th. Entertainment Bureau, India Today. Once hailed as the new box office king post the success of Bahubali series, Prabhas now seems to struggle to find a blockbuster with his subsequent films. It is as if the purple patch has hit a snag. Take a look at this report by my colleague Saurabh Khanna.
దేవుడు అమరేంద్ర బాహుబలి రక్తాని వినుము.
After winning the hearts of millions of fans across the globe with his powerful performance as Amarendra Bahubali, Prabhas's purple patch seems to have hit a snag. Once hailed as the new box office king after the Bahubali series became a pan-Indian hit, Prabhas has struggled to find success with his subsequent films.
जिनका जीवन था मर्यादा का उत्सव और नाम था राघव, जिनके धर्म ने तोड़ दिया अधर्म का अहंकार.
His Adipurush was easily one of the most anticipated films of 2023, and the fans were hoping that it would break his losing streak at the box office. But this Omrao directorial failed to deliver at the box office.
आप अयोध्या के युवराज हैं. एक संकेत करेंगे तो सारी सेना आपके साथ लड़ेगी.
ये मर्यादा के विरुद्ध है.
तो क्या मर्यादा आपको भाभी माँ के प्राणों से भी अधिक प्रिय है?
जानकी में मेरे प्राण बसते हैं और मर्यादा मुझे अपने प्राणों से भी अधिक प्रिय है.
The movie had a bumper opening weekend earning 106 crores, but the negative word of mouth spread and failed to rake in the moolah. Adipurush's lifetime collection is just over 136 crores and is dubbed a massive flop since it was made on a reported budget of 600 crore rupees.
उस दिन के लिए लड़ना जब इतिहास में तुम्हारा नाम पढ़कर सम्मान से सर झुक जाएंगे.
The makers of Adipurush were banking on the audience to flock to theatres given that it was based on Ramayana, but poor graphics, dialogues and shabby screenplay ensured that Prabhas had a hat-trick of below-average films. While some fans also felt that Prabhas was miscast as Lord Ram and his flat performance did not help the film's cause. Before Adipurush, Prabhas was seen in 2022 romantic period drama Radhe Shyam alongside Pooja Hegde. While the film looked spectacular, it certainly lacked soul. He played a world-famous palmist who is afraid of commitment and whose life changes after he meets a girl. The film was in the making for over 2 years and was postponed several times due to the coronavirus pandemic. It earned over 214 crore rupees in global ticket sales.
The great Vikramaditya. I call him the Einstein of palmistry.
कहते हैं इन्हें समय से आगे दिखता है.
जॉन लेनन ने तुम्हारा ऑटोग्राफ दिया.
यहाँ एक ज्योतिषी है जिसे विश्व के सारे महान नेता मिलना चाहते हैं. शुरुआत से लेकर अंत तक क्या होगा सब पढ़ लिया मैंने.
Post Bahubali, Prabhas's choice of films has not been great. He starred in Saho, which was released in 2019. The action thriller was written and directed by Sujit and mounted on a budget of 350 crore rupees. While the film's songs and trailer had created a lot of hype amongst fans, the final film lacked depth.
कौन है ये लोग?
Fans.
इतने वायलेंट क्यों है?
Die-hard fans.
The visual spectacle was full of endless action sequences and numerous twists and turns, but was incohesive on the whole.
Violence ज़्यादा हो गया. You know something like
romance?
Romance for me.
Nonetheless, it managed to earn over 190 crore rupees at the global box office. With substandard performances, Prabhas's popularity in the Hindi market has taken a beating, but the actor still has over 1200 crore rupees riding on his shoulders. The biggest of them all is filmmaker Nagashwin's tentatively titled Project K, which has been mounted on a reported budget of a whopping 600 crore rupees and will also star Deepika Padukone and acting legends Amitabh Bachchan and even Kamal Haasan in pivotal roles. He also has Salar with Prashant Neel along with Spirit, which will be directed by Sandeep Reddy Vanga. Prabhas will also be seen in Raja Deluxe, a commercial film directed by Maruti. From big budget epics to a masala entertainer, the superstar has an interesting lineup of films. But will Prabhas be able to rise like phoenix from the ashes, or will his next set of films prove to be box office studs? Only time will tell. Entertainment Bureau, India Today. Prabhas became a household name and rose to the status of pan-Indian superstar post the success of the Bahubali franchise. But how did the acting bug bite the rebel star? Here's a look at his journey.
वो किसी भी फील गुड फिल्म से पहले आने वाले स्मोकिंग ऐड की तरह से कंटेंट सही होता है लेकिन विजुअल्स बहुत डिस्टर्बिंग होते हैं.
A mass hero, the rebel star of Telugu cinema, and the ruler of Mahismati, Prabhas. Born as Upalapati Venkata Surya Narayana Prabhas Raju to a producer father who predominantly worked in Telugu cinema, Upalapati Surya Narayan Raju and mother Sivakumari. Raised in Chennai, Prabhas was the youngest of 3 siblings. He has an elder brother, Prabodh, and a sister, Pragati. The superstar first kick-started his journey in the film industry with Iswar in 2002.
Hello, black lo ticket unda? Ela kanipistunara neeku? Chal pot. Sala. Kiri.
His debut film received a mixed response. However, it didn't take him much time to deliver a successful performance, and 2004's Varsham established him as a star. His craft got better with time, and in 2005, he appeared in Chakram and then starred in Chhatrapati, which was directed by S.S. Rajamouli. His first film with the filmmaker with whom he later went on to deliver one of the best performances of all time. Later, Prabhas also featured in the dance drama Purnami, the action film Yogi, action drama Munna. This was followed by an action comedy Bujigadu in 2008. In 2009, he went on to do 2 films including Billa and Ek Niranjan.
Hold. Don't give me orders. I know what to do.
Billa was the remake of Amitabh Bachchan's star Dawn. Post that, the rebel star, as his fans like to call him, featured in 2 back-to-back rom-coms including Darling, which garnered positive response from the fans, and Mr. Perfect. In 2012, Prabhas worked in a commercial entertainer titled Rebel for his fans.
ఆవేశంతో వేటాడే పుల్లు చూసుంటారు. నేను 2 ఏళ్లు ఉపవాసం తర్వాత వేటాడే పుల్ని. దానికి ఆహారం ఇప్పుడే ఫిక్స్ అయింది. నేను యముడు రూపంలో వచ్చిన రెబల్.
The film, despite lacking content, was devoted mostly to the superstar's fans and was directed by Raghava Lawrence.
Rebel time start.
Later that year, he returned, and how? 2013's Mirchi was a blockbuster.
రాష్ట్రంలో ఏ అమ్మాయికి అన్నయ్యవు
ఆడపిల్లను కాపాడుకున్నట్టు కాపాడుకోవాల్సి వస్తుందిరా.
The action drama was directed by Kotala Siva, another big name in Telugu cinema. Mirchi had all the right elements of a masala entertainer, rivalry, but most importantly, love.
వీలైతే ప్రేమిద్దాం డ్యూడ్ పోయిదే ఉంది మహా అయితే తిరిగి ప్రేమిస్తాం.
He then made his Bollywood debut in 2014 with Ajay Devgan's star Action Jackson, in which he appeared in a special number titled Punjabi Mast. However, his career hit eternal heights with the Bahubali films, which released in 2015 and 2017.
మా దేవుడు అమరేంద్ర బాహుబలి రక్తాని వినుము.
Top-notch VFX, magnanimous sets, a larger-than-life cinematic experience, and one fictional period story, S.S. Rajamouli changed how Indian cinema was viewed, and Prabhas became a pan-Indian superstar. Later in 2019, he starred in Saho, which was directed by Sujit. The film also featured Shraddha Kapoor opposite him.
गली क्रिकेट में तो सब तेंदुलकर है. असली टैलेंट वो होता है जो भरे मैदान के बाहर सिक्सर मार सके.
Despite unfavorable reviews, the action thriller grossed over 400 crore rupees in ticket sales.
अपने आप को रोमियो समझते हो?
नहीं, I don't fall in love. ये प्यार मुझसे नहीं होगा.
After this, the superstar featured in a romantic drama titled Radhe Shyam. The film, however, failed to live up to the expectations of his fans and was a disaster. As far as his upcoming projects are concerned, Prabhas is currently gearing up for the release of Om Raut's Adipurush, a take on the mythological epic Ramayana. He also has Salar and Project K in his kitty. Entertainment Bureau, India Today. Prabhas, also known as Darling by his fans, has delivered several iconic performances in his filmy career. Look at this report by my colleague Ganesh Malik.
మా దేవుడు అమరేంద్ర బాహుబలి రక్తాని వినుము.
Prabhas is one of the most celebrated superstars of Telugu cinema. He's known for his dynamic roles and versatility as an artist. This is why throughout his career, the rebel star has delivered not one but several memorable performances. Bahubali Saga. Prabhas was a well-known name in every household down south and had established an unfathomable fan base in Telugu cinema. But with the Bahubali franchise, Prabhas managed to break all the barriers to become a pan-Indian star. S.S. Rajamouli and Prabhas emerged as a game changer by bringing larger-than-life cinematic experiences to life. Bahubali, the beginning, the first of the two-part franchise, expanded the horizon of filmmaking with its visual effects, grandeur, sets, storytelling and star cast. Cine lovers were surprised to witness such an uprise of regional cinema. Bahubali Part 1 released in the year 2015 and the story ended on a cliffhanger. So much so that for the next 2 years before the second film, Bahubali The Conclusion, hit cinemas. Why did Kattappa kill Bahubali was one of the most asked questions. The makers played well on that and managed to keep the mystery under wraps. However, the answer was worth the wait.
నా పక్కనున్నంత వరకు నన్ను చంపే మగాడింకా పుట్టలేదు మామా.
Prabhas had outdone himself as Mahendra Bahubali and his dual role is considered one of his finest performances. Mr. Perfect.
ఎవరు నాన్న అమ్మాయి?
వాడా?
అదా?
అగ్గి పుల్ల లాంటి ఆడపిల్ల నేను
Fans love Prabhas doing a good old romantic comedy, and 2011's Mr. Perfect was exactly the same.
నీకు నచ్చితే చాలా తనకు నువ్వు నచ్చాలి కదా నచ్చాలంటే నీలో సంథింగ్ స్పెషల్ ఉండాలి
స్వామి ఈ ఎంట్రన్స్ టెస్ట్ లేని స్వామి.
Directed by Dasarad, Vicky, an eligible bachelor living in Australia on his terms, finds it difficult to be engaged to his childhood best friend essayed by Kajal Agarwal, hence calling off their union. However, with time, he realizes his mistakes. The film also starred Taapsee Pannu in a key role, whose character added spice to his love triangle. Darling. Prabhas, who's fondly called Darling by his fans, was a part of another romantic drama. Again, a collaboration between the actor and Kajal Agarwal.
నీకు ఏదైనా రెండు ఒక్కడు అనమాట.
Directed by A. Karunakaran, the 2010 film was also a love triangle and trouble mounted for the leading pair after a gangster's daughter falls in love with darling Prabhas. Chhatrapati. Released in 2005, Chhatrapati is one of Prabhas's career best performances. Co-starring Shriya Saran, the action drama was interestingly Prabhas's yet another collaboration with filmmaker S.S. Rajamouli.
ఏంట్రా సౌండ్ చేతికి నోరొచ్చింది కళ్ళకి రంగొచ్చింది చావు కళ
Chhatrapati narrated the story of a man named Sivaji who along with his family was uprooted from the community in Sri Lanka, forcing them to work as bonded labourers in Vishakhapatnam.
నీళ్లలో చాప అనుకున్నావేంట్రా కాట్రాజ్ కర్ర కర్ర నవిలూసేస్తా నీ అయ్యా.
Varsham. Prabhas in Varsham was a real treat for his fans. The romantic action film hit cinemas in 2004, and along with the action sequences, Prabhas's love angle with the lead actress Trisha was the cherry on the cake for cinegoers. The story revolved around the lead pair Venkat and Shailaja, who meet on a train and fall in love. However, the drama unfolds after the girl's father disapproves of their relationship and decides to marry her off to a ruthless landlord. Varsham was directed by Shobhan. These films paved way for Prabhas to become what he is today, a much-loved actor and the game-changer of Indian cinema. With Gyanisha Malik, Entertainment Bureau, India Today. Well, that's all we could pack in this episode of our special broadcast today. Keep watching In the Club from Monday to Friday at 2:30 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. only on India Today to get your daily dose of entertainment. This is me, Dipali Patel, signing off for today. Till next time, thanks for watching and goodbye.
This woman from Kazakhstan has made it her life's mission to help underprivileged children. Anna started an NGO during COVID-19 to educate children in Jaipur who can't afford going to school. Anna's NGO called Indian Women Impact has been at it for 3 years now, changing the lives of so many children for the better. Acting as a bridge for children from less privileged families. She offers quality coaching alongside her team of committed teachers.
The children, those who live in Basti, they go to a government school and they come here for study to get extra knowledge. My parents live in a Basti and they cannot afford expensive course and school for me and my brother and sister. So sir, we come here and study all of those subjects.
Recently, some of the NGO students from disadvantaged backgrounds also performed a French play at the famed National School of Drama in Delhi. Anna and her husband, who is a doctor, use all of their earnings to try to maintain the NGO.
It's been 3 years as we have been running this NGO, Indian Women Impact, and the entire concept is to provide the quality, world-class education to the children from underprivileged backgrounds. And the dream we have is to create the school that can accommodate 5,000 students from such backgrounds, where we can compete with a world-class education. That's the dream.
At this Jaipur-based NGO, students from different backgrounds come together to get an opportunity to achieve all these dreams.
At the NGO, Anna and her group of dedicated teachers try to provide wings to dreams of underprivileged students who earlier had little or no avenues to fulfill their aspirations. Once they come over here, they leave their less than perfect backgrounds behind to get submerged into a world of creativity, of learning and of dreaming big. With camera person Manish Sisodia in Jaipur for India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 36 and minimum 26 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 24 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 25 and minimum 19 degrees. Chennai, maximum 31 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 27 and minimum 23 degrees.
watching India Today.
All right, viewers, top story. Sharad Pawar in the national capital. He's called national executive for the Sharad Pawar faction to be underway shortly. We'll keep our eyes on it. First up, let me take you through the headlines. Outrage after Karnataka speaker demands VVIP lanes for lawmakers in Karnataka. BJP hits out, calls it Congress elitism and VVIP culture. Sharad Pawar and Supriya Sule in Delhi for the executive meet. Supriya Sule speaks exclusively with India Today, tight-lipped on NCP leadership.
Citizens to take power back from what Mr. Ajit Pawar is claiming.
Patience is the greatest virtue.
AIDMK opposes centre's uniform civil code, urges government to not implement UCC. Stalin hits out at centre, says UCC bought to take revenge on those opposing BJP. MP Chief Minister Shivraj in damage control mode over urination horror. Day after bulldozers razed accused home, Chief Minister Shivraj washes victims' feet. After Canada and US, Khalistani threat to Indian envoy in UK, Trudeau fails to condemn, instead lashes out at India.
Has always taken extremely seriously violence and threats of violence. We've always taken serious action against terrorism, and we always will.
All right, the latest news break coming in after the High Court bail denied in the liquor gate scandal. The latest coming in for Manish Sisodia is that Manish Sisodia has moved the Supreme Court challenging the Delhi High Court order. The Delhi High Court had stated policy frame for proceeds of crime. Allegations on Sisodia are serious in nature. At the back of that, Manish Sisodia has now approached the Supreme Court. I want to cut across to Kanu Sharda for getting us the latest updates on that story. Kanu, what are you picking up?
Well, Preeti, Manish Sisodia, the former Delhi Deputy Chief Minister, has just filed a petition in the Supreme Court in both the cases of CBI and ED in the Delhi liquor scam case. In his petition, for which the details are not yet clearly known, but what our sources have told us that he has pleaded that he is not a flight risk, he is a responsible citizen, and he passes the triple test of getting bail as stipulated by the Supreme Court in various judgments. Manish Sisodia has also cited his wife's health as one of the reasons for seeking bail. Last week only, the Delhi High Court had denied him bail in the ED case. So the High Court has passed strict statements against Manish Sisodia, saying that he was actively involved in the framing of the policy, and it is because of him the entire scam has been done, and the proceeds of crime were directly linked to him. So
Delhi High Court at that point of time, Kanu Sharda, was reading out of, wasn't observations made independently by the Delhi High Court. They were reading out of what the prosecution had stated. It wasn't independent observation. So one clarity there. Number two, Kanu Sharda, now what? The counsel of Manish Sisodia has approached the Supreme Court. What would be the next step?
Preeti, yes, the prosecution has not stated all these observations which High Court order has come out with. And secondly, the next step would be that the counsel for Manish Sisodia is likely to mention this before the Supreme Court tomorrow or early next week for urgent hearing, because what we are hearing is that Manish Sisodia's wife is again hospitalized, and he might seek an urgent hearing, saying that he needs to take care of his wife, and that is why he is seeking urgent bail. And if he is granted bail on the similar conditions, like Satyendra Jain has also been granted medical bail, if Sisodia is also granted a bail of that sort for taking care of his wife, he could be out soon. So,
all right,
10
Kanu.
days we will
Okay, Kanu Sharda, appreciate you joining us. Manish Sisodia's counsel will now be approaching the Supreme Court for bail. We'll keep a keen eye. At least the counsel has pushed for an urgent hearing as Manish Sisodia's wife is once again in the hospital. He has constantly raised concerns about her suffering as she's suffering from multiple sclerosis. His son is abroad studying in Canada. All right, let's cut across. All right, the latest news coming in. NCP's national executive meeting at Sharad Pawar's Delhi residence has started. What we are given to understand, Sharad Pawar, Supriya Sule, MPs Fauzia Khan, Vandana Chavan, PC Chako, Yoganand Shastri, amongst the leaders who are part of the crucial NCP meet. This at the back of Sharad Pawar flying in this morning to hold the national executive in the capital. He yesterday had stated very clearly that the fact that the Ajit Pawar faction had instated Ajit Pawar as president was illegal. More so, the 30th June national executive called by the Ajit Pawar faction is illegal again, as key members were not even conveyed that there was going to be a national executive meeting that was held. So that was illegal as per the Sharad Pawar faction. I want to cut across for the latest coming in. Mustafa Sheikh joining us. Mustafa, who all are attending this meeting? Give us the latest and what's on agenda. All right, we seem to have lost our connection with Mustafa. We're going to try and re-establish that. But as expected, Sharad Pawar, a lot of what is going on, viewers, that you see playing out in the national capital has come from posturing, perception, needing to be built by the Sharad Pawar camp, because clearly when it comes down to the sheer strength of numbers, the Sharad Pawar camp is duly lacking. They have about 14 to 15 MLAs at the last count, and 32 of the 53 NCP MLAs lie with the Ajit Pawar camp. Having said that, it is a battle of perception as well, and Sharad Pawar had called a national executive meet in the national capital, Delhi. Has started is what we are given to understand, as all the leaders flew in from Mumbai this morning. The meeting is being attended by Sharad Pawar, Supriya Sule, MPs Fauzia Khan, Vandana Chavan, PC Chako, Yoganand Shastri are amongst the leaders who are part of the crucial NCP meet. A lot of it is posturing, a lot of it is to build perception. Understandably, both factions, where the Sharad Pawar faction is concerned or the Ajit Pawar faction is concerned, they have moved the election commission. Ultimately, the ball now in the election commission's court. Cutting across to my colleague Mustafa Sheikh, joining us with the very latest. Mustafa, what's on agenda? Who all are attending this meeting in the national capital? Mustafa, can you hear us? All right, there's a problem. We are trying to connect to Mustafa Sheikh, but once again taking our viewers through the latest news break as we once again try and connect to our reporters on ground. The latest that we are getting in is that Sharad Pawar, who had left for the national capital from Mumbai this morning, is now chairing the key huddle where the NCP is concerned. Amongst the ongoing political turmoil in Maharashtra, the action now clearly shifting to the national capital. The president of at least now what is the Sharad Pawar faction, till there's clarity on who is the president of the NCP and NCP belongs to which faction. Right now, the Sharad Pawar faction holding their national executive at Sharad Pawar's residence in the national capital. The meeting in Delhi clearly assuming significance as Ajit Pawar has staked claim on the NCP. Not just that, he also has moved the election commission. In fact, both factions have moved the election commission. The National Executive Committee is expected now to take important decisions to make sure that Ajit Pawar fails in taking over complete control of the party. A lot of that will also come in terms of the legal measures that Sharad Pawar can take. Amit, you want to take us through what could be on the table this afternoon where the National Executive of the Sharad Pawar faction is concerned?
Well, Preeti, yesterday, especially after the kind of developments which happened in Maharashtra, there was a lot of confusion as to what is going to be the strategy of Sharad Pawar faction, because clearly there are reports that claims being made that Ajit Pawar has been already elected as the national president. All those claims had surfaced, and now probably, in order to reassess the situation, to make sure or send across a message that Sharad Pawar is still the president, national president of the NCP, and along with that also to create the legal grounds, because there's a long legal battle that the NCP is looking at, whether it be within the Election Commission of India or in court of law. For all that, the executive committee, this executive committee meeting is going to prove very crucial. I did speak to leaders such as Fauzia Khan, Yoganand Sastry. All these leaders did say that they are here to support Sharad Pawar, and along with that, they also slammed other leaders who have been making statements. Fauzia Khan did say that, she's here to extend her support to Sharad Pawar. And specifically, when you have statements coming from Maharashtra where, a specific Congress leader, for instance, Prithviraj Chavan, making a statement about Ajit Pawar, Supriya Sule and the developments within NCP. So there, Fauzia Khan told India Today that, these statements could be coming under pressure from the CBI ED. So clearly, not only the leaders who are with Sharad Pawar faction, they are extending their support to Sharad Pawar, but are also slamming any statement coming against Sharad Pawar-led NCP. So today, at least, the groundwork for the legal battle that awaits Sharad Pawar will be laid down. A message will be sent across that the National Executive Committee members are standing with Sharad Pawar. Sharad Pawar has the organizational strength with him, and hence he is the only national president of the NCP. But we'll have to wait and watch as to how things unfold, especially after this meeting. And, what are the statements after these leaders come? Because remember, Preeti, you also have leaders coming from Maharashtra, you have leaders coming from Kerala, Haryana, Delhi, different unit leaders. Along with that, state youth wing president and the student wing presidents have been also called for this crucial meeting that is happening in the national capital. So we'll have to wait and watch as to what are the statements, especially after this meeting is over, and how Sharad Pawar faction is going to, reinforce the fact that Mr. Pawar remains the national president of the NCP, or the real NCP, so to say. Back to you.
All right, Amit, keeping a keen watch on developments that are taking place in the national capital, viewers. It's a lot of it going down, other than the fact of staking claim, because that's, of course, not a possibility. The government is already in majority. But when a party splits, a lot of it also goes down to the other factions, the administration level of the party, the workings of the party, where different talukas, district levels and other wings of the NCP is concerned. So there will be a scramble by both sides, be it the NCP, Sharad Pawar faction or the Ajit Pawar faction, before the election commission settles the infighting on who controls the party. We will see many such visuals like that. But there's a lot happening on the sidelines as well where Maharashtra is concerned. Uddhav's first reaction on Maha-NCP coup. Uddhav Thackeray has said, BJP first broke the Shiv Sena, now the NCP. BJP wants to break Maharashtra. Uddhav calls Maha-NCP politics disgusting. Well, Uddhav Thackeray faced a very similar crisis exactly a year ago. Around the same time, just about a year ago, where the Shiv Sena split, a vertical split of the Shiv Sena, where the majority of the MLAs, and that was a very clear majority that was set, which over 50 MLAs walked off, or 50 leaders of the Shiv Sena walked off with Eknath Shinde. However, this time around, the magic figure is 36, which Ajit Pawar would need to maybe skirt all anti-defection laws, and he at least has 32 on paper, possibly double the amount that Sharad Pawar enjoys. Let's listen into Uddhav Thackeray.
ही लढाई एवढी घाणेरडी आणि विकृत आहे, त्यांना शिवसेना का नकोय, तर महाराष्ट्राचा त्यांच्या मनात भरलेला द्वेष, म्हणून त्यांनी शिवसेना फोडली, आता राष्ट्रवादी फोडली, उद्या हे महाराष्ट्र फोडतील तर तेव्हा विरोध करायला त्यांना कोण नकोय, तर ते आता आपण होऊ देणार नाही हे तुम्ही टाकून दिलं.
All right, let's cut across right now to Mustafa Sheikh, who's been tracking developments. Mustafa, understandable, Uddhav Thackeray, who was meeting with his own set of supporters, MLAs, now making the first public statement. Very similar circumstances exactly a year ago was suffered by Uddhav Thackeray himself, where he, on his account, has lost control over his party.
Well, that's correct. And if you look at what he has said to his party workers, it seems that he is referring first to a BJP, saying that they want to break Maharashtra. They are against Maharashtra. They first broke Shiv Sena and then they broke the NCP. So it's an attack on the BJP and what the politics which has been going on in Maharashtra. He was also went on to say that there is a downfall, and the downfall is of Shinde Sena, because after the NCP has become an alliance partner in the government, there are talks that in Shinde camp there is uncomfort with the MLAs, and he referred to that too, and he said that Shiv Sainiks have shown that they will not allow this policy of the BJP to work in Maharashtra. Back to you.
All right, there's really not much now, at least where Uddhav Thackeray or even at a level Sharad Pawar can do. At one number, it's going to be a fight for the party, fight for the arithmetic of the party, where the numbers are concerned, and the numbers are clearly stacked in favor of Ajit Pawar right now, where the NCP is concerned. He doesn't have the prerequisite 36 yet, but that is also possible because about 11 MLAs have been sitting on the fence, and once equations of power clearly seem to begin to shift towards an Ajit Pawar, the gravitation of those MLAs towards a more powerful camp, which would possibly be Ajit Pawar, would be imminent. But having said that, it's also going to be a fight for perception and ultimately going down onto election mode. And there many suggest the chemistry lies with the Maha Vikas Aghadi, or rather with what has been left of it. But we'll only know when poll season kicks in. Right now, arithmetic-wise, in terms of politics-wise, it is the Maha Yuti which is on top rather than the Maha Vikas Aghadi. I want to cut across and get you visuals that any time now we would be getting in from the national executive of the Sharad Pawar faction, who all are in attendance. Once again, we cut across to my colleague Amit Bhardwaj, who remains stationed outside. Amit, a lot of what goes down inside all right, we don't have Amit Srivastava. We're going to try and cut across to him. But, okay, these are the visuals that are coming in right now of the national executive of the Sharad Pawar faction. A lot of this meeting today would be about what would be the next plausible step for the Sharad Pawar faction, because now there's going to be an all-out war where various units, the workings, the administrative level units of the party, and who will ally with who would be the big question. The NCP's or the Sharad Pawar faction's national executive meet has started. In attendance that you can see is, of course, Mr. Sharad Pawar, Supriya Sule, MPs Fauzia Khan, Vandana Chavan, PC Chako, Yoganand Shastri amongst the leaders who are part of this crucial NCP meet. On agenda, of course, will be how to keep control of the NCP. The matter now with the Election Commission, where the symbol is concerned, where the party is concerned, and both factions, be it the Ajit Pawar faction or the Sharad Pawar faction, both of them have approached the Election Commission. On the other account, Ajit Pawar filed an affidavit with the EC on Wednesday itself, where a resolution dated 30th June. Now, this resolution of 30th June, which has been quoted by the Ajit Pawar faction as their national executive meet, has been contested by Sharad Pawar. He says that meeting of 30th June was illegal, and primarily because other members of the council were not invited or even intimated that there would be a meeting that was taking place. However, the Ajit Pawar faction in that affidavit, which was sent to the Election Commission, had a resolution, which I said dated the 30th of June 2023, signed by what they called an overwhelming majority of members of the NCP. However, this was contested by the Sharad Pawar camp. Let's cut across right now. Lots of politics on the sideline. Congress holding a press briefing. Rahul Gandhi was to hold this press meet today. However, that has been postponed until tomorrow. And now listen into KC Venugopal.
Meeting, we have done Chhattisgarh meeting, we have done Telangana meeting, we have done Mizoram meeting. Today, last meeting of Rajasthan. We have, all the 5 state election preparation meeting is over. Now, election campaign is going to be start without any delay. We are in full form to defeat BJP in all the states. हमारा हिस्ट्री आप मालूम है. We never announced the chief minister candidate, but we will fight together in the election. There is a government, good government is there. Government is doing very good calm. That calm will give a result. That work will give a result. That is a general thing. Not only Sachin's thing. Sachin raised some of the things, but it is a general apprehension of the people of Rajasthan. We have taken 2 decisions, major decisions yesterday. I think you are very, very good. UPSC nomination के लिए, RPSC nomination के लिए, Rajasthan Public Service Commission nomination, board nomination के लिए, we are going to fix a good criteria. New legislation is coming for that. Yesterday, Chief Minister tweeted, हो गया. Then question paper leakage was a big issue. Not only Rajasthan, everywhere it is happening, question paper leakage. But we have to control it. There were big punishment. Those who are guilty on this question paper leakage, there will be a big punishment. That new legislation is also going to come in the next session of the Rajasthan. Generally there is an issue. Therefore, these issues will be addressed cleverly. Sachin Pilot also, आज का meeting में था. He spoke very well in this meeting with unity. He also told the meeting that he is also very confident that we are going to win that state. We will fight unitedly. Then party decided that today onwards, everybody should follow strict discipline in the party. Whatever issues are there, they have to discuss inside the party. Outside the party, nobody has the freedom to poke inner party politics, whether it is against the government or against the party. There will be, if anybody is spoken, then there will be a strict disciplinary action. No, I don't want to divert. I don't want to divert. No. I don't want to divert any of the issue. No. I know the intention, brother. I know the intention, brother. आप हिंदी में बोलो राजस्थान की issue. Thank you very much.
आज हमारी मीटिंग कोई तकरीबन 4 घंटे चली और टोटल जो हमारे कांग्रेस प्रेसिडेंट राहुल जी और वेणुगोपाल जी और 29 जो पार्टिसिपेंट्स थे, मिनिस्टर्स एंड अदर लीडर्स, सभी को एक एक को बुलाकर वहाँ उनके विचार लिए गए और सभी ने एक ही बात कही कि हम मिलकर बीजेपी को हराएंगे और कांग्रेस को लेकर आएंगे। और एक उन्होंने कहा कि कांग्रेस का एक फेस होगा और हमारे में कोई डिवीज़न नहीं है, सभी लीडर हम इकट्ठे हैं और किसी की कोई जो भी पीछे वाला है वो पास्ट जो है सब ने ख़त्म कर दिया और आगे फ्यूचर की बात सभी ने की। जो विनोद जी ने पहले कह दिया कि कैंडिडेट्स जो हैं वो हमारा सर्वे चल रहा है और काफ़ी उसमें कर दिए हैं और हम जल्दी जैसे कर्नाटका में कैंडिडेट हमने पहले अनाउंस कर दिए थे वैसे ही हम पहले करेंगे और साथ ही जो वहाँ हमारे गवर्नमेंट के काम चल रहे हैं वो सेपरेटली चलते रहेंगे और कांग्रेस की कैंपेन जो है वो भी साथ अभी स्टार्ट हम कर रहे हैं। पार्टी में जो जितने भी हैं पार्टी का जो वोट बैंक है उसमें स्पेशली SC, ST, OBC, माइनॉरिटी, EWS और जो लोअर क्लास जनरल है जो लोअर इनकम की है उनको सभी को हम उनको रिड्रेस करेंगे और पूरी जो कांग्रेस है जो छोटा वर्कर है बड़ा वर्कर है वहाँ एक राहुल जी ने बात कही है कि ये कांग्रेस वर्कर की गवर्नमेंट है और जो वहाँ गवर्नमेंट ने काम किए हैं गरीबों के लिए जो योजनाएं चलाई हैं वो वर्करों की ही सरकार आगे होगी ये हमने फैसला किया और सभी ने किया। जो RPSC की जो था वो भी हमने पेपर लीक का वो चीफ मिनिस्टर का आ गया है तो वो क्या करेंगे और बहुत सख्त और एक बड़ा फुल प्रूफ हम एक्ट लेकर आ रहे हैं और उसको लागू करेंगे और जो भी चीज़ें हैं उनको हम जल्दी रिजॉल्व कर देंगे। बिल्कुल
राहुल जी, कारगे जी, प्रियंका जी, everybody will campaign. Everybody will campaign. They are preparing the plans. Already Madhya Pradesh started, Telangana started, Rajasthan also we are preparing.
So you are saying that there will be you will fight the elections in under collective leadership?
Rather, I told we will fight the election unitedly. Don't put your words in my mouth.
शाम तक क्या कोई हम लिस्ट की उम्मीद कर सकते हैं राजस्थान को लेकर छत्तीसगढ़ की आई थी इस तरह से छत्तीसगढ़ की देर शाम आई थी क्या राजस्थान में
Brother, I have told today you see that we have discussed 4 hours. All the senior leaders of Rajasthan are chief minister because of this his injury he could not come here but he was in the Zoom completely 4 hours. It was one of the best fruitful meeting we had done today. The result is very clear. Everybody is confident. Everybody is confident that we are going to win Rajasthan. That type of activity is going by the government there. Then BJP is actually totally in a failure mood in Rajasthan. We are not worried about that. Everything will be settled. All the issue is settled already, resolved. We are going.
All right, we're going to get you more at the back of what really transpired. What were the inside details where the Congress Rajasthan meet was concerned? Did Sachin Pilot strike a reconciliatory note? And if he did so, what about Ashok Gehlot, who joined virtually? The trust deficit, which many suggested was too far wide to ever fill in. Is there a bridge in that? We'll get you the latest. A quick break. Stay with us. On the other side, outrage after Karnataka Speaker demands VVIP lanes for lawmakers in Karnataka. That's coming up next. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo.
Kerala's public health, all political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political black.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Amit, what is the amount of money that you have sort of put into the entire business? How large is it today? And what is the inventory that you have that is to be sold?
So look, as I said, we have contributed the historical land, so to speak, because as I have maintained all along, and even in that article, that we have been sitting right there during the COVID time, cash flow positive on this project. Even we took a debt on the second project, but even there also the cash flow generation has been far higher. If you are selling the building to the tune of 80%, your ability is always a milestone collection, and our collection milestones are achieving very quickly. So we do not see a challenge of getting the money back from the customers. So when we get the money from the customers, it enables a cash flow positive. So therefore, what our contribution is primarily on the land, and initially we have put some small money. However, now inventory, when we talk about, in the first two projects, as I mentioned, 80% is sold, so only 20% is left. On the third project, as we speak today, I think close to 30% has been sold, and we are looking anything between in the next 2 years to sell another 30-40% of that. So now practically we are already sold out for the various projects. Now we have already signed a joint development agreement in Bandra, which we should be launching over the next few months. Now the whole growth story for the real estate business, because Thane is still an finite land. We have 60 acres to more, but you need to expand. And real estate is not a business only to monetize land. It is a business, core business for us. And that is why we did the demerger. So you will have a real estate pure play and you have a lifestyle pure play. Now in real estate, we are partnering with various people, as our board has taken two primary decisions. One, we will not put money behind the land. We will not buy land at all. And we will not move out of MMR, because it is much better to stay in this region. You have a better grip. You can monitor closely and manage things better. So now we are getting enough and more JDA projects. One is already signed, and I think few are on an advanced stage of discussion, and that will give us a good opportunity.
are watching India Today.
All right, latest news coming in from Tamil Nadu. There's been a big setback for OPS's son. The High Court has declared OPS son's 29th win null and void. The plea: money was distributed for votes. OPS son, only AIDMK candidate to win the 2019 polls. Fresh blow now to OPS after losing AIDMK mantle. OPS, the former chief minister of Tamil Nadu, was expelled from the AIDMK. The courts had upheld the expulsion. Little political options there now suffering yet another blow where his son Ravindranath is concerned. I want to cut across to my colleague Pramod Madhav taking us through this news break. Pramod, that's a huge setback for OPS. Already his back to the wall after the expulsion.
It absolutely is, and in fact this case went to a high pace after a special court ordered Theni police to go ahead and file the cases and the charges, especially about like suppressing of income regarding the annual income, loans, liabilities, and also the movable properties. The person called Milani who filed the petition claimed that these informations were suppressed in the election affidavit of O.P. Ravindranath. In fact, O.P. Ravindranath was the only AIADMK candidate to win from 2019 elections, and he stood like an anchor when there was an issue between EPS and OPS for OPS faction. He has also projected himself to be very close to Prime Minister Modi, and now this particular case has not gone in his favor. However, the judge, S.S. Sundar, has also gone ahead and suspended the order for 30 days, providing O.P. Ravindranath to file a higher appeal.
All right, Pramod, appreciate you joining us with that quick news break. Well, that's a huge setback coming in where OPS is concerned. He was expelled from the AIDMK, the former chief minister, now not left with too many political options, and a big blow in the form of his son, Ravindranath, who now stands where the courts are concerned, where his candidature or his win in the Lok Sabha 2019 elections, where that is concerned, a huge setback as his win declared as null and void. With that, I want to quickly shift focus. The debate over the UCC continues to flare with different parties taking opposing stands. In the latest, BJP's ally in Tamil Nadu, AIDMK, reiterated its opposition to the centre's move to implement UCC. The party's chief E. Palaniswamy recalled that it had taken a clear stand on the issue in the party's manifesto ahead of 2019 Lok Sabha elections. The AIDMK also made it clear that UCC would adversely affect the religious rights of minorities in India. Meanwhile, the All India Muslim Personal Law Board has strongly opposed the UCC proposal, saying that they will not allow any changes in their personal law, citing that followers of Islam are bound by the injunctions as prescribed by the Islamic law, which are non-negotiable. As per sources, an unofficial group of senior ministers have been formed that will deliberate upon various issues relating to the UCC. This group will most likely be chaired by Kiran Rijiju. Now, Nobel laureate Amartya Sen has also come in and commented on the concept of uniform civil code. Though not a new one, is a difficult issue. The Economist highlighted UCC surely has a link with advancing ideas of Hindu Rashtra. As speculation grows on whether the BJP will table the UCC in the upcoming monsoon session or not, can the Saffron Party ensure more consensus over the reform?
அந்த பிஜேபி ஆட்சி பொறுப்பேற்ற காலத்திலிருந்து இன்று வரையில மதத்தை, சனாதனத்தை இன்றைக்கு மக்களிடத்திலே திணித்து ஒரு சர்வாதிகார ஆட்சியை இன்றைக்கு அவர்கள் நடத்தி கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். அந்த பொது சிவில் சட்டம் என்பது நாட்டிலே ஏற்கனவே சிவில் சட்டம், கிரிமினல் சட்டம் என்ற சட்டங்கள் இருக்கிறது. பாரதிய ஜனதா கட்சியுடைய கொள்கைகளை அந்த ஆட்சியை எதிர்க்கக்கூடியவர்களெல்லாம் பழிவாங்க வேண்டும் என்கிற நோக்கத்தில்
ஏற்கனவே 2019 நாடாளுமன்ற தேர்தலில் எங்களுடைய அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகத்தினுடைய தேர்தல் அறிக்கையில் படிச்சு பாருங்க, அதுல தெளிவா கொடுத்திருக்கிறோம்.
हमारा पर्सनल लॉज जो हैं वो हमारी शरीयत का हिस्सा हैं, उसकी बुनियाद कुरान और हदीस है, और कोई भी मुसलमान इस बात को गवारा नहीं कर सकता कि हमें अपने कुरान और हदीस पर अमल करने से रोका जाए। और आप सब जानते हैं कि ऑलरेडी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ने हर हिंदुस्तानी को रिलीजियस फ्रीडम एज अ फंडामेंटल राइट गारंटी किया है, तो वो राइट हर हिंदुस्तानी के पास बरकरार रखना चाहिए। उसको छीनने का किसी को हक़ और इख्तियार नहीं है। और हमारी शरीयत ने सबको बराबर का हक़ दिया है, मर्दों को भी और औरतों को भी। ये कहना कि औरतों को कम राइट्स दिए हैं, ये बात सही नहीं है, बल्कि औरतों को कई मामलात में मर्दों से ज़्यादा राइट्स दिए हैं।
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने सभी का आह्वान किया है और हम सब भी चाहते हैं लागू हो, और सबका साथ सबका विकास सबके विश्वास के साथ लागू हो, और इसमें कहीं कोई मानसिक रूप से अपने आप को दिक्कत में न समझे। हम सबको साथ लेकर के चलेंगे और सबके लिए समान कानून होना ही चाहिए।
1973 का ये एक्ट है, इसमें कई ऐसे प्रावधान है जो उनके पर्सनल लॉ बोर्ड से गवर्न होते हैं, लेकिन यूसीसी के दायरे में ये सब बाहर होते हैं।
कि अगर तेजी से विकास करना है तो सबको एक समान कानून के साथ लाना ही होगा।
आज के देखलाम कागजे একটা কাগজের উপরে বলছেন ইউনিফর্ম সিভিল কোড নিয়ে আর দেরি করা যায় না। এরকম মূর্খ কথা কোথা থেকে এলো? হিন্দু রাষ্ট্রের সঙ্গে এটা যোগ নিশ্চয়ই আছে, এবং কিন্তু হিন্দু রাষ্ট্র তো ভারতবর্ষের একমাত্র এগোবার উপায় নয়।
All right, so the latest spanner in the works of a possible UCC agenda of the Bharatiya Janata Party, especially when there was word coming in that it could happen as soon as this monsoon session, that a bill be tabled, even though there is no draft. But the Law Commission has invited all stakeholders, especially of different religious groups, to come up and help form a draft for the Uniform Civil Code. But in the midst of that, other than the opposition and opposing parties, there are allies of the Bharatiya Janata Party that disagree over UCC, and the latest in that is, of course, AIDMK, where Tamil Nadu is concerned. On the other hand, the BJP looking at once again joining hands with the Akalis. There is a very clear opposition that has come in from the Akalis as well, where the UCC stand of the current government is concerned. I want to cut across to Pramod Madhav, who's joining us live from Chennai. Pramod, understandably, keeping in mind, the polity of Tamil Nadu, the AIDMK averse to take a stand with the incumbent government when it comes down to the UCC.
Well, yesterday it was the district secretary's meeting for AIDMK. This is where he met the press, and EPS was answering to various questions. But when we put forward this question about his stand on Uniform Civil Code, he only claimed that AIDMK's stand remains the same as it was in 2019 elections, specifically claiming that as it was mentioned in the manifesto, and if I have to read that manifesto, there's just like 2 lines in it which says AIDMK will urge government of India not to bring any amendments to the constitution of Uniform Civil Code that will adversely affect the religious rights of minorities of India. And EPS very clearly mentioned that AIDMK will continue this stand, at least as of now.
All right. What are the reasons, as per the AIDMK, that they've stated their opposition towards the Uniform Civil Code, Pramod?
That's a very interesting part, because when we asked the EPS, if he could actually elaborate about his stand in particular, because this is actually going against what the Prime Minister has said, or BJP, he simply said that all this will be explained later. But for now, AIDMK's stand continues as per it's been mentioned in the manifesto.
How much does it have to do with the current context where, the social fabric of the state of Tamil Nadu comes into question, because DMK has opposed the UCC tooth and nail?
It really is. And both Dravidian parties, from the founders of the party, be it LG or R, Anna or Kalinger, for instance, have all been unanimous in certain things, one being 2-language policy and the other important aspect being UCC. Telco also has expressed it earlier. But EPS still continuing it, even though trying to be in alliance with NDA is quite interesting. But for now, DMK has made it very clear that UCC is nothing but a way to take revenge on those opposing BJP. And the Chief Minister also today morning while speaking said that BJP is using religion and Sanatana as a form of weapons to bring in a dictatorship rule. But AIDMK did not provide such explanation, except stating that they will stand by their election manifesto from 2019.
All right, Pramod, appreciate you joining us with that latest coming in. My colleague taking us through the latest developments in terms of allies of the Bharatiya Janata Party, AIDMK, now opposing the UCC. With that, let's shift into the latest news break that's coming in. Well, it's tit-for-tat politics playing out in both the Sharad Pawar faction camp and the Ajit Pawar faction camp. The latest coming in, the national executive called by the Sharad Pawar faction has been deemed illegal by the Ajit Pawar faction. Now, the Ajit faction has given out a statement saying that the Delhi meet has no legal sanctity. Ajit Pawar faction says further any of the decisions which may be taken in this so-called National Executive, National Working Committee, National Office Bearers, state party presidents shall have no valid legal basis and shall not be binding on anyone within the party. All of this at the back of yesterday, where Sharad Pawar had ordained the 30th June National Executive called by the Ajit Pawar faction and the decisions taken in that as illegal. Pulling in Sahil Joshi, Mumbai Bureau Chief, with more on this. Sahil, understandably, tit-for-tat politics and now tit-for-tat cancellation of the National Executive meets.
Well, Ajit Pawar faction has come up with this press release and have claimed that the meeting was held on 30th of June in Mumbai, called by Praful Patel, the national working president of the party. And in that meeting, the overwhelming number of legislators have appointed Ajit Pawar as a national president of Nationalist Congress Party. And it has also claimed that, the Ajit Pawar faction has already reached the election commission. And that's why now the matter is in front of the election commission. Nobody can call the working committee meeting at this point of time. So the meeting which is happening at the Sharad Pawar
Sahil, I'm going to interrupt you, and the reason I'm doing so is Eknath Shinde, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, now speaking. Listen.
जसं मला आदरणीय देशाचे प्रधानमंत्री आणि गृहमंत्री अमित भाई यांनी त्यावेळेस पाठिंबा दिला आणि राज्याचा मी मुख्यमंत्री झालो आणि तेव्हापासून देवेंद्रजी आणि मी जे काम करतोय तेव्हापासून जे काम म्हणजे सर्वसामान्य माणसं, आमचा अजेंडा सर्वसामान्य माणसाला न्याय देणे. मी एक सर्वसामान्य शेतकरी कुटुंबातला सर्वसामान्य घरातला कार्यकर्ता आहे आणि म्हणून जे काम या राज्यामध्ये होतंय आणि एक सर्वसामान्य मुख्यमंत्री ते काम करतो याची पोटदुखी आहे त्यांना. पोटदुखी
तुमचा राजीनामा होता अशी बातमी येते, त्याबद्दल काय सांगाल?
आता म्हणजे अफवा ची मर्यादा काय असली पाहिजे या सगळ्या मर्यादा त्यांनी तोडून टाकलेल्या आहेत. खरं म्हणजे त्यांनी त्यांचं तुटलेलं घर, जळतं घर पहिलं सांभाळायला पाहिजे, त्याचं आत्मपरीक्षण केलं पाहिजे. ते न करता हे मुंगेरीलाल के हसीन सपने बघतायत. ते मी काम करतोय, या राज्याचा विकास जो आपण पाहतोय की अनेक निर्णय आम्ही घेतले आणि हेच तर मुळात त्यांना पटत नाहीत. पोटदुखी आहे आणि म्हणजे जळफळाटून अशा प्रकारच्या खोट्या अफवा रुमर पसरवायच्या, लोकांची दिशाभूल करायची. पण लोक आता सुज्ञ आहेत, लोकांना माहिती आहे की हे सगळं आज आणि बऱ्याचशा गोष्टी ज्या आहेत आपण पाहिल्या की अजितदादा आणि निर्णय घेताना त्यांनी म्हटलं की या देशाचं नेतृत्व नरेंद्र मोदी साहेबच करू शकतात, ते एक सक्षम नेतृत्व आहे, या देशाला ते पुढे नेऊ शकतात. आणि आमचा देखील तेच म्हणणं आहे. डबल इंजिन सरकार असल्यामुळे केंद्र आणि राज्य सरकार समविचारी पक्ष आहेत आणि म्हणून आम्हाला अडचण येत नाही सर्वांगीण विकास करायला, प्रकल्प पुढे न्यायला. तीच भूमिका अजितदादांनी घेतली. त्यांनी आमच्या विकासाला साथ दिली. जे आम्ही सरकार जे विकासात्मक काम करतोय, मोठ्या प्रमाणावर प्रकल्प राबवतोय, मोठ्या प्रमाणावर निर्णय घेतोय, लोकहिताचे, लोकांच्या लाभाचे निर्णय घेतोय आणि हाच विकास त्यांनी पाहिला. आणि नरेंद्र मोदीजींचं नेतृत्व आणि आमच्या राज्याचा विकास, या विकासाला त्यांनी साथ दिलेली आहे आणि त्यांनी जाहीरपणे काही गोष्टी सांगितलेल्या आहेत.
अजित पवार सोबत आले, एनसीपी सोबत आली म्हणून काही लोकांना मंत्रिपद मिळणार नाही किंवा कमी मंत्रिपद मिळणार शिवसेनेला, याची अस्वस्थता आहे लोकांमध्ये, आमदारांमध्ये विशेषतः?
बिलकुल नाही. काल मी सगळ्या आमदारांच्या, खासदारांशी बोललो, बैठक घेतली.
Decisions what we took
सत्ता असताना सत्ता सोडली.
I took the meeting of my MLAs and member of parliaments.
तेव्हा आम्हाला काय माहित होतं की काय होणार आहे पुढे. परंतु सत्ता म्हणजे या देशात सत्तेतून सोडून सत्तेच्या बाहेर पडणं हे तर पहिलं उदाहरण आहे. त्यामुळे आमची जी काही युती झालेली आहे शिवसेना भाजपाची, ही एक वैचारिक युती आहे, एक हिंदुत्वाची विचारधारेची युती आहे. विकासाच्या बाबतीमध्ये आमचे
शिवसेना and BJP alliance is alliance of the ideology. This alliance is because of the Hindutva.
सांगितल्या का निर्णय घ्यायला लागला, त्यांनी बऱ्याचशा काही त्यांनी गोष्टी सांगितल्या, आणखी काही सांगतील ते, त्यामुळे मी त्याच्यामध्ये जाऊ इच्छित नाही. परंतु एखाद्या चांगल्या कार्यकर्त्याला जेव्हा आपण साईडलाईनला करतो, त्याला दुय्यम स्थान देतो, त्या अशा प्रकारच्या घटना घडतात. आज आमचं सरकार पूर्ण ताकदीने मजबूतीने काम या ठिकाणी करतंय आणि आमचे आमदार देखील आहेत.
हमारी our government is running with a full confidence.
यापुढे देखील आम्ही आणखी मजबूतीने काम करू, सरकार पुढे नेऊ.
We'll take this government further.
हे तर आमचं सरकार स्थापन झाल्यापासून तिकडून हॉटेलमधून येणार आहेत. आम्ही गुवाहाटीला होतो तेव्हापासूनची चर्चा आहे. आता त्याला 1 वर्ष झालं.
All right, Eknath Shinde, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, coming out speaking to the press, making it clear that he's not resigning in all the swirling rumors that have been going at the back of Ajit Pawar's entry alongside 8 of his men who've taken oath as cabinet ministers. There was immense amount of chatter, rumor mongering, especially in the political corridors of Maharashtra, that Eknath Shinde's camp extremely miffed at the developments and he's out. Clarifying right now, Eknath Shinde saying he is not resigning, he's staying there. He knew very well that Ajit Pawar was entering into the alliance and he will only make the alliance stronger. Going into a quick break, stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
So how does one log off? Limit yourself to one screen at a time. Spring clean your social media accounts. Use apps to bolster self-control. Don't charge your phone near your bed. Set time boundaries in usage. Use your gadgets thoughtfully. Think about whether you actually need to use your laptop or whether you need to use your phone. Is there any work really, or just using it mindlessly? Do you really need to watch TV, or you'd rather go for a walk or even take a nap, which is actually more relaxing, more refreshing?
If you ask an average person, they'll say, oh, I'm on social media for about 10-15 minutes or maybe a little bit more in there. I'm not typically there. But if they start actually analyzing their time, and there are apps and features available on these gadgets, they then come to realize that I was putting so many hours more.
Prioritizing offline relationships and getting a glimpse of what real life offers brings real joy. Try it.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 36 and minimum 26 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 24 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 25 and minimum 19 degrees. Chennai, maximum 31 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 27 and minimum 23 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 36 and minimum 26 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 24 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 25 and minimum 19 degrees. Chennai, maximum 31 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 27 and minimum 23 degrees.
are watching India Today.
Good evening, you're watching India Today. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. Let me take you through the headlines. Outrage over Karnataka Speaker's demand, VVIP lanes for lawmakers in Karnataka. BJP hits out, calls it Congress elitism and VVIP culture. Sharad Pawar's National Executive Meet in Delhi underway. Supriya Sule speaks exclusively with India Today, remains tight-lipped on NCP leadership. AIDMK opposes centre's uniform civil code. Stalin hits out at centre, says UCC bought to take revenge on those opposing BJP. MP Chief Minister Shivraj in damage control mode over urination horror. Days after bulldozer razed accused's home, Chief Minister Shivraj washes victims' feet. After Canada and US Khalistani threat to Indian envoy in UK, Trudeau fails to condemn, instead lashes out at India.
Canada has always taken extremely seriously violence and threats of violence. We've always taken serious action against terrorism, and we always will.
All right, let's cut across to the national executive meet called by the Sharad Pawar faction taking place at his residence in the national capital, Delhi. The latest is a tit-for-tat cancellation. Ajit faction has called Sharad Pawar national executive meet illegal. The Delhi meet has no legal sanctity as per the Ajit Pawar faction. Further, any of the decision which may be taken in this so-called National Executive, National Working Committee, National Office Bearers, State Party Presidents shall have no valid legal sanctity or basis and shall not be binding on anyone in the party. Understandable with what has happened, viewers. Let's give this context. Sharad Pawar late last night had also called the Ajit Pawar National Executive called on the 30th of June as illegal and all decisions taken in that as illegal. Amit Bhardwaj joins us live right outside Sharad Pawar's residence where this National Executive is taking place. Sharad, Amit, take us through the latest news break. It's a tit-for-tat cancellation. This time the Ajit Pawar faction calling out the National Executive that you're reporting on as illegal.
Right, Preeti, ever since this meeting had started, there was expectation that the Ajit Pawar faction could, hit back at the national executive meeting being organized in the national capital as well. But before that, I'm showing the visuals of Sharad Pawar's residence. The meeting is going on inside the main block of his residence, and what you can see is that many of the supporters of Sharad Pawar and the NCP have entered the premises as well. They're waiting for their leader to come here, and what we are also expecting is that sometime soon after the meeting is over, there could be a press conference that will be addressed either by Sharad Pawar or other top leaders of the NCP. Now the question is, which one is the real NCP, Preeti? Because remember, on one side you have the national executive which has the state conveners, the heads of the frontal organizations, MPs participating in this particular meeting. On the other side, Ajit Pawar faction issuing a statement saying that this particular meeting of the national executive has no legal sanctity. And, in a way, Ajit Pawar faction has also tried to put this any meeting in dispute, saying that till the time the dispute over the party's name, its symbol is going on, there should be no such meeting. No faction has the right to hold such meeting. But very interesting, Preeti, I believe that NCP leaders who have assembled here will negate the statement given by Ajit Pawar faction also, because it says that Ajit Pawar has been elected as the national president of the party by the elected representatives and other officials. But the fact remains that the national executive has to take such decisions. So that will be pretty interesting to see as to how combat comes from this side as well. Back to you, Preeti.
All right, Amit, appreciate you joining us with that quick update. We're going to keep coming back. Meanwhile, as we've been tracking very closely at that, the political theatrics in Maharashtra continue to unspool. NCP patriarch Sharad Pawar, as we've been reporting, in the national capital, heading his national executive meet at his residence in Delhi. 40 members are set to be attending this meet. As per sources, NCP will decide who to sack and to retain in this meeting. State president from 26 states present. Ahead of the meeting, new posters of NCP Sharad Pawar and his daughter Supriya Sule were put up outside the party office. The old posters, which had Ajit Pawar, Praful Patel alongside Sharad Pawar, have now been removed. Meanwhile, NCP has also put up a poster depicting a scene from the Bahubali film, showing Praful Patel as Kadappa stabbing Sharad Pawar, who is depicted as Bahubali in the poster. It had Gaddar, traitor, written across it.
Ma'am, how crucial is this meeting going to be? Just one line if you could tell about the meeting, the agenda of the meeting.
Good morning, all is well and all will remain well.
Ajit Pawar has claimed stake of the party yesterday in Bombay.
I have no knowledge about that.
The numbers are still with Sharad Pawar Sahab in this case?
Actually we are so busy doing our work, our constituency work, development work. I have really no track of all this.
What is going to happen in today's national executive, ma'am?
We'll tell you.
Any crucial decisions to take power back from what Mr. Ajit Pawar is claiming?
Patience is the greatest virtue.
Okay, ma'am.
एखादा माणूस नोकरीमध्ये लागला तर महाराष्ट्र सरकारमध्ये 58व्या वर्षी रिटायर होतो. IAS IPS असेल तर 60व्या वर्षी रिटायर होतात. राजकीय जीवनामध्ये असेल तर भाजपमध्ये 75 वर्षानंतर रिटायर केलं जातं. अडवाणींची उदाहरण घ्या, मुरली मनोहर जोशींचं उदाहरण घ्या, कुणाचंही उदाहरण घ्या. त्याच्यानंतरच्या काळामध्ये आता नवीन पिढी पुढे येते. तुम्ही आशीर्वाद द्या ना, चुकलं तर सांगा ना, अजित तुझं हे चुकलं. आता जर वय जास्त झालं, 82 झालं, 83 झालं, तुम्ही कधी थांबणार आहात का नाही?
माझ्या वाचनात आणि ऐकण्यात आता आलं की काही लोकांचं म्हणणं आहे की काही लोकांचं वय झालंय, त्याच्यामुळे त्यांनी फक्त आशीर्वाद द्यावे. का बरं आशीर्वाद द्यावे? रतन टाटा साहेबांपेक्षा 3 वर्षांनी मोठे आहेत. आजही टाटा ग्रुप पोटतिडकीनी लढतात आणि सगळ्यात मोठा कुठला ग्रुप आहे आज देशात? टाटा ग्रुप आहे. रतन टाटांचं वय काय? 86. अरे सबसे देखो तो फारूक अब्दुल्ला साहेबांपेक्षा 3 वर्षांनी मोठे आहेत. मला विचारलं, अरे क्या हो रहा है एनसीपी में? मतलब अंकल ऐसे ऐसे हो रहा है. अरे लड़ ले, मैं तो शरद से 3 साल बड़ा हूं, मैं लड़ रहा हूं, शरद को बोल मेरे तरह तू भी लड़ ले.
इतने साल से जो कड़वाहट चल रही थी, अब हो सकता है कि पवार साहब के दल के संचालन में कुछ गलतियां हों. शायद उन्होंने अपनी बेटी को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए इन लोगों को थोड़ा सा दूर कर दिया था, तो वो उनकी अंदरूनी बातें में और पर्टिकुलरली फैमिली डिस्प्यूट में तो जाना बिल्कुल सही नहीं रहेगा. लेकिन ये फैमिली डिस्प्यूट भी होने के बावजूद भी एक राज्य की राजनीति पे इस पर असर पड़ता है. तो इसलिए मैंने कल कहा था कि ये स्प्लिट रियल है.
उनका एक निर्णय हमें पसंद नहीं है. जो वो कर रहे हैं उसके बारे में व्यक्तिगत टिप्पणी करना मुझे नहीं लगता ये उचित है, क्योंकि मुझे निर्णय पसंद नहीं है. व्यक्ति तो वही है जिनके साथ हमने सालों काम किया, तो हो सकता है वो वापस भी आए. ऑनरेबल प्रधानमंत्री जी की उम्र क्या होने वाली है आने वाले कुछ सालों में, इसका अगर वो जिक्र करते तो जो अभी रिश्ता बना है वो भी टूट जाता. आने वाले कुछ दिनों में आपको ये संख्या निश्चित ही बढ़ती हुई दिखाई दी.
राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष अजित दादा को नियुक्त किया गया है. अब उसके बारे में मैं पवार साहब के बारे में नहीं बोल सकता.
Inside to ensure that our diplomats can carry out their normal functions without fear or intimidation. We have seen some comments, at least the media reports about comments by Prime Minister Trudeau. But let me make the larger point that the issue is not about freedom of expression, but its misuse for advocating violence, for propagating separatism, and for legitimizing terrorism. So that's actually what we would like to, emphasize. We have also had instances or situations where, these kind of threats have also taken place, be it the US, Australia, and the UK, to name a few. You would have seen External Affairs Minister himself mention in the context of, I think, Prime Minister Trudeau's comments, that External Affairs Minister strongly believes that countries should not pander to vote bank politics. We have seen comments by UK Foreign Secretary. I think that comment somebody asked specifically about UK. As you are aware, we've had problems with the security of our mission in London. We have taken up this latest issue of threats against our diplomats with the UK authorities. We have noted these comments by UK Foreign Secretary, but we would naturally judge them by what happens on the ground. In the name of freedom of expression, we should not be giving space to those who advocate violence or, as I said, propagate separatism or legitimize terrorism. We have noted posters circulating in other countries also, as I mentioned. In the US specifically, we are in touch with all these countries. And the US specifically, and I think some of you mentioned, there was an arson attempt by extremist elements at the Indian consulate in San Francisco on the morning of July 2nd. It was quickly brought under control by local authorities. We again strongly condemn such attacks against Indian diplomatic premises abroad. And as I mentioned, we have taken up the matter with the US side. The US administration has responded promptly at very senior levels. I would, in fact, draw your attention to the statement of the US State Department, I think it was, strongly condemning the vandalism and attempted arson and terming such acts as criminal offences. Let me make a larger point. The safety of our diplomats and security of our missions is of utmost priority to the government. As regards what measures are being taken, I would not like to comment on specific security elements, but certainly our missions and consulates, particularly in the US, as well as other places, are in touch with the local authorities about requisite security measures and what we expect can be done to ensure that there is no threat to the diplomats and that instances of vandalism or attacks on our premises do not take place, particularly under the guise of rallies under freedom of expression, which effectively only serve to incite violence. I think that broadly covers all the situation that I have. I don't have any assessment as to whether a rally in London, I think Reza asked, how serious is it? But yes, if there are attacks or threats against our diplomats, our premises, which actually is there right in those posters, we take them very seriously and we have been taking up the matter. We would expect to see action by host authorities against it. I didn't memorize the text, so Hindi as well, I don't know. What is your question? आप हिंदी में पूछिए, मैं जवाब देने की कोशिश करूंगा. मैंने ऐसा कोई स्पेसिफिक कोई स्टेटमेंट तो मेरी थी नहीं.
सर, शैलेंद्र वांगू न्यूज़ 18 से आपने देखा होगा कि जिस तरह से भारतीय राजनयिकों की तस्वीरें जारी की जा रही हैं, 3-4 देशों में हमने देखा है खालिस्तान समर्थक इस तरह के पोस्टर जारी कर रहे हैं. तो ऐसे में हमने उन देशों से किस तरह से इस मुद्दे को उठाया है?
जैसा मैं अंग्रेजी में कह रहा था, ये पोस्टर्स का जो मुद्दा है बहुत सीरियस है, जिसमें हमारे डिप्लोमेट्स और हमारे एम्बसीज और कॉन्सुलेट के खिलाफ उनको वायलेंस का इंसाइट किया जा रहा है, उनको धमकी दी जा रही है. हमने सब सरकारों से, आपने चारों का नाम लिया, उनसे ये मुद्दे पे बात की है. कुछ जगह में कुछ इमीडिएट रिएक्शन हुए हैं, कुछ जगह में हम अपेक्षा करते हैं कुछ और या कोई रिस्पांस आए. जैसा मैंने कहा कि एक अटैक भी हुआ था और आर्सन अटेम्प्ट भी हुआ था हमारी कॉन्सुलेट सैन फ्रांसिस्को में. वहाँ यूएस एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ने काफ़ी हाई लेवल पे भी उसमें रिस्पॉन्ड किया है और उसमें एक्शन हो रहा है. हमने कनाडा के साथ भी इस मुद्दे को उठाया है और हमने स्टेटमेंट्स भी देखे हैं अभी प्रधानमंत्री ट्रूडो से. पर मुद्दा फ्रीडम ऑफ एक्सप्रेशन का नहीं है, मुद्दा है कि इसका मिसयूज हो रहा है, इसमें आतंकवादी तत्वों को मौका दिया जा रहा है, इन पे अलगाववादी तत्वों को मौका दिया जा रहा है, या आतंकवाद को जो फैलाते हैं उनको सब समर्थन या मिल रहा है या मौका मिल रहा है. और हम चाहेंगे कि वो, और यूके में भी हमने उधर भी हमारे यूके फॉरेन सेक्रेटरी का स्टेटमेंट देखा है, हम जानना चाहेंगे क्या एक्चुअल सिचुएशन क्या हो रहा है और क्या वो एक्शन लेंगे, क्योंकि वहाँ पे पहले भी ऐसे एक इंसिडेंट हो चुका है और हम इस पे हम बहुत सीरियसली लेते हैं ऐसे अटैक्स या थ्रेट्स, और इसमें हम जो भी कार्रवाई करना है हम करते रहेंगे. और सिक्योरिटी के स्पेसिफिक मामलों पे मैं कहना नहीं चाहूँगा कुछ और, पर हम हमारी कॉन्सुलेट्स और एम्बेसी नज़र बनाए हैं, कांटेक्ट है लोकल अथॉरिटीज़ के साथ कि जो भी मेजर्स लिए जाने ज़रूरी हैं उसमें हम किस तरह से उनके साथ बात करके ये मेजर्स लगाए जा सकें. Okay, moving on to other topics, please. Siddhant, go ahead.
So my question is, Taiwan is opening its office.
Yeah, go ahead.
So Siddhant from Beyond, my question is, Taiwan is opening its center, its office in Mumbai. How do you see this development? Was there any conversation between the two sides when it comes to opening of this office?
Okay. Yeah.
So Meghna Dev from ED News. A diplomatic advisor to the French president is in India, and he has met the national security advisor as well. This comes ahead of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to France. Can you tell us more on anything on the discussions and who else is?
The Ministry of External Affairs briefing the Indian press. There have been worrying instances of arson and violence where consulates of
related question,
Indian missions abroad is concerned, and especially you heard there in the MEA briefing where the issue of the attack on the Indian consulate in San Francisco was also brought up. On the other hand, there has been concern, and grave one at that, if Canada is being soft on Khalistan supporters or Khalistani terrorists areas where vote bank politics comes into question. Well, this comes also days after the centre summoned the Canadian envoy and issued a démarche over the increasing activities of pro-Khalistani elements in Canada. What you just heard also was in the MEA briefing a detailed note on how there is a sense of worry, and various governments have been escalated at a diplomatic level on the safety of Indian diplomats and consulates abroad. Let's listen in once again.
We have seen some comments, at least the media reports about comments by Prime Minister Trudeau. But let me make the larger point that the issue is not about freedom of expression, but its misuse for advocating violence, for propagating separatism, and for legitimizing terrorism. So that's actually what we would like to, emphasize. Look, our sense is that these posters inciting violence against our diplomats and our diplomatic premises abroad are unacceptable, and we condemn them in the strongest terms. With respect to Canada, the matter has been strongly taken up with the Canadian authorities, both in New Delhi and in Ottawa. We have called on the Government of Canada to take all steps to ensure the safety of our diplomats and security of our diplomatic missions in Canada. It is a matter of concern that freedom of expression and speech is once again being misused by anti-India elements based in Canada and elsewhere. And we continue to press the Canadian side to ensure that our diplomats can carry out their normal functions without fear or intimidation.
All right, listen in now, facing questions on pro-Khalistani gatherings, attacks where the Indian consulate and Indian diplomats are concerned, and the element and the brewing pro-Khalistan sentiment where Canada is concerned. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau spoke a short while ago, forcing India to retort as well. Listen in.
They are wrong. Canada has always taken extremely seriously violence and threats of violence. We've always taken serious action against terrorism, and we always will. We have an extremely diverse country, and freedom of expression is something that we have, but we will always make sure that we are pushing back against violence and extremism in all its forms.
We have seen some comments, at least the media reports about comments by Prime Minister Trudeau. But let me make the larger point that the issue is not...
All right, at the back of that statement made by the Canadian Prime Minister, you have the Indian Ministry of External Affairs responding very clearly, quoting that at the highest diplomatic levels, the issue of Khalistani sympathizing has been raised where Canada is concerned, especially where it comes down to safety of Indian diplomats or the Indian Commission. And there is a sense that possibly Canada is being soft on Khalistan supporters for votes. All of this coming at the back of the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's statement there. Now, all of this comes in the wake, viewers, at a time where the centre had summoned the Canadian envoy and issued a démarche over the increasing activities by pro-Khalistani elements and a pro-Khalistani sentiment surge on Canadian soil. And we have seen that happen in other countries as well. However, you saw that demarcation being made by the Ministry of External Affairs, where it was stated very clearly that where the attack on the Indian consulate in San Francisco is concerned, it was escalated at the highest level and responded by the United States of America in a similar fashion. However, that kind of alacrity of redressal wasn't seen in the form where Canada is concerned, and where Canada is concerned, India has made its stand very, very clear as well. It also comes in the wake of India summoning the Canadian envoy and issuing a démarche over what India calls is heightened pro-Khalistani activity, especially against Indian diplomats and the Indian consulates abroad. Now, Justin Trudeau, when questioned on India next question. On pro-Khalistani gatherings, attack on consulate, the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau had said his country has always taken threats of violence extremely seriously. When he was asked about a parade float which glorified the murder, the killing of Indian Prime Minister then Indira Gandhi, Justin Trudeau at that point of time had responded to the allegations on being soft on Khalistani supporters, possibly for electoral goals. He had said then they are wrong. Canada has always taken serious view of violence and threat of violence. I want to cut across to our external affairs editor, Geeta Mohan, who's joining us for more. Geeta, statement issued by the Ministry of External Affairs at the back of the Canadian envoy who was called, and a démarche given in terms of the heightened Khalistani, pro-Khalistani activity on Canadian soil.
Well, that's right, Preeti. Not just Canada. We're looking at statement from the Ministry of External Affairs with regards to the UK, to US administration's response, as also finally to Canada's response. And while Justin Trudeau has said that they do not tolerate any kind of extremism or violence, particularly against Indian missions and diplomats, the fact is that there has been an increase in Khalistani extremism, separatism and violence against the Indian missions, as also a threat. In many ways, you could call it direct threat against Indian diplomats by putting out their details and their pictures on posters across Canada. So that's certainly the concern.
Geeta, has the Ministry of External Affairs said that Justin Trudeau is legitimizing the violence on Canadian soil? Has there been a direct response to Justin Trudeau's statement by naming the Prime Minister of Canada?
Well, that's right, Preeti. The fact that Prime Minister, the Ministry of External Affairs has indeed come out and explained itself when it comes to the kind of the kind of statement that Prime Minister Trudeau made. And in that, they have actually come out and said that India has strongly condemned the entire incident, and that the issue is not about freedom of expression, but an adequate action on violence, extremism, and terrorism in the name of the space should not be given to such people. While Preeti, the statement does not really mention Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister of Canada, but it does really speak very explicitly about the fact that there is a certain amount of double speak by Canada when it comes to what action has been taken and what is happening in on Canadian soil, or for that matter in Canada. The fact that there has been no prosecution, that in the name of freedom of expression, the extremists are allowed to carry out anti-India propaganda, and that assassins of Indira Gandhi are celebrated in Canada is not just condemnable, but also should invite action, and that action certainly has not come about. But if you look at the statement that came from Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau, he very clearly said that it won't be tolerated and that any kind of extremism is not tolerated. We do know that démarches have been issued in New Delhi as also in Ottawa, and the Indian side really is seeking some sort of assurance from Canada under the Vienna Convention. India has spelled out that this is an obligation of the host country under Vienna Convention to provide absolute safety and security. The US administration, Preeti, did come out and say that they are obliged to under Vienna Convention and they will adhere to that. Similarly, the UK administration also did the same. But when it comes to Canada, there has been certain amount of reluctance in terms of how they're approaching the entire incident, how they're approaching India's concerns, and what freedom of expression really means to Canada in terms of allowing the space to Khalistanis.
All right, appreciate you joining us, Geeta, for that clarity. Thank you there. We're going to continue to cut across to Geeta Mohan for the latest that is coming in on India is seeing a very, very strong statement when it comes down to a surge in pro-Khalistani sentiment on foreign soil, especially Canada. A quick break to stay with us. On the other side, outrage after Karnataka Speaker demands VVIP lanes for lawmakers in Karnataka. BJP hits out, calls it elitism.
watching India Today.
I was just having a conversation with a very old-timer fund manager, mutual fund manager, and he said that the macro story for India is great, but valuations are still not compelling and not challenging and quite challenging. Would you agree with that, or would you say that it's a good entry point for India now?
Yeah, thank you, Dan. Thanks for having me here. Yeah, you actually are absolutely right. I would kind of echo the sentiments. I do believe that the macro story is looking very compelling for sure. Quite confident about 15% plus earnings growth, which is like one of the highest that we've seen, that we will be seeing in any of the major markets globally. So yeah, all that is looking quite well. But yeah, but valuations is definitely sticking out. When the markets corrected earlier in February or so, when the Nifty was at around 17,000, it was looking pretty interesting, but the markets have moved up pretty quickly, up about 10% or so from there. And yes, many stocks and sectors are looking expensive at this point in time. Yeah.
There is a fear in certain quarters in the market that during the course of this year, we'll get another spike in volatility, and you may even get the market back to the kind of levels which you found interesting. Do you expect something like that? I know it cannot be predicted, events cannot be predicted, but is it a likelihood in your eyes?
I think the event that will probably create volatility in the Indian markets will probably have to be a global event or an international event. I do not foresee too many negative or let's say big negative events for the Indian markets, which will be domestically caused. My sense is that you will probably see, or you could probably see some volatility created by either some unexpected change, say in the Fed policy, or some other kind of dislocation that might happen in the capital markets globally, or something like that. But as far as the developments domestically go, to me it looks unlikely.
Maybe you've succeeded in quitting your regular soda consumption, but diet sodas aren't your alternative. According to some research, your brain responds to artificial sweeteners in a manner similar to how it responds to sugary sweets. Consuming them frequently could make you want more high-calorie food, increasing your risk of weight gain. The same applies to diet sodas. According to a different study, those who are overweight or suffer from obesity who converted to diet sodas were more likely to eat additional calories from food than those who continued to drink regular soda.
Actually, individuals who use diet soda have a greater BMI than those who do not. Diet soda can confuse insulin. Your brain normally associates sweet with calories. In the realm of human physiology, that's a good thing. It drives your body to release insulin as sugar's chaperone to the cells to create fuel. In the past, people assumed this process couldn't occur when we consumed artificial sweeteners because calories don't allow the sweet flavor. Diet soda might alter how your brain responds to sweetness. According to studies, those who drink diet soda exhibit increased brain activity in the region of the brain linked to cravings for foods high in fat and sugar. Diet soda consumption seems to change the reward center of your brain that detects sweetness. This suggests that diet sodas may alter how your brain responds to urges for meals rich in calories. No soda, no diet soda. Then what should you drink instead?
Any diet drinks are actually not a great thing to have. I would stick to natural stuff, lemonade, sugarcane juice, which is actually better than a diet drink, or coconut water, or fruit infused waters. They're also sweet. But it's just that, we are not able to cut down the taste of sugar, and we want something which tastes fizzy and sweet, but actually we are mocking our bodies and completely spoiling our gut health by having diet drinks.
Diet sodas have long been promoted by beverage companies as a healthy alternative to their full sugar drinks, although this is not true medically. With Kshitija Gosavi, Bureau Report, India Today.
You are watching India Today.
All right, the latest news break coming in from Sharad Pawar factions called National Executive in the national capital, Delhi. Sharad Pawar faction has now expelled all rebels. Sharad Pawar faction passes resolution against the rebels. Ajit Pawar, Praful Patel, Sunil Tatkare and 9 others expelled. Sharad Pawar faction passes resolution at the Delhi National Executive meet. One can now only expect a counter to come from the Ajit Pawar faction very soon, which has already deemed this particular National Executive illegal and any decisions made in that illegal. Sahil Joshi, our Mumbai Bureau Chief, joins us from the national capital, Sharad Pawar's residence. Sahil, would you take us through this news break?
Well, there is a resolution passed in this meeting attended by 21 members of the National Executive. The 4 members who were not present have been now expelled by this particular National Executive under the leadership of Sharad Pawar. Sunil Tatkare, the party's National Treasurer and the General Secretary, has also been expelled. Praful Patel, the working president of the party, has been expelled. And the 9 MLAs along with Ajit Pawar, who took oath on Sunday in Mumbai, all of them have been expelled by the party for aligning with the BJP and going against the party ideology. It also, the resolution of this National Executive also empowers Sharad Pawar to take action against those who are going against the party ideology. And it is very clear now that even Sharad Pawar fraction is gearing up for the fight in the Election Commission. Now, Ajit Pawar, before this meeting started, Ajit Pawar came up with a press release and said that this particular National Executive is completely illegal because now the matter is in front of Election Commission, whereas the people here were telling us at Sharad Pawar's residence in Delhi are telling us that the Ajit Pawar fraction approached the Election Commission on 5th of July, whereas they had already filed a caveat in front of the ECI. So, the press release doesn't apply. The meeting is completely legal because it's a working committee plus extended working committee. So, almost 21 members out of 25 are present at this point of time in this room, in the house of Sharad Pawar. We tried to speak to Sharad Pawar that why the meeting is not being held in the NCP office in Delhi. The NCP office in Delhi is under control of Praful Patel, and that's why the meeting has been called here at the Sharad Pawar's residence. Now the communication here will be, the resolution here will be communicated to the Election Commission, and now finally the Election Commission will be able to take the hearing about the case where Ajit Pawar against Sharad Pawar, who actually holds the party name and the symbol, because now the matter is in front of the Election Commission. But the resolution is very clear that Praful Patel, Sunil Tatkare and 9 members, including Ajit Pawar, who took oath on Sunday, have been expelled from the party.
What's the next protocol in terms of, you have this resolution which is passed on the expulsion, you have Ajit Pawar who's already passed a resolution calling this meeting illegal and whatever decisions made in this meeting illegal. I am sure they are now going to pass a counter resolution of expulsions. What now? The ball is in the Election Commission's court, but what are the timelines that we are looking at?
Well, unless and until there is a bypoll, Election Commission will take its time. First Election Commission have to decide whether there is a split in the party. If there is a split in the party, and if any bypoll is coming or if any poll is coming, and if both the fraction demands from the Election Commission to choose that which is the real party, then Election Commission may say that right now the party's symbol will be frozen and 2 different names will be given to both the fraction, the way it happened in the case of Shiv Sena, that Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray was given Shiv Sena UBT and Eknath Shinde's camp was given Bala Sahebanji Shiv Sena for the bypoll in Mumbai. But if that doesn't happen, the Election Commission hearing may continue till then. Till the time both the fractions are not going to fight an election against each other in any of the constituencies, and if they don't approach Election Commission for giving them a particular symbol, till then this fight is going to continue in the Election Commission. It can happen in 6 months' time. In the case of Lok Janshakti Party, it's still going on. Both the fractions have got different names and different symbols. The original name, original symbol of the Lok Janshakti Party has been it's been frozen. The name of the party also has been frozen. But in the case of Shiv Sena, it didn't happen. The name was given to Eknath Shinde after 3 months. That is in the February of this year, and that's what the NCP is heading towards at this point of time. Please remember, today Chhagan Bhujbal, the NCP leader, took press conference in Mumbai, and he claimed that they have taken all the cognizance of what happened in the Shiv Sena case, and accordingly they were prepared when on 30th of on Sunday, when they went ahead and supported the Shiv Sena BJP government and took oath. That time they were prepared legally because they had already studied what happened in the Shiv Sena case. So please understand, both the sides are prepared legally. Now it's completely up to the Election Commission. Preeti.
Appreciate you joining us, Sahil, for breaking it down. We're going to keep coming back to you. Meanwhile, I just want to quickly shift focus to the state of Karnataka. Karnataka Assembly Speaker U.T. Khadr has stirred a big controversy, making a VVIP suggestion for lawmakers in the Vidhan Sauda. All of this after Mallavali Congress MLA PM Narendra Swamy, in a calling attention motion, recalled his own experience of standing in the toll plaza queue. Congress MLA said that he had faced harassment at the toll plazas, calling toll plaza personnel gundas, suggesting that they scrutinize even lawmakers like a police investigation. Responding to this, Khadr urged Narendra Swamy to submit a breach of privilege motion and urge NHAI for a separate VVIP lane. He added that NHAI policy doesn't cover ex-MLAs and suggested that they too should be covered. Calling the Congress elitist, BJP slammed the party, and Karnataka Assembly Speaker Saffron Klan said that the party perpetuates a VVIP culture in every opportunity they get.
ಅವರನ್ನು ಕರೆಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಒಂದು ಲೈನ್ ವಿಐಪಿ ಲೈನ್ ಅವರ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಮಾಜಿ ಶಾಸಕ ಕೂಡ ಸೇರ್ಪಡೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ತಮ್ಮ ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಚರ್ಚೆ
See, that has been decided when the toll system started. VIP lane, ambulance, and other essential services. And now Speaker has added the ex-MLAs.
Please understand, I may be an MLA, I may be somebody or Chief Minister. Chief Ministers have some prerogatives. Such prerogatives are not given to MLAs. We have to always be with the common people. Maybe some emergency, special request could be made, somebody sick or something like that. Normal course, we should go with the normal people. That looks better also. It enhances his reputation.
Everybody should be left fast. The lane should be made smoother for everybody. If everybody is left fast, then nobody will ask for any extra lane. No. So the government should look at how everyone can go faster. That's it.
In our government, these issues had come up, but we have never allowed any VIP culture. But however, it has come from the speaker. Yes. It's really surprising. And probably under the pressure of the Congress colleagues, he must have done it.
Already there is a VIP lane. Already there is a VIP line. Who should be allowed in that VIP line is important. Probably in this direction, the ambulance and the VIP line has been already created. So only thing is who has to be included, has to be looked into it. Probably let us see what Honorable Speaker has been suggesting. So there is no new creation. It's a existing one. In that, what has to be accommodated will be looked into it.
I told in the assembly, when a minister is there, CM is there, MLS is there, MLS is, that's the required, because everywhere there is no line also.
Well, more news coming in on that. Karnataka Speaker UT Khader has tried now to make a U-turn, damage control, after suggesting a VVIP lane at toll plazas for MLAs. Khader now says that he only articulated a suggestion made by ex-MLAs. Khader's suggestion has come in for criticism, especially from the BJP that has accused him of being a congressman and reeking of entitlement.
And is there in that ex-MLAs, many of them, they were arrested. They said, please give us a pass also. And this is the issue is there. And seniors, ex-MLA told in the NHA guidelines policy, where they have got already emergency and representative lane is there. In that MLAs and other names are specified. Ex-MLAs are not specified. We are also respected and dignified and and aged also. So for us also, you should consider the request was the ex-MLAs.
Meanwhile, a dramatic suicide bid on camera, which is highly disturbing and triggering. Karnataka bus conductor Mandya's Nagamangala attempted suicide by consuming poison after being transferred on the orders of Mantri Chellu Varanaya Swami. He blamed the minister in the death note, stating he couldn't bear the shame and personal animosity. In his death note, he wrote, and I quote, "I do not know why the minister hates me personally. I cannot bear the shame. Not just this, he even refused to visit the hospital even after being forced by his colleagues. The driver is currently in a critical condition." The minister, however, rubbished animosity charges, claiming he did not even know if he was transferred, asserting that transfers like this happen periodically, though the depot manager said he was transferred because he harassed women.
Allegations against you on the conductor who have committed suicide.
This concern, I am not responsibility. No issue my office letter and transfer. So local division and depot in between transfer only Nagamala to Mandya 30 kilometers Madura. After the transfer, person is there hospitalized. That relative is request to me. Then I will ask to Mr. DC holding. So in between, so if person withdraw, otherwise I will take poison. That's why.
If the FIR has been filed, you welcome the decisions that they demand, and FIR should be registered against all the officers where they have mentioned the death note.
Take action, department. Legal take action, any.
There was one conductor has been transferred, and they said that there is a complaint which is not really so, and there was a lot of pressure on him politically also. So he has attempted suicide, and he has, in the death note, he has written the name of the minister, district in charge minister, Mr. Chellu Swami. And we have now asking for a thorough inquiry. No FIR has been filed. Even after 24 hours, no FIR has been filed. The moment this government has taken over, the officials are put under tremendous pressure, huge demand for transfers. So we want to ask the government to conduct fair and free inquiry in this matter.
Break. When we return on the other side, the latest where monsoon is concerned, heavy downpours continue across the country. We'll get you more.
You are watching India Today.
This woman from Kazakhstan has made it her life's mission to help underprivileged children. Anna started an NGO during COVID-19 to educate children in Jaipur who can't afford going to school. Anna's NGO, called Indian Women Impact, has been at it for 3 years now, changing the lives of so many children for the better. Acting as a bridge for children from less privileged families, she offers quality coaching alongside her team of committed teachers.
The children, those who live in Basti, they go to government school and they come here for study to get extra knowledge. My parents live in a Basti and they cannot afford expensive course and school for me and my brother and sister. So sir, we come here and study all of those subjects.
Recently, some of the NGO students from disadvantaged backgrounds also performed a French play at the famed National School of Drama in Delhi. Anna and her husband, who is a doctor, use all of their earnings to try to maintain the NGO.
It's been 3 years as we have been running this NGO, Indian Women Impact, and the entire concept is to provide the quality, world-class education to the children from underprivileged backgrounds. And the dream we have is to create the school that can accommodate 5,000 students from such backgrounds, where we can compete with the world-class education. That's the dream.
At this Jaipur-based NGO, students from different backgrounds come together to get an opportunity to achieve all these dreams.
At the NGO, Anna and her group of dedicated teachers try to provide wings to dreams of underprivileged students who earlier had little or no avenues to fulfill their aspirations. Once they come over here, they leave their less than perfect backgrounds behind to get submerged into a world of creativity, of learning, and of dreaming big. With camera person Manish Sisodia in Jaipur for India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 36 and minimum 26 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 24 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 25 and minimum 19 degrees. Chennai, maximum 31 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 27 and minimum 23 degrees.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. Monsoon fury continues in the country. Let's take a quick look at the top developments across from some monsoon-affected regions and states. Heavy downpour in Karnataka has led to flash floods in parts of the state. Schools in several districts have been shut, keeping in mind the alert issued by the IMD. Authorities launched a rescue operation in Karnataka's Udupi. This after heavy rainfall led to flash flooding in various parts. The authorities have advised people to stay indoors unless emergency. Heavy rains also lashed parts of Delhi NCR region. This led to waterlogging in several parts of Delhi and Ghaziabad. IMD has also issued a yellow alert for Delhi NCR. Exposing the claims of authorities, a government hospital in Bihar was completely flooded, leaving patients at the risk of infection. The rainwater entered the emergency ward of DMHCH government hospital. As monsoon fury continues in the south, Kakkad River in Kerala has crossed the dangerous level. The river is overflowing, leaving several low-lying areas at risk. Meanwhile, heavy downpour across the country as well. A yellow alert been sounded in Delhi NCR region. Heavy rain has led to waterlogging in several parts of Delhi. Other states also not spared, be it Karnataka or Uttar Pradesh. Rainfall is expected to continue over the weekend. Several other states across the country are witnessing heavy rainfall. Parts of Karnataka, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Punjab, Madhya Pradesh witnessed heavy downpours. In the south, rain continues to batter Kerala. IMD has now revised its prediction, issuing a red alert for several regions. The authority has also issued a warning to those residing in low-lying areas. In Karnataka's Udupi, heavy rains led to a flash flood in several parts, after which rescue operations are afoot.
The monsoon season has begun in Kerala after it got delayed for this particular year, and the state of Kerala has been receiving heavy rainfall, especially in the last few days. Right now we are in Alappuzha, and as you can see, these are waterlogged areas of Alappuzha houses. You can see that particular house, these two particular houses where it's waterlogged. There's water inside the house also. In fact, the entire road and this particular area is filled with water. People are finding it very difficult to move from one location to another because the roads are filled with water. They're walking on the road and moving from one place to another. You can see what's happening inside this house also. The house is filled with water. You can see in the visuals here, all the things have been put on top or kept on top of this bed here because the entire house, the rooms, the hall, everything is filled with water. Even in the kitchen, the entire room has been vacated, and all the things have been shifted to this side, the important things. And you can see inside this kitchen also, the water has entered the kitchen, and it's filled with all the items have been put on a height as the floor is filled with water. Now these are common scenes which has become very common scenes every year nowadays in places like Alappuzha, and these are scenes that the state of Kerala has been witnessing since the last many years. When it starts raining, a lot of houses and roads starts waterlogging in very, very less time. With video journalist Tinku Rajashekhar, Shibimol KG for India Today from Alappuzha.
All right, with that, it's a wrap on this edition of News on the Other Side. Anytime now, Sharad Pawar would be holding a press conference on what was decided, resolutions passed in the Sharad Pawar faction of the NCP.
You are watching India Today.
iPad. Get yourself an iPad. Well, you want to get an iPad Air maybe? iPad. I think you should get an iPad. I think you should get the iPad Pro if you're being really luxurious. No, an iPad Air or an iPad 9th generation for you. Well, that used to be my standard default response if anyone asked me whether they should pick up a new tablet and which one it should be, because there wasn't much competition from the Android guys. But then a few weeks ago, we saw the OnePlus Pad, exclusively a first look and a review on Tech Today. And we were in the Delhi studio with the team, and all of us, with the colors on that, the output and the performance, mind equal to blown with what OnePlus had done with its tablet. And then every time there's a revolution coming, well, you need a captain of the ship, but it's nice to have, well, 2 pilots in the cockpit. And what if I told you that I just found my second pilot to drive the Android tablet revolution forward, the Xiaomi Pad 6. And honestly, the iPad has a lot of competition with this monster. Look, taking on the iPad is not an easy task. When it comes to software, iPadOS is spot on. Can it get better? Maybe become more like macOS? That's a pipe dream. Android has a long way to go, but that's nothing to blame the Android tablet guys. It's Google that needs to work on that. From the hardware side, that's where companies like Xiaomi and OnePlus can come in. And yes, the OnePlus Pad look good, but this particular device looks like a Xiaomi 13 Pro from the outside with this camera module. It has a 13 megapixel shooter. In terms of design, yes, it's an 11-inch screen. I'll tell you a little bit more about the display. You have a speaker set up here and then down here as well. Of course, it comes with Dolby Vision and Dolby Atmos support in a tablet, which I'm telling you now comes at a very attractive price. But if you're taking on the iPad, no fingerprint scanner or Touch ID, and of course, no headphone jack in the Pad 6. But when we're talking about this particular sort of form factor, what's really good now, and we're going to come to the display, is that they've given you a camera here in landscape mode. So if you placed it on a keyboard, which is an add-on accessory with this particular device, then when you are looking at the camera or at your subject during a Zoom call, you're not looking away from them, as opposed to on the iPad. I always end up looking a little weird and wonky in terms of my line of sight or vision. With this particular device, the display is something we must talk about. Yes, it's an LCD display, but it is capable of a lot. But since we're talking about this particular layout, yes, it comes with an LCD display. It's not an AMOLED, but with Dolby Vision and Dolby Atmos support at this price point, watching content on it is almost comparable to an iPad Air.
NCP Parivar explodes. Sharad's huddle in Delhi. Ajit snaps. Ajit outnumbers uncle. Ajit dada sangharsh karo. Sharad losing battle to nephew. Maha Pawar play. Top focus on 5 Live.
Great to have you here on 5 Live with me, Shiv Arur. We're waiting on Sharad Pawar's live press conference. Remember, the drama has shifted after yesterday from Maharashtra now to the national capital, Delhi, where I'm bringing you this broadcast from. India Today's reporters are standing by to bring you that press conference live. Let me quickly first get you through the headlines. Sharad Pawar faction holds national executive meet in Delhi, expels Ajit Pawar, Praful Patel among all other rebels. Ajit faction dubs Sharad meet illegal. Karnataka speaker in damage control mode after outrage over VVIP lane demand for lawmakers. BJP hits out, calls it Congress elitism and VVIP culture. BJP ally AIA-DMK opposes centre's uniform civil code. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Stalin hits out at centre, says UCC brought as revenge against those opposing the BJP. MP Chief Minister Shivraj Chauhan in damage control mode after that urination horror. A day after bulldozers raised illegal parts of the accused man Pravesh Shukla's home, Chief Minister Shivraj washes the Adivasi victim's feet. Canadian Prime Minister fails to condemn repeated Khalistani threats, including Kill India march this Saturday. India lashes out, says Trudeau is legitimizing terror.
Karnataka has always taken extremely seriously violence and threats of violence. We've always taken serious action against terrorism, and we always will.
Let me make the larger point that the issue is not about freedom of expression, but its misuse for advocating violence, for propagating separatism, and for legitimizing terrorism.
Here's the very latest in the big political blockbuster that India Today broke 3 days ago. Now the fight over the real Nationalist Congress Party, the NCP, has escalated. It's now at boiling point, with each camp now accusing the other of being a traitor. The Sharad Pawar faction has fired all the rebels, Ajit Pawar, Praful Patel and everyone else. They've all been expelled from the party. Ajit Pawar, Praful Patel, Sunil Tatkare among all the rebels who've been formally expelled from the party. Meanwhile, the Ajit Pawar faction has labelled Sharad Pawar's national executive meet in Delhi as illegal. Imagine that. The gloves are off. No more aadar and respect and all that stuff. Now it's down to cynical new world politics where everything is off. Basically, the uncle versus nephew war has reached its ugliest low now. The Ajit faction says all decisions taken at the Pawar meeting are non-binding because the issue of who the real NCP is currently before the Election Commission. The Ajit Pawar faction says the Delhi meeting presided over by Sharad Pawar has no legal sanctity. A day after Ajit Pawar mocked Sharad Pawar's age and asked why he hasn't retired, now he says a meeting presided over by his own uncle is illegal and has no legal sanctity. Sahil Joshi, our Mumbai chief, is in Delhi, right outside Sharad Pawar's Delhi residence, where that meeting has just taken place at the national executive level of the NCP. Sahil, things have escalated even further, it seems now, with the rebels being formally expelled from the party and the rebels now calling Sharad Pawar's meeting illegal.
Well, this is going on completely expected lines. What we saw last year, the script has been followed to the T, because even today in the morning when Chhagan Bhujbal took a press conference in Mumbai, he claimed that they have studied what happened in the Shiv Sena case and they have taken all the legal opinion before pursuing and supporting the BJP Shiv Sena government and taking oath on Sunday. Now, interestingly, as expected, Sharad Pawar will now take a press conference in a while, in just a few minutes from now. The resolution is very clear that they have decided to expel Praful Patel and Sunil Tatkare, who are the office bearers of one is working president and the general secretary. But at the same time, the 9 MLAs who took oath that day in the Shiv Sena BJP government, along with Ajit Pawar. This particular resolution will be communicated to the Election Commission to express that the party's president has taken this decision in the working committee and the extended working committee, and it was unanimously passed. On the other hand, what they are claiming, Ajit Pawar camp is claiming that at whatever happens, this particular meeting is completely illegal because Sharad Pawar is already removed by the majority of the party's organization workers, leaders and the MLAs and MPs from his position as the president of the party, and Ajit Pawar has been appointed. And they have communicated to the Election Commission on 30th of June. So this is pretty late, and this particular meeting has no meaning. It's completely illegal is what they're claiming. So there will be claims and counter claims. Finally, it is going to reach to the Election Commission. We'll have to wait and see when the Election Commission actually goes ahead with the hearing of this particular case, because right now there are no polls. The way it happened in the case of Shiv Sena, that because of the by-poll, the party's name and the symbol was frozen, and only after that the actual hearing happened in the Shiv Sena case. Will this happen in NCP's case? Because right now there are no polls before the municipal corporation elections, which are scheduled likely to happen in October or November in Mumbai. Before that, if this happens, that will be really challenging. But right now, we can see that both the groups are heading up for the split and the fight is going to land up at the Election Commission for sure.
Okay, very, very interesting. The Election Commission is the next battlefield. Right now, you know, the line that was drawn in the sand with the rebel split has gotten much darker. Things are much more aggressive and ruthless now. The rebels have all been expelled, but the rebels say that who is Sharad Pawar to expel us? His meeting does not have any legal sanctity. Sahil Joshi says things are running exactly to a script, as India Today had also predicted it would play out this way. But remember, Mosmi also with us on this unfolding story. Mosmi, Sharad Pawar also involved in a very ambitious united opposition project. He has his hands full politically speaking. We know what's happening right now. We're awaiting that press conference by Sharad Pawar. But how are the other parties looking at what is going on, Mosmi? How are they looking at Sharad Pawar, trying to keep his house in order?
They're keeping a very close watch, and just a stone throw away Sonia Gandhi's residence, Sharad Pawar at 6 Janpath and Sonia Gandhi at 10 Janpath. So the closeness of the distance, Sharad Pawar's camp would expect. The Congress would display the same closeness as far as in these difficult times to Mr. Pawar. But right now, the press conference of PC Chako is happening, who's also a General Secretary. And Shiv, he's outlining the contours of the entire battle that's going to follow. He says that 27 state units are with Mr. Sharad Pawar. We've met regularly, and the MLAs are not the party. The party is made of an organization, and it has a precedent. So the strong points of Sharad Pawar's camp, Chako trying to hammer in those points. I did try and speak to, as far as the other parties, how are they viewing this? They are saying we told you so, and perhaps their claims of BJP being a complete